Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. Thank you for joining us. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Appreciate you guys being here with us. We just finished watching West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran, and then we were going to pick up on Colin Griffith day one. But because they started at 9, there's no DVR on that, so we can't rewind it all the way to the beginning of opening statements. And it doesn't look like that will be available until overnight, so we will pick up on that another time. So in the meantime, here's another great case to follow. This is California versus Monica Sementilli, and a little backstory on Monica. This one is pretty interesting. Now, this started on Monday, but then Tuesday the defense got in a car accident apparently. And then now, so this is day 2 today. So we're really only like a day behind, a day and a half behind. So maybe we can actually catch up and be with them live. So anyway, so this took place in Woodland Hills, California. So Monica Sementilli, she's 53 and she's the wife of Fabio Sementilli. Now Fabio's 49 and he's a renowned hairstylist and industry icon. Right, so he's worked on Jennifer Love Hewitt, Jackie Chan, Russell Crowe, Jennifer Lopez. So he's worked on a lot of famous celebrities, if you will. So Monica stands accused of orchestrating his deletion, right? And it was right before they celebrated their 20th anniversary. So they alleged that Monica had a lover, Robert Louis Baker, and that the two of them plotted to delete Fabio for $1.6 million for his life insurance. Now, Baker pled he pled no contest in July of 2023 to first degree and conspiracy. So he pled no contest. Then there's another defendant, Christopher Austin, who's 39. He was arrested late last year and pled guilty earlier this month to second degree. So he agreed to testify in exchange for a 16-year to life state prison term. So there's 3 people involved in this: Monica, her lover Robert, and then this guy Christopher. Not quite sure where he comes in yet because we're going to find out together, right? This is crazy. So Robert Baker also admitted the special circumstances was financial gain and he was lying in wait. Now, apparently the daughter found Fabio and then had called 911. So this is going to be a really, really interesting case, I think. So I was excited about this case. I think this is going to be a good one, guys. All right. So, yeah, widespread. Backup for a backup. Whoosh. Right? Crazy. Well, here's how it worked. Originally, we wanted to do Colin Griffith because he was supposed to start on Monday and we were going to pick him up on Wednesday. We were going to pick him up. Then there was a pre-trial and then I thought that got pushed till next week, the actual trial. So I'm like, okay, we got to find something else. So we found Monica, and then now Natalie is going until tomorrow, and Colin is giving us fits with, we can't rewind fast enough. But this is going to be really, really interesting. Jags Girl 95. Oh, Jacksonville. I see you've got you Jacksonville fan. Super excited about this case. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, no problem. All right, let's get to it. Right, let's get to it. So I kind of gave you an overview. Let's see what happens with this. All right, guys, let's get to it. Monica Sementilli. Let's see.
He had big talent and he had big dreams. And he made it to the top of the hair care industry due to his artistry and his skill. You're going to hear that everybody in the beauty industry dealing in hair care products, cut and color, knew him. He was extremely charismatic. Everybody loved him. And more importantly, he was someone who had no enemies. Fabio was also a person who made a point to help his friends and his family prosper. He wanted to make sure that the average hairdresser had the opportunities that these blue-collar people got the same opportunities and knowledge that he had, so they could thrive as well. And he brought them along with him on his ride. You're going to hear that his people skills and his intelligence led him to the executive world. Yet he started as just a kid from the Italian suburbs in Toronto in a world of MBA grads, and he still managed to succeed. He was one of those people who was committed to mentoring all of the people he came across in the industry, and he was very genuine with wanting to share his knowledge and help people reach their full potential. He would tell people that they could climb the mountain, but they needed to expect nothing in return. So you're going to hear that at the time of his murder, he was at the top of his game. He was almost 50 years old, and he seemed to have it all. He also started working on the side for Wella, a large corporation, at trade shows with his sister Morella, as well as at Wella's corporate offices in Toronto. He was, as I said, enormously successful at these international hairstyling competitions, and he was able to parlay that success into a corporate job at Wella, which was subsequently, as you'll hear, bought out by Coty, and then P&G, Procter & Gamble, which I'm sure you've all heard of. You have not heard of Coty or Wella. I expect some of the women here have if you've ever used OPI or any of those type of products, Sebastian Hair Care. As part of his job at Wella, Fabio had to move his family to the United States, and so therefore he had to leave behind his large extended family, and they moved to the LA area approximately 7 years before his murder. He was the first to be able to bridge the gap between hairdressers and the corporate world, which was extremely remarkable, as you hear. He went from being a famous Canadian hairstylist and platform artist to being hired as an executive vice president of education in a worldwide $4 billion company. He made a substantial salary as an executive, by most people's standards, I would suspect, by all of us. He traveled the country and he traveled the world, making connections and growing Wella's hair care product business with his large team, and you're going to hear from a lot of those people. Fabio created, based on his charisma, a very wide circle of friends in Los Angeles. He also had a wide circle of friends in Canada, mostly people associated with the beauty industry. You're going to hear that he and his wife, the defendant, socialized often. They entertained at their home. They hosted holiday parties and summer pool parties and barbecues and things of that nature, as you see here. Fabio's success led to valuable privileges for his family. There were massive changes in lifestyle, where he went from being a hairdresser and a platform artist to a corporate job as a consequence of his personal efforts. His executive position, as you could imagine, came with many benefits for him and his family's future, such as life insurance, stock options, retirement accounts, health insurance, and various other benefits. And naturally, his wife and his children reaped the benefits because, as we all know, that's what a family and a marriage is supposed to be all about. The Sementillis bought a large, beautiful home in an upscale neighborhood in the San Fernando Valley, which you see here. This was actually the second home they bought in the San Fernando Valley. The family lived here on Queen Victoria Road in Woodland Hills for approximately 4 years prior to his death. They appeared to have a great life, the kind that most people would dream of. When not working or traveling for business, Bob would always always sit on the back patio. You can see on the bottom right, there is a covered area. He would sit in that back area to relax. He had a TV out there. He had a fire pit. He worked out there. He held meetings out there. He posted to his professional social media posts to the industry out there. He would sit back there and he would relax. And one thing that Fabio loved to do when he sat back there, whether he was taking meetings or working, was he would love to sit back there and smoke cigars. And this is where he eventually was murdered. In February of 2017, he was going to celebrate his 20th wedding anniversary to the woman that he referred to as his queen. He often called her Pootsie. He talked about her all the time, and their date nights to his friends and colleagues. He often would try to sneak out of the office early on times when he was not traveling on business so he could take her out to dinner. And he constantly called her during the day to check in with her, also when he was traveling for work. His 50th birthday was coming up. It was on the horizon, and he bought himself his dream car, a used Porsche Turbo. He was planning on driving the car up to Pebble Beach to play golf with a group of his close buddies for a weekend to celebrate. But he didn't get to do that. He was enjoying his life, and he was enjoying the fruits of his hard labor. However, as you're going to hear, none of this was enough for his wife, the defendant. You're going to hear that the defendant led a privileged life. She had an adoring husband who was a superstar in the beauty industry, a very unusual man. She didn't have to work. She previously had a few part-time jobs when they moved to the California area, but she handled the family's finances. She handled the family's schedules. As I said, they had 2 teenage daughters, and she had privileges that many of us don't have. She had a housekeeper. She had a guy who cleaned the pool. They had gardeners, and she seemed to enjoy spending her days cooking elaborate Italian meals, raising their teenage daughters, lunching with her friends, and doing pretty much whatever she wanted. She also enjoyed many of the benefits of Fabio's success. They went on expensive vacations to exotic locations that you're going to hear about, such as Hawaii, Cabo, or St. Thomas, as you see here. Many of these were prepaid trips by the company that were awarded to Fabio and his team because of their success and their hard work. You're going to hear through various people that are going to testify from the beauty industry that these were called trendsetter trips, and that Fabio's team was awarded these high-value vacations pretty much every year. You're also going to see that the defendant is someone who is very concerned about appearances. As a result, she regularly posted about her fantastic life on her public social media account, her Instagram account, which she kept under her name, Monica Sementilli, and that she would include numerous photographs of herself and her family, as you see here. As I mentioned, she and Fabio had 2 lovely daughters, Jessica, who was 18 at the time of her father's murder, and Isabella, or as they referred to her as Bella, who was almost 17 and still in high school. While the defendant posted on her social media account about the fulfilling, happy life she had with her family, behind the scenes, she was becoming more and more dissatisfied with her comfortable, privileged life. Sometime in 2015, or maybe even before, you're going to hear the defendant became bored with her life, and she was looking for excitement. She wanted a new life, and she began to create one through joining a racquetball league at LA Fitness in Canoga Park, which is in the Woodland Hills area. You're going to hear that she joined the gym in 2015. She hired Matt Nurse. You see his photograph here on the left as a personal trainer to try and get in shape And you're going to see on the right that she downloaded pictures from his social media account to her Hotmail account, one of which, like I said, you can see here on the far right a photograph that Matt had posted on his own account of his abs. Sometime in approximately maybe June of 2015, the defendant began flirting with Matt Nurse, her trainer. She invited him to go out for drinks. You're going to hear they eventually went out for lunch in the Calabasas area. And you're going to hear that the defendant propositioned him for sex. However, he wasn't interested and he turned her down. She confided in him at that time. She was unhappy in her marriage. He asked her, why don't you just get a divorce if you're so unhappy? And she said, why throw away 20 years? Because, of course, her marriage brought all these great privileges. And Fabio was off and away traveling on business, which was a major part of his job at Wella and Cody. And so this allowed her a lot of free time to do as she pleased most of the time. Through the Racquetball League at LA Fitness, the defendant made some new friends, including Ricardo Cabrera and Sheila Salahian, who you're going to hear from, and you'll hear more about today. You're also going to see the defendant here in these photographs at the LA Fitness in the racquetball area with her friends Elise Bluel and Faye Manucheri-Kubian behind them. Seated to their left in the bottom right photograph, Sheila's in the yellow tank top and Ricardo in the lavender-colored shirt on the bench. You're also going to hear that the Racquetball League coordinator at LA Fitness was a guy named Robert Baker. The defendant, her friend Elise, and Faye were friends at the gym, but they also socialized outside of the Racquetball League. They referred to themselves as the Three Musketeers, and both Elise and Faye thought that they were close friends of Monica's. Defendant mentioned to them that she was tired of being a housewife to her friends, and she also confided in them that she wanted to hook up with her trainer, Matt Nurse, which I told you about. Sometime in September of 2016, you'll hear the defendant invited these ladies over to the house along with Robert Baker while Fabio was away on business. What you'll hear is by this time, September of 2016, the defendant was already engaged in a torrid affair with Robert Baker, the Racquetball League coordinator, which she never told her friends about. They thought they knew her. You're going to hear from an awful lot of people over the course of the next 6 to 8 weeks, perhaps, that are going to tell you they really thought they knew who the defendant was, and they did not. She betrayed them, just like she did with her family and her friends. This here on the left, you can see is a photograph of Robert Baker with Sean McCullum at LA Fitness. Sean McCullum was another member of the league, and you're going to hear about him and his wife. Paula, in the background, you can see the defendant in black with red shoes talking on her cell phone. On the right is another picture of Robert Baker, the defendant's lover and co-conspirator in this case. In December of 2015, the defendant began to take racquetball lessons from Baker. They exchanged emails December 1st, which you see here. This is approximately when they first met. And you can see the exchange where the defendant says, hi, it's Monica. I know you said league starts in January. Can I get lessons? Let me know if you're available. What are the right rates? And she flirts with him a little bit, looking forward to kicking my trainer's butt. LOL, Monica Sementilli. And the defendant says he's available for lessons anytime, and he sends her his cell phone number. This is a cell phone number you're going to hear about over and over again. You may want to jot it down. 213-272-1093. It wasn't long after this email exchange before the defendant and Robert Baker were sexually involved. Their affair began very soon after these communications. The defendant obviously believed Baker was exciting, although he had no money, no prospects for success. And you're going to hear that at this point, the defendant began living two lives, two very separate lives simultaneously. Eventually, the defendant, she decided she would rather live the more exciting new life with Baker that she was creating. which was completely different than her role as a wife and mother. So who is Robert Baker? And you've heard about him during jury selection. As I said, he was the racquetball coach and coordinator at LA Fitness. Years ago, he was in the Army. You're going to hear from 2015 to 2017, he lived in an apartment in Woodland Hills with another man. This was located at 6817 Independence Avenue, apartment 110 in Canoga Park. You're going to hear a lot about that location. That location was approximately 4 miles from the Sementilli home on Queen Victoria. You're also going to hear that Robert Baker was a registered sex offender, and that this stemmed from a series of 1993 convictions for lewd and lascivious acts with a child under 14. You can see here I've listed the counts: unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor, continuing sexual intercourse with a child, oral copulation and sodomy. You're going to learn that the victim in this case was actually his stepdaughter from a prior marriage. In every way, Robert Baker was the opposite of Fabio. Fabio, on the other hand, was everything Robert Baker is not. Fabio was a devoted husband and father. He was beloved, as I mentioned. He was charismatic, successful, highly intelligent, very kind, charming, and above all, honest. And he wanted the best for his family and friends. You're going to hear that on July 7th of 2023, the defendant's co-conspirator in this case, who she was indicted with, Robert Baker, pled no contest to the same charges and the special circumstance allegations that the defendant is facing in this case. He pled to the first-degree murder of Fabio Sementilli. He admitted the personal use of a knife, along with 2 special circumstances which the defendant also faces, that being murder for financial gain and murder by means of lying in wait, which I will describe for you probably during closing after the judge has read the jury instructions, or before, depending on how that works out. He also pled no contest to conspiracy to commit murder of Fabio. You're going to hear that he wasn't offered ever any deals. He pled open to the court. He pled no contest. You'll hear that's treated the same as a guilty plea. And the Honorable Judge Cohen here sentenced him to life without the possibility of parole. You're going to hear that Baker subsequently met numerous times with the defendant's attorney, as well as her investigator, without his own attorney present. You're going to hear that he provided at least...
Objection, Your Honor. That's objectionable based on the court's prior rulings and orders in this case.
It's overruled.
Again, you're going to hear that he met numerous times with the defendant's attorney and investigators without his attorney present, that he provided at least a dozen different versions of what happened with respect to the murder of Fabio Sementilli. You're going to hear that every time they interviewed him, he changed his story, that he started out with what I'll call and ridiculous is putting it lightly, a ridiculous, I'll call it the confession letter, where he actually blamed Fabio for his own death. And he framed it in terms of an apology letter to the defendant. You'll see that. Next time they interviewed him, he told a completely different account about the murder, indicating he did this murder so he could have the defendant all to himself. You're going to hear that in the initial apology letter version, he admitted he met up with the defendant at the local Target in Woodland Hills just prior to committing the version. As I said, his story continued to change, so in his next version, he denied they ever met at Target. In yet another version, he said the fact that they both happened to be at Target just before the murder was just a coincidence, that they were both there at the same time. You're going to hear that he alleged he thought for 7 years while he was in custody with the defendant that he'd be acquitted, but suddenly he had an epiphany, realized he was going to be convicted, and so he came into court and pled to the charges. You're going to hear that he told the defendant's attorney and investigator that he committed the murder with a guy by the name of Jaybird. When they interviewed him again and told him that another co-conspirator in this case, Christopher Austin, had been arrested, Baker changed his story, admitted he had lied about this individual Jaybird, that that was a name he had made up, as if that was something we couldn't have figured out for ourselves, and that he did bring Austin along as an extra set of eyes, he said, and had made up this person Jaybird. He told the defense attorneys that he was just trying to protect young Christopher Austin, and you're going to hear that's just as he's going to try to do here at trial with respect to the defendant. When Baker was interviewed yet again and told what Austin had said in interviews with law enforcement and the district attorney's office, you'll hear he changed his story yet again. In fact, every time they interviewed him and every time they told him more and more information, more and more evidence in the case, he would change his story to fit the evidence, to try and explain it away. And you'll hear that every time they went to interview him, he asked to see photos, to hear recordings, once again, so that he could manufacture testimony when he comes into this court to be able to explain away the evidence. And despite the fact that they interviewed him multiple times and that he lied repeatedly, he continually told the defense attorney and the investigator that he was telling the truth, yet he continued to lie over and over again. But the defense is going to tell you that he is a credible witness. In fact, he's going to be their star witness in this case. You're going to hear that he mentioned multiple times in recorded courthouse lockup conversations that he had with the defendant. And when I say recorded courthouse lockup conversations, I'm talking beyond this door right here. 2 of the dates occurred in Van Nuys at the very beginning before the case was transferred downtown to this court. And the other 4 occurred in the lockup, right behind this door. And you're going to hear that that area has recording devices. It also has cameras. And you're going to hear some of those recordings. They're hours and hours and hours long. And you're going to hear several hours, but you're not going to hear all of it. You're going to hear snippets, clips, portions. You're going to hear that the defendant mentioned multiple times in these lockup recordings, in her conversations with Baker, that Baker said he was going to lie, that he's going to testify for her, that she was not involved, and he's going to take the blame if it becomes necessary. And you're going to hear that recording. And you're also going to hear them plotting as they sat for hours every time they were brought out from their local jails to attend the court appearances over the years that their case wound its way through the system in this courthouse, in this lockup, in this courtroom. And I also want you to keep in mind, when I told you that Robert Baker was sentenced by Judge Cohen to life without parole, that means he faces 0 consequences if he gets up on the stand and lies, right? Because what do you do with a guy who you've already sentenced to life without parole? No consequences. By falsely testifying that the defendant had nothing to do with the murder of her husband, if he convinces you to find her not guilty, she gets to collect Fabio's life insurance proceeds. And you're going to hear about that. For over a year, the defendant and Baker had been having an intense sexual affair. Not just your typical affair, but they became obsessed with each other. They believed they were soulmates. You're going to see some writings indicating this. You're going to hear some recordings indicating this. And that they were destined to be together. You're going to hear that the defendant is a compulsive liar, just like Robert Baker. as she tried to maintain these completely different, these two separate lives. One with her family that included Fabio and her daughters, and the more exciting one that she was creating with Baker every time Fabio was at work or was traveling out of town on business. And you're going to learn that she enjoyed the risk of living this double life. Photograph on the right is obviously a photograph of them out at a restaurant. The photograph on the left, if you've ever FaceTimed anybody, you can see Baker, it looks like he's not wearing a shirt, and they are FaceTiming one another and recording it. You're also going to hear that the defendant sent over 300 videos and photographs, which included hundreds of naked photos of herself to Baker during the course of their affair. And while you're not going to see that evidence, because of its salacious or obscene nature that can't be brought into court, you're going to hear a detailed description of that evidence from various LAPD detectives who investigated this case over the years, including retired detective Mitzi Roberts. These photos and videos were recovered after their arrest from the defendant's iCloud account. I don't know how many of you have an iPhone, but if you do, you're probably aware that you can set up an iCloud account and that your iCloud account backs up what you have on your phone. Some of these photos were, as I said, found on Baker's backup. He had a Dropbox because, as I told you, the defendant, when she took these naked selfies of herself, she sent them to Baker and he stored them on his Dropbox, also on SD cards that you can use in a phone or a camera. It's an external hard drive of types. And you're going to hear that this evidence demonstrates the defendant's private life with Robert Baker versus the public image that she was projecting regarding her life with Fabio and her family. Not only was the defendant having an affair with Baker, but they were also swinging with other people. Some of you might be too young to remember what that word even means. But they were swinging with other people, meaning that they were having sex with other individuals as groups or three-ways, that the defendant was having sex with other men while Baker watched, sometimes over Skype, and that a lot of those photographs were also found in her iCloud account or in Baker's Dropbox, or both. You're going to hear they used a specific website for this lifestyle lounge, an explicit swinger website, in order to communicate with third parties and set up dates for group sex. You're going to hear that lifestyle lounge allows individuals and couples to register social style accounts in order to meet one another across the country. You're going to hear that over 1,500 log entries were found on the defendant's iPhone web history between July 2nd of 2016 and July 13th, 2017 for this particular website. You're also going to hear that additional entries were found on her tablet. You're going to hear she had an LG tablet. You heard in the indictment about the amount of communications. This is a chart that sort of lays some of this out for you. Again, these are phone numbers you're going to want to jot down and be familiar with because it tells you the communications between the defendant's iPhone mobile number, 818-424-4213, and Baker's cell phone number. And I already told you about that number, 213-272-1093. These are communications that took place between December of 2015 and their date of arrest, June 14th of 2017. You're going to learn that initially the defendant used her iPhone mobile number to communicate with Baker's Samsung Android mobile phone, and subsequently they started using encrypted applications encrypted applications and burner phones in order to communicate. Their burner phones were never found as they dumped them before their arrest, and you're going to hear some of their jail recorded lockup overhears talking about their destruction of evidence.
So for any time in the next 10 minutes, you find that it's available for a break, let me know.
Very good, Your Honor. Let me just finish this
Go
one
ahead.
chart. This chart gives you a rough idea of the sheer volume of communications between the defendant and her lover, co-conspirator, Robert Baker, as I said, during this period. And you can see the amount of communications, the amount of text messages versus the amount of calls. It also gives you percentages. So that means when you're talking about 49.8% of Sementilli's cellular communications were with Baker, that means almost half of all of her communications on her phone were not with her husband, not with her children, not with her friends. They were with one individual, that being the defendant, her co-defendant, previous co-defendant, in this case, Robert Baker.
Good time?
Yes.
Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. We'll be back here in 15 minutes.
Conspirator Baker began to file hear from our All right. As I previously mentioned, the defendant and her co-conspirator Baker began communicating using encrypted apps. In this case, they used Viber, they used WhatsApp, and they also used unregistered burner phones. Although we'll never know exactly when, sometime prior to January of 2017, the defendant and Robert Baker came up with a plan to murder Fabio, and that is a conspiracy. When two people agree to something and share the same intent and intend to carry out the crime, and one of them, as you heard during jury selection, at least one co-conspirator commits an overt act. I think the judge read to you approximately 56 of them. The conspiracy is complete. You're going to hear that you don't have to have a formal agreement. A conspiracy isn't where you sit down and write it up. It can be inferred from the facts and from the conduct of the parties. You're going to hear that due to the use of these encrypted apps, forensic experts can't access the content of their communications as if they could on a regular text. So we don't have that. Only the sender and the recipient can read the messages. The sent messages are scrambled into an unreadable code, which therefore means it's been encrypted. And there's no way for those encrypted messages, those communications to be intercepted and read. And even the app companies themselves tell you that they themselves can't unscramble the messages. These conversations using encrypted apps are private, secure, and completely secret. You're going to hear that's why encrypted applications are often used by criminals. Viber was the encrypted application the defendant and Baker used prior to the murder. And immediately after the murder, they switched to using WhatsApp, a different encrypted application. In addition to the use of the encrypted applications and burner phones, both the defendant and Baker deleted these apps from their phones and therefore also deleted almost all the associated data. However, what you're going to hear through forensic cell phone experts is that remnants or artifacts from these encrypted apps still remained on their cell phones that we were able to recover, and indicated that they had previously used these encrypted apps, and you'll hear about this from various experts in digital forensics. In addition to that, in the defendant's phone, under voicemails, she had saved a voicemail from Baker on December 17th of 2016 saying, just called, talk to you on Viber. So you'll hear that as corroboration regarding the encrypted apps. You're also going to hear that the defendant's Apple iCloud account associated with her iPhone shows several Viber app updates in April of 2016 to January of 2017. So again, we know she had that app installed during that time period at the very least. You'll hear that the LAPD subpoenaed business records from multiple companies throughout their investigation. The defendant used AT&T as her service provider for her iPhone. AT&T business records include a web browsing history for the defendant's mobile account for that 818 number, 424-4213. And the records show 433 entries for Viber between February 12th of 2016 and April 11th of 2017 on her account. Again, more corroboration. As I mentioned, the defendant sent numerous graphic photos of herself to Baker. Whenever you see this, that's what this represents. You're going to hear that law enforcement served search warrants on Baker's Dropbox. To Dropbox, they found approximately 28 sexually explicit photos of the defendant in Baker's Dropbox during the month of February of 2016. As I mentioned before, retired detective Mitzi Roberts reviewed this evidence, and she's going to testify about these. Now, in the middle of her affair on February 8th of 2016, this is about at 9:53 p.m., the defendant posted on Instagram. She posted a photo that you don't see here of herself and Fabio from what appeared to be their wedding, with the caption that you see here, 19 years and counting. Because, of course, she's trying to maintain the appearance with her husband and family that she is still a devoted wife and mother. After an apparent date night with Fabio on February 12th of 2016 at 9:26, the defendant posted another photo of herself and Fabio with glasses of wine and this caption that you see here. Later that same night, after her date night with her husband, she sent a nude selfie of herself to Baker. As the defendant was living these two separate lives, she continued to socialize with her friends, including Elise and Faye, who knew nothing about the affair. This is a photo that was taken February 20th of 2016 at approximately 7:23 p.m. What you don't see here is that later that same evening at approximately 9 p.m., the defendant is at Baker's apartment. And the reason that we know that is because there are naked pictures. And the defendant sent multiple nude photos of herself earlier on this same day from her home. You can see from the background in those photos to Baker. There's also a naked picture of the defendant later that night, as I said, at around 9 p.m. Of the defendant at Baker's apartment, found on Baker's Dropbox. Conveniently, Fabio had left town for an event in Miami that day, so the defendant was free to engage in her activities. I want to point out that it isn't just the photos that tell the relationship between the defendant and her co-conspirator, Robert Baker. Baker's Dropbox photos are just glimpses into their separate lives because no one takes photos of absolutely everything. So it just gives us a glimpse. It gives us snapshots. These are photographs taken of them out, one in February and one in March of 2016. Again, during the month of March of 2016, approximately 9 sexually explicit photos of the defendant were recovered from Baker's Dropbox, which, again, will be described for you. as I said, it isn't just the sexually graphic photos in the iCloud and the Dropbox, but it was also their behavior in front of certain friends that demonstrated the true nature of their relationship. You're going to see that the defendant and Baker went out on dates with certain friends, and they held themselves out as lovers, as a couple, as partners, and you can see that here. On the photograph on the top left, you can see Ricardo Cabrera and Sheila Salahian, a married couple. You see Monica across the table. And again, this was a night that they went out on a double date, March 12th of 2016, to a restaurant in the valley called Delmonico's, where they ate lobster. Sheila and Ricardo, you're going to hear more about them in a little while. Once again, Fabio is out of town on business. He's in Minnesota at the time, so he has no idea what's going on behind his back as he's traveling for business. He was completely unaware. He never saw what was coming because the defendant would routinely lie and tell Fabio and their daughters, her family, and friends that she was going out with girlfriends for dinner, but really she was over at Baker's apartment most of the time having sex. As Fabio traveled a lot for work, his professional assistant, Alicia Truesdale at Wella, would routinely send Fabio and the defendant his itinerary and his travel plan. When Fabio was gone, as I said, the defendant would hook up with Baker. On occasion, she even had Baker over to have sex at the house in her bed. This is an example that you see here, Alicia's photograph on the top left of the type of itinerary that Alicia would always send both to the defendant and Fabio so that the defendant could keep track of his schedule and his travels and when he was going out of town, the exact times he would be picked up by limo services, when he was returning, what hotels he was staying at, and the like. So, again, we know that Fabio was out of town at the same time that the defendant and Baker were on that double date with Sheila and Ricardo, as you can see by this document here. Since the defendant always knew when Fabio would be traveling and where he would be, it made it very easy for her to be able to plan and live her secret life with Baker. While knowing where your husband was at all times would make it easy to hide an affair, knowing such information, as you can all imagine, was instrumental in setting him up to be murdered. On one of the occasions when Fabio was out of town, the defendant had Baker stay over at the family home. That's while her two teenage daughters were also there, and she got caught. Her older daughter, Jessica, who you'll hear from, found Baker sleeping in the defendant's bed one morning. And the defendant lied to her, convinced her that although Baker had slept over, she herself had slept in a separate room along with Sheila Salahian because they all had too much to drink the night before and couldn't drive. And of course, this was a complete fabrication. And as you'll hear from Sheila, she never slept over. She would never have been over at Monica's house, of course, without her husband, Ricardo. And so, of course, we know the defendant slept with the defendant in her bed. Beyond the fact that, again, as I'm starting to show you some of the lies that she told to her family, she also used her daughter because she made her daughter promise not to tell Fabio when he came back from business that Baker had slept over, so that she's therefore teaching her daughter to lie. Throughout their relationship, the defendant would often pose for photos, which Baker took, that they used for their swinging lifestyle. These are three of the most tame. You're going to hear details about them, about the volume of them that were taken, again, while the defendant was either half naked or showing off her private parts, although, again, they're too graphic to show in court. Approximately 36 sexually explicit photos of the defendant were recovered from Baker's Dropbox, taken during the month of April of 2016, which you'll hear about. In June of 2016, the defendant and Fabio decided to get a new home surveillance system, and you're going to hear that Fabio initially reached out to this company, First Digital Surveillance, on June 23rd of 2016. You're going to hear that after that date, the defendant took over the communications with the owner of the company, Sean Abdul Khan, who will be testifying. One of the main features the defendant told Khan that she personally wanted was the ability to monitor her home surveillance cameras remotely from her phone. Remember, this is 2017. This might be very common now. Back in 2017, it wasn't quite as common, but it was something that you were able to do. After the install of the surveillance system, the defendant was provided with the application that allowed her to do this. And you're going to hear that Fabio was not computer savvy and did not have the app on his cell phone. This is a critical piece of evidence in this case, as it allowed the defendant to monitor who was coming and going from her phone, from her home, and when Fabio would be there alone. This made it possible for her to set up the timeline for the murder of her husband. Conveniently, on the date of install, June 28th of 2016, the defendant was the only one home when the owner of First Digital, Sean Khan, came to the residence with one of his installers. That was a day where Monica received an itinerary, and Fabio was at a work event at the Hilton in Universal City. So she was the only one home. This here shows emails from the defendant's Hotmail account showing her approving the First Digital contract and confirming approval to proceed with the installation of the surveillance system, back and forth with Sean Khan. This aerial of their home at 5012 Queen Victoria Road, where the Sementilli family lived at the time and where Fabio was murdered, shows the placement of the 4 new exterior CCTV cameras and their angles or general direction. A new monitor for the surveillance system was placed in the kitchen on the counter. The DVR box that contained the recordings from the surveillance system, which was not cloud-based, if you know what I'm talking about, was installed on top of a cabinet in the garage out of sight. You can see it to the left of that of the monitor. That's actually, this is a picture taken after the murder. That's where the monitor was placed, but on top of the cabinet there is where the actual DVR box was hooked up, installed where it lived. If the DVR was stolen because the system was not cloud-based, any recordings from those cameras would obviously be lost because they weren't backed up to any type of server. They remained on the box, the DVR box. By the way, that's a picture of the Porsche that Fabio bought, parked in his garage, which you'll hear more about. IDMSS Lite was the app First Digital used, and Sean Khan told the defendant she would need to download in order to remotely live stream her cameras from her cell phone. The app allowed the user to remotely log in and view a live video feed of their home CCTV cameras by connecting to the home's IP address if you had the correct login credentials and password to set up for the system. After install, First Digital sent defendant directions to download this app and to set up a password in order to remotely access the surveillance system cameras through her phone. She exchanged text messages with Khan on that same day, June 28th of 2016. She initially indicated she had problems connecting her phone to the new surveillance system, but immediately after, she texted Khan back that she successfully installed the app on her phone and was able to access her camera system. You're going to hear that Khan and his support team confirmed that the Sementilli's surveillance system, DVR, had a unique IP address, which was part of the logon or login credentials. The Apple iCloud business records that were subpoenaed that are associated with the defendant obtained pursuant to a warrant show that the IDMS Lite app was installed on her phone on that day, June 28th of 2016, the same day as the installation. Another critical piece of evidence to note, on that same day, after the installation, the defendant forwarded the email instructions from First Digital to Robert Baker, along with her IP address, which is unique, her login credentials, and her password. You will learn that she had Baker stored under a fake name as Diane Racquetball in her contacts, in her email account and phone, to be able to hide her communication. She forwarded the email instructions that she had received from Sean Kahn, her private security code and password, to Baker. That meant he could secretly watch who was also coming and going from the Sementilli home in order to set up the murder. Based on this evidence and numerous other evidentiary items that I'll continue to talk about throughout the day, you're going to learn that the defendant was not only an active participant in this conspiracy to murder her husband, but also that she was the mastermind, and without her, this murder would not have occurred. Here you can see the forwarded DVR instructions from the defendant's email sent to Robert Baker's email was one of only 4 emails she ever deleted from her Hotmail email account. You're going to hear about this from LAPD Robbery Homicide Division Officer Curtis Davis. He's an expert in cyber investigations, and he's going to tell you the forwarded email with the login directions was discovered in the defendant's deleted emails folder that's titled Deletions after her arrest. He also determined that the email address diane@rball1.com and another rball1.com domain was registered to Baker in May of 2015 and renewed in May of 2017. So we know that who she sent that to was, in fact, Robert Baker. Also, within her email account, her contact list included an entry for Diane@rball1, and she had a nickname, or what's referred to in cyber investigation terms, a quick name for that email account was listed actually as Rob, and she had his 213 phone number that we talked about. Later on June 28th of 2016, after the installation and after the defendant forwarded the email to Baker, Google location data associated with Baker's Gmail account shows his cell phone in the vicinity of the Sementilli residence at 5012 Queen Victoria Road, so close that it connected to the Sementilli Wi-Fi, which was saved in his phone, and you'll hear about that. On July 7th of 2016, the defendant again was at Baker's apartment on Independence, cooking and drinking wine while naked in his kitchen. You'll hear another detailed description of those photographs that were found in Baker's Dropbox. Approximately 6 days later, on July 13th of 2016, 3:50 p.m., the defendant posted on Instagram a photo of Fabio with this caption that you see here, maintaining the appearance of being a loving wife. On July 18th of 2016, the defendant forwarded an email regarding Fabio. He had an upcoming business trip in Las Vegas. You'll hear about this. This is called the Trend Vision show that they had annually, which was set for the week of July 22nd to 28th of 2016. She forwarded this email to Baker. The defendant was planning on attending the show. It was being held at the Aria. It's a big event every year, and the Aria Hotel is where Fabio and the defendant stayed during this week for the Trend Vision award shows. Again, after the defendant forwarded this email with the itinerary from Fabio's work, the defendant deleted that forwarded email, and that was, again, a second of the 4 emails found in her deletions folder. Forwarded it to Baker. On July 25th of 2016, Fabio was the MC for the Trend Vision Award show at the Aria. You see him here on the left. On the right, you see a photograph of the defendant with Fabio's sister Morella. As I mentioned, she's also in the hair industry as a platform artist and a hair artist at the time. She attended the show. And she's going to testify, as will others, that while Fabio was busy working during the daytime in meetings and in preparations and rehearsals for the shows at night, the defendant had plenty of time to herself and would have had time to meet up with Baker in Las Vegas, given that she sent him the itinerary. In fact, independent evidence shows Baker was at the Aria during this time period, according to charges on his Chase account. On July 24th, he has a charge for self-parking at the Aria Hotel and also an ATM withdrawal from the hotel there that day where Monica was staying with Fabio. Again, in August of 2016, there's approximately 16 sexually explicit photos of the defendant, 14 of which are of the defendant having sex with other men, found in Baker's Dropbox. Same thing in September of 2016. More sexually explicit photos of the defendant having sex with a different man were found in Baker's Dropbox. In October of 2016, once again, multiple sexually explicit photos of the defendant were found in Baker's Dropbox. On November 3rd of 2016, you can see for yourself what the defendant had been planning for her future. You can see her own words written in lipstick. This is Baker's bedroom in his apartment on Independence. This is his mirror where the defendant is getting dressed. You can see we've placed a privacy box across her backside in the red circle. You can see Baker, who's taking this picture, in the background. And on the mirror in lipstick, the defendant has written the words, Mrs. Baker. This is a photograph that was found in Baker's Dropbox. You're going to hear about the defendant's desire to change her last name away from Sementilli to Baker through witnesses, including Ron and Michelle Ray, as well as during recorded courthouse lockup conversations, again here in the back, between the defendant and Baker while they were awaiting trial in this matter after their arrest in June of 2017. You're going to hear that the defendant mentioned on more than one occasion that she hated being called Sementilli, that's her word, and planned to change her last name, even though her 2 daughters have obviously the last name of their father, Sementilli. You're also going to see that she used Mrs. Baker in several jail letters that are referred to as kites in the criminal justice system that she sent to Baker. And you can see that those are her signature from various jail letters on the right side. So you can see that it's the same writing that she wrote on Baker's mirror in November of 2016. Planning on changing her last name to Mrs. Baker. On that same day that I just showed you the photograph of her writing in lipstick on Baker's bedroom mirror, November 3rd, Baker sent Facebook messages to a friend named Michael Spence at about 2:45 in the afternoon about his girlfriend. He mentioned he's not married, but he's involved with a 44-year-old professor. I told you the defendant taught a class on salon management at some community college back in Toronto years before. But again, she's somebody who likes to embellish, lie, exaggerate, and also appearances are important to her. And so probably that's what she told Baker. And you can see here that Baker says they've been together for about a year and that they're probably going to start living together in 3 months. Well, if you count out from November 3rd to the date where Fabio was murdered, January 23rd of 2017. That would be the exact time frame that Baker is talking about. In this text message, Baker also mentioned she has 2 teenage daughters that are going to be going to school, and after that, he and the defendant will be free and clear. Baker goes on to tell his friend that he can stay with them after he and the defendant move in together. So you can see plans are in the works. On November 12th, 2016, Baker communicates again via Facebook Messenger with his good friend in Las Vegas, Ron Ray, who's going to travel here and testify. Again, Robert Baker says he's been with his girl for a year now, which takes us back to, obviously, somewhere around 2015. Again, he says she's 44, Italian, a college professor. You can see here that Ron Ray is asking for a picture. Ron wants to know if they're living together, and Rob says, no, not yet, but it's coming soon. You can see that there on the bottom. He and the defendant are obviously already planning to murder Fabio and live together. As Ron requested, Baker sends these pictures of the defendant on the left playing racquetball and the photograph of he and the defendant together to his friend Ron Ray, and that's on November 12th. So what this all means is that the defendant had a problem. She had a big problem. She had, in essence, created 2 worlds for herself. The comfortable life with the luxuries Fabio had earned. She didn't have to work. She had free time to go to the gym, play racquetball, shop, cook, see friends, travel, have sex with her lover. And then the other world that she created with Robert Baker, who she believed was really her true soulmate. And at some point she realized these 2 worlds, they couldn't continue to coexist. But like I said, she had a problem. And her problem was a money problem. She couldn't support herself. She didn't have a job. She liked to live well. They had really nice cars. I told you there were 4 members of the Sementilli family. Each of them had a car, so they had 4 cars. She liked to buy clothes, shoes, whatever she wanted. She enjoyed going on these fancy vacations. But she needed money. And divorce wasn't an option because she came from an Italian Catholic family, which she and Baker discussed in recorded lockup conversations, once again, that you're going to hear about. She also, as I mentioned multiple times, cared about appearances, and she knew if she divorced Fabio, who was so beloved, even by her family, he was someone who took care of her family when they needed it. For someone with no future, a sex offender, a registered sex offender like Robert Baker, she would be disowned. She would be shunned. She would be cut out from her social circle, and especially from her Italian family, who loved Fabio like a son. So this leads us to the issue of motive. And as you heard during jury selection, motive is not an element we have to prove, but it's a big issue in this case. Financial gain as a special circumstance is one of the motives in this case. So she and Baker decided that Fabio was getting in the way of their future plans to be together, for her to become Mrs. Baker. If she divorced Fabio, she was going to lose her social standing and many, if not all, of her friends. Her family would never forgive her, and they would never accept somebody like Robert Baker, who, as I said, was nothing like Fabio. But if her beloved husband was murdered, people would feel sorry for her. She would be a victim. And therefore, they might forgive and accept what they would think were just poor decisions by somebody who was a sad, grieving widow. Also, as you're going to hear, if Fabio was murdered, she stood to inherit a great deal of money through Fabio's insurance policy, his stock options, and other assets. he had set up through his hard work for his family's benefit. That was the whole point of leaving the hairdressing world to become a VP in this big company. And the defendant realized that the only way to maintain a reputation as Fabio's devoted wife and a mother to their children without the risk of turning everyone against her was to become a victim. The only way to get rid of Fabio and shed her old life without losing the lifestyle to which she was accustomed was to kill her husband. So instead of being seen as this self-centered, ungrateful liar in chief, everyone would feel sorry for her because she would become Fabio's devastated widow who lost the love of her life. And what you're going to learn very quickly from the evidence is that the defendant is a master at manipulation and also a very convincing actor. In fact, you're going to hear she bragged about what a great actress she is to certain witnesses in this case, and that she used Fabio's murder so she could get a deal on a new car for her daughter when her daughter got in an accident, and to buy herself a brand new Mustang. And so at some point in 2016, a conspiracy was happening. The defendant and her lover killed Fabio in order to create their life together. True to form, the defendant left it to someone else to do her dirty work for her. She left it up to Baker to determine how to get the job done. He was a criminal. He had friends. He had ways of getting things like this done. And as you heard, according to conspiracy law, you don't have to know everybody in the conspiracy. You don't have to be friends with them. You don't have to know what role they're going to play. Robert Baker, who had friends who were loyal to him, like a young guy named Christopher Austin, who would do whatever Baker asked him to do and not ask a lot of questions. He was Baker's patsy, I'm going to call it. And at the end of last year, 2024, law enforcement finally had put together sufficient evidence to arrest and charge Baker's crime companion after 7 years of only having the defendant and Baker charged on this case. They finally thought that they had sufficient evidence to arrest who they knew went to the crime scene with Baker, this guy, Chris Austin. He was initially investigated by Detective Mitzi Roberts, you're going to hear about. She started putting records together, evidence together, but it was thin. And then you're going to hear after she retired, Detectives Farrell and Byers dug in a little deeper, got more records, and came across some more evidence that they believed was sufficient in order for them to set up an operation in Vancouver, Washington, where Christopher Austin was now living with his wife and baby. You're going to hear that at the time of the murder, he actually lived in Alaska. This is Chris Austin. You're going to hear that LAPD officers from Robbery Homicide Division, where Detective Roberts worked and where Detective Farrell and Byers worked, took a team of officers, went up to Vancouver, Washington, coordinated an operation with law enforcement up there where they knew Austin was living, and they arrested him. And they placed him in a cell, you're going to hear, with an undercover law enforcement agent who posed as his cellmate. You're going to hear that this is a completely legal type of undercover operation that is sometimes used by law enforcement. And you're going to hear that Austin made various statements to his, what he thought was his cellmate, his cellie. And he only told a very small part of the story because he was very hesitant to speak, as you can imagine, to someone he didn't even know about this murder he had committed. It was, as you'll hear, his first arrest. He had never been in trouble before. He hadn't even met with a lawyer yet. And you're going to hear when referring to the defendant in his conversations with his cellmate, Austin said he didn't even really know her. But again, as you've heard, that doesn't matter. Because although he had met the defendant on more than one occasion, they weren't friends. They certainly didn't run in the same social circle. And Austin told his cellmate that law enforcement, in their conversations with him, they knew about the burner phones, they knew about everything. Because these detectives, when they went up to conduct this operation, were well prepared. And you're going to hear that the undercover cellmate, after listening to Austin talk to the LAPD detectives who came to the cell door to say, look, we know about this. We know about that. So don't think you can lie to us. The cellmate, the undercover agent, says to Austin, to me it sounded like it's the bitch who planned everything. Because again, these agents know that they have to talk in a way, use language in a way such that they will be trusted by the individual that they're put into the cell with. And Austin's statement from the very beginning was, yeah, she did. And you're going to hear the cellmate asked what was the reason for the murder, and Austin responded, life insurance. Austin told his cellmate how on the day of the murder, he and Baker drove up a hill and parked the car. Then they ran up the hill to the house. And you're going to hear that that actually is consistent. The Sementilli home was located on a hill on Queen Victoria. Austin told his cellmate that they were in a rental car, which I'm going to talk about in a little while. Austin also admitted that they stabbed the victim in the neck, possibly 3 times. And Austin admitted that he himself had stabbed the victim once. Had he just been a lookout, had he had some other role, perhaps he wouldn't now be convicted of murder. But once he admitted to personally stabbing and admitting that, the only charge had to be a murder charge. And so you're going to hear that instead of trying to push the blame over onto Baker, which is what criminals often do, it wasn't me, it was that guy, which is what you're going to hear Baker do for the defendant. Austin took the blame. He said, I personally stabbed him in the neck once. He said he didn't know what Baker took, but he admitted they stole the victim's vehicle. He also admitted that he got some gold coins from the house. And Austin said that he left that night, left town, went home, and spoke to Baker after he got back home in the days after the murder on a burner phone. And you're going to hear that Austin stated from the very beginning, I believe she set the whole thing up. You're going to hear that in addition to the recordings that went on in the cell, that the detectives, along with my trial partner, Heather Stagel, interviewed Chris Austin in Vancouver, Washington. You're going to hear that he was Mirandized, that he agreed to speak to the detectives and asked to speak to the DA who was there without his attorney. He told some of the details of the story that night, but not the entire story until he was extradited to Los Angeles and met with his lawyer. You're going to hear that at the time, as I mentioned, not only did he not have a criminal record, but he was working for the state of Oregon as a probation and a parole officer for juveniles. He had no prior record. You're going to hear that he knew Baker as a childhood friend through his father, and that he had worked for Baker at the age of 19 for 2 to 3 years as his personal assistant, that they lived together in Las Vegas as well as in the Los Angeles area. You're going to hear that these detectives showed him a photo of the defendant, and Austin admitted that he had seen the defendant, Monica Sementilli, before at a gym 6 to 7 months prior to the murder, and that was at LA Fitness when he came into town and went with Baker to the gym, and that he even played racquetball when he was in town to visit Baker in 2016 with the defendant. He also told them that he had even been to her home before the murder, that he went to the house with Baker several months prior, and he told the detectives that the defendant and Baker were doing kissy-kissy at her house. In July of 2016, he told detectives that he went to Las Vegas with Baker and that they stayed with their mutual friend, Al Birdsong, someone he referred to as Uncle Bird. You're going to hear that he referred to Baker as Uncle Rob, and Al Birdsong, who at the time was working for the Department of Homeland Security, they referred to him as Uncle Bird. This was the same time, remember, July 2016, when I told you about the defendant sending the itinerary for Fabio's Trend Vision award shows in 2016, when she was there with Fabio, that he and Baker also went to Vegas during that time period. And you're going to hear that the detectives were tipped off to this by another witness in this case, Paula McCullum, who you'll hear about a little later. During this interview that occurred in Vancouver, Washington, on January 22nd of 2017, Austin told them that he flew into LAX to commit the murder and that Baker picked him up. These detectives already knew that. They already had the record. The next day, on January 23rd of 2017, Austin said he just did what Uncle Rob told him to do. Rob told him it was time to go at some point because the defendant said the victim was in the house alone. Rob, again, parked this rental car he was driving, and they ran up there to the victim's house. And you're going to see that that was captured on surveillance video, and I'm going to play that for you later. He told the detectives that he entered the Sementilli home with Baker, that they found the victim on the back patio. He admitted that Baker held Fabio down and stabbed him in the neck twice, and that he himself, Austin, stabbed Fabio in the neck once. And that afterwards they fled in Fabio's Porsche, and that Baker gave him some gold coins. Unfortunately for him, what law enforcement dug up was that 45 minutes after that murder, Austin was ticketed driving that rental car, the same rental car that they drove to the crime scene that day. And once Rob Baker learned that Austin had been ticketed in the rental car, Rob knew he had to get Austin out of there. So he told him, you have to get out of here. You're not supposed to leave till tomorrow, but you need to change your plans and your ticket and leave now. And you're going to hear that Baker dropped him off at a shuttle, the Van Nuys flyaway, that took him to the terminal at LAX. And you're going to hear that he told these detectives that after he returned home, Baker gave him some money to buy a burner phone, and that he and Baker then communicated on their respective burner phones, that Rob got a new phone as well. And the two of them then communicated on these burner phones.
Figured another slide. We're going to do this. With that in mind, any time during the case,
I get to sit during Please excuse me if my voice cracks and I drink water as I'm doing this. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm going to be talking all day. You're going to hear that in this case, once Austin was extradited to Los Angeles on the charges, he met with his lawyer And then he had what's referred to sometimes as a proffer interview. That means that there's paperwork that goes up the chain of command in the DA's office that a charged defendant in a criminal case wants to make a statement to the DA and to law enforcement in exchange perhaps for testifying at trial. And you're going to hear that anytime you have a conspiracy case like this where a defendant requests a deal, there's as I said, a protocol. And you're going to see the type of paperwork and hear about the type of paperwork, as you see here, that gets generated. So in a case like this, as I mentioned during jury selection, we may elect to use a participant like Austin in order to give the jury details you otherwise wouldn't have. A behind-the-scenes look, so to speak, to give you additional evidence so that you're able to perhaps evaluate the testimony of, let's say, a witness like Robert Baker when he gets on the stand properly. Additional evidence to assist you in making decisions. I'm sure you've heard the phrase before on television shows that sometimes the government makes deals with smaller fish to get the bigger fish. And you're going to hear that in this case, Austin was in a very different position as a defendant than Baker, given his lack of criminal record and the way he was brought into this conspiracy, or from the defendant who orchestrated the entire thing for her own benefit. And you're going to hear that Austin talked about Baker like he was family. He was a close friend of his dad's back from South or North Carolina and had grown up with him and then worked for him, as I mentioned. And you're going to hear that in November of 2024, he and his lawyer sat down with my partner and I and the detectives and gave a recorded statement. And that he was told that he would be given no promises in exchange for anything that day until his statement was vetted and corroborated by independent evidence. And that whatever he told us that day couldn't be used against him unless he got up on the stand and lied. Then we could use it for impeachment purposes or to say, you said this before. However, we weren't going to make him any promises or any deals that day. So he had to do this on a leap of faith along with his lawyer. That he believed he had information to provide that would assist us, assist a jury in a case like this. And you're going to hear that he laid out some parts of the planning that went into the conspiracy, that the parts that he knew of at least, that began in 2016. And that he went through the details of his trip with Baker to Las Vegas in July of 2016, when I told you the defendant was there with Fabio and Morella for the Trend Vision show, that he flew to Los Angeles on Baker's dime, and then he and Baker drove to Vegas, that they went to Birdsong's house, that every time they were in Vegas, they stayed with Al Birdsong. He believes, he remembers he and Baker actually went to the Aria. He may have even met with the defendant at the Aria, but he doesn't have a clear memory of that now, all these years later. However, while he was in Vegas, he and Baker and Birdsong talked about how to go about killing the defendant's husband. And Baker said he needed Austin to help him take out Fabio, that the defendant was the one who wanted it done, and that Baker and Birdsong and he talked about what to do, and they ruled out a shooting because it would cause too much noise, and that Baker wanted Austin to do the crime alone because no one really knew him in the LA area. And the plan was then that they formulated that they were going to stab Fabio in the neck, stab him to death. And that Baker was on the phone a lot with the defendant. And that Baker and the defendant wanted Austin to come to Los Angeles in early January of 2017 to commit the murder because the victim was supposed to, according to Austin, be traveling somewhere in late January. And indeed, a piece of corroborating evidence came out. Fabio was supposed to be traveling for business on Saturday, January 28th, 2017 to Boston. That's information that could only have obviously come from the defendant. And Austin talked about how when he came to Los Angeles, he went to LA Fitness, maybe sometime, he thought, in September or October of 2016, and he played racquetball with the defendant. And later that night, he and Baker went to the defendant's home, and it was just the three of them there. And she ordered pizza. And he watched television and ate pizza on the couch while Baker and the defendant went off to have sex. And that they showed him, defendant showed him the patio area where Fabio liked to hang out that I told you about. And Baker and the defendant told Austin that's where Fabio likes to hang out, because remember, the plan was for Austin to commit the crime alone. Baker and Austin also spoke by phone in December of 2016, and the topic of the insurance money came up. Baker told him the victim bought a brand new fucking Porsche. He got money. And Baker said the defendant was going to get some money after this murder. And Baker told Austin, if you do this, I'll get her to give you some of the money from her life insurance, really meaning Fabio's life. And that Baker was talking numbers in the area between $30,000 to $50,000 for Austin coming out, committing this murder and helping out his friend Baker. But Austin never spoke to the defendant directly about the murder. But again, the law says that doesn't matter. After the Las Vegas trip, Baker and Austin continued to discuss the murder and its planning to commit this murder of Fabio Sementilli. And Baker sent Austin some money. At some point, he sends him an ATM card you're going to hear about. He also sends him money to buy airline tickets to fly to LAX on January 22nd of 2017. And I told you the detectives, they had already tracked down all of that information. However, shockingly, what comes out of Austin's mouth during our interview of him in November of last year was something no one ever knew. He says he flew in January 22nd. We knew that Baker had picked him up at LAX that morning. We knew that Austin left his cell phone home at Baker's direction so he couldn't be tracked. He admitted that he knew he was coming into town to commit this murder. We know per cellular data, as you'll hear from a forensic expert, that Baker left his apartment around 6:30 in the morning that day, arrived at LAX at 7 a.m. Alaska airline records show Austin arrived at 7:34 a.m. Baker and Austin then leave LAX around 8 a.m. per Robert Baker's cellular data, and they return to the San Fernando Valley where Baker lived on Independence and Canoga Park around 8:30 in the morning, again, per cellular data. And then came the shocking part. The defendant calls Baker at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Austin. And she tells him she's going to send Fabio out to pick up dinner. She's going to send her husband out to pick up dinner that night. And they decide that Austin is going to murder Fabio at this location when Fabio goes to pick up food for Monica and the girls and him to eat that night. And this was an extremely significant piece of evidence that corroborated things we had not known about. None of this was ever known. None of it was ever noticed in going through the evidence that it was potentially relevant that Fabio went somewhere that night to pick up food until Austin gave this interview on November 18th and November 20th at the end of last year to the LAPD detectives and my partner and I. And at that point, we were able to go back to look at the defendant's record, to look at Baker's record, to look at Fabio's mobile device record and confirm exactly what Austin told us. All of this was corroborated and captured by cellular data from Baker's cell phone, and you're going to hear about this from a forensic geolocation expert witness, Cy Ray. After the call from the defendant saying she's sending Fabio out to pick up food, Baker and Austin drive away from Baker's apartment on Independence to the area of 19548 Ventura Boulevard in the Valley. This is a strip mall location where there's a pho restaurant. Some people say pho, some people say pho. It's a restaurant where they serve noodles and other types of Chinese food. While in the area of this restaurant, Foso 1, you're going to hear the defendant and Baker exchange 69 encrypted Viber messages between 3:30 in the afternoon and 6 p.m. You're going to hear about that from Cy Ray. Baker and Austin waited at this location for several hours for Fabio to arrive. And during his interview, you're going to see here what's circled. Austin marked the location where Baker parked while they waited for Fabio to arrive. The defendant was going to tell them. And Baker told Austin, hey, Fabio's a big dude. And you're going to hear Fabio was, in fact, a very large man. And Baker showed Austin a picture of Fabio on his phone. Baker also described that Fabio was going to be driving a truck, a dark-colored blue or black truck. And then at some point, Baker tells Austin he got a text from the defendant letting them know that Fabio should be there at the location. Now, this activity is also seen on the defendant's as well as Fabio Sementilli's iPhone text messages in reference to the pho restaurant at this Ventura Boulevard location that I mentioned. At 6 p.m., Fabio is in the immediate area of this location. It was called Pho Cal. It's now called Foso 1. Fabio is the area highlighted in the green. Baker is still in the area per his cell data, and that's what you see here highlighted in red. And you'll hear about what all this means, as I said, from a geolocation expert. You'll hear that when told Fabio arrived, Baker told Austin to get out of the car and do the job. And Austin got out of Baker's vehicle. He says he went around some pillars. We didn't know what location he was talking about at the time, and you can see there are pillars from this back parking lot to the front of the shopping center, and he saw Fabio's truck parked in the lot. And he circled, as you see on the right, the location where he saw Fabio's truck parked. And Austin identifies that location of where that was on the night of January 22nd. And then he sees Fabio coming out of the pho place with a bag in his hands, but Austin gets nervous because he's not a criminal, and he goes back to Baker's vehicle and says he couldn't do it. But we would never have known that that was the night that they planned to murder Fabio. That was an attempted murder. Never knew about this until the end of November of last year.
Is this a good time to break for lunch?
Sure.
Take our lunch recess until 1:30. As always, the admonition applies not to discuss this case among yourselves or if anyone else in the form express any opinion or the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. See you at 1:30.
So they're, sorry, breaking for lunch, but that is a long lunch break. That's like a 3-hour lunch break. All right, so I'll recap it after all of this. Yeah, basically, Miss Silverman, she talks. Oh boy, we're frozen.
I think
Sorry.
he just as you Austin when he was Angeles,
Okay.
and how he brought up a piece of evidence that we had no idea about. I also want to mention that in his interview with us, as you will hear about, he described, as I mentioned, that they were parked in the back parking lot behind this strip mall. He described the strip mall as being L-shaped. He described there being a nail place in there, I think a couple other different locations, but we didn't know what location he was talking about. And even though he, and I don't even know if he knew it was Pho or he didn't know the name of the place. He just remembered it being this strip mall. And so during the course of this interview, what you're going to hear is that as he was describing it, we were looking up in Fabio Sementilli's cell phone extraction what he was doing on this day. And what we found was that he and the defendant were communicating, and he searched on his phone, "Pho near me." And then he sent a message to the defendant about the location. The defendant searches this particular location in her cell phone, because we had, as we'll talk about, cell phone extractions from the phones we actually did recover at the time of arrest. And so during the course of the interview on our computers, we were able to bring up a photograph of the location at 19548 Ventura Boulevard and show it to him, and he identified it. So he was talking about a location, and we didn't know where it was. And so by looking back at, as I said, what the defendant and Fabio were searching on January 22nd during this interview at 5:11 Bella, the younger daughter, and asks if she wants fried rice. I think that's why I said I thought it was other Chinese, it's Vietnamese, obviously. But she asked if she wanted fried rice. And so there was this whole back and forth exchange, as I was talking about, that actually led us to Austin when he was extradited to Los Angeles, and how he brought up a piece of evidence that we had no idea about. I also want to mention that in his interview with us, as you will hear about, he described, as I mentioned, that they were parked in the back parking lot behind this strip mall. He described the strip mall as being L-shaped. He described there being a nail place in there, I think a couple other different locations, but we didn't know what location he was talking about. And even though he, and I don't even know if he knew it was Pho or he didn't know the name of the place, he just remembered it being this strip mall. And so during the course of this interview, what you're going to hear is that as he was describing it, we were looking up in Fabio Sementilli's cell phone extraction what he was doing on this day. And what we found was that he and the defendant were communicating, and he searched on his phone, "Bud near me." And then he sent a message to the defendant about the location. The defendant searches this particular location in her cell phone, because we had, as we'll talk about, cell phone extractions from the phones we actually did recover at the time of arrest. And so during the course of the interview on our computers, we were able to bring up a photograph of the location at 19548 Ventura Boulevard and show it to him, and he identified it. So he was talking about a location, and we didn't know where it was. And so by looking back at, as I said, what the defendant and Fabio were searching on January 22nd during this interview, at 5:11 to 5:13, the defendant and Fabio are going back and forth talking about locations. And then at 5:41, the defendant texts her daughter, Bella, the younger daughter, and asks if she wants fried rice. I think that's why I said I thought it was other Chinese, it's Vietnamese, obviously. But she asked if she wanted fried rice. And so there was this whole back and forth exchange, as I was talking about, that actually led us to discover the location based on the searches in the defendant and Fabio's cell phone extractions. And when we identified the location, because it was contained in the defendant's searches, as she was sending messages through Viber to Baker, and knowing what time Fabio would arrive, that's how we were able to find out what the location was. And during this time, between 5:11 and 5:41, I told you earlier that the defendant and Baker had exchanged 69 encrypted Viber messages, which obviously we'll never be able to see the content, but you can probably imagine. But between 5:11 and 5:41, she and Baker are exchanging 17 Viber messages, again, encrypted messages. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear as to how we were able to identify that location through our interview with Mr. Austin. So as I said, Chris Austin just couldn't bring himself to do this murder, goes back to the car, tells Baker, "I couldn't do it." And Baker says, I'll let the defendant know the murder didn't go down, because you can just imagine she's waiting at home to hear that her husband's been murdered, and he walks through the door with and he tells Austin later that night that he was going to meet with the defendant and figure out what to do. Baker then tells Austin that the defendant wants it to happen quickly. So he, being Baker, decides and tells Austin, "I'll go with you. I'll go with you. We'll kill Fabio together," because he can see that Austin's not going to be able to do this on his own. That brings us to Monday, the day of the actual murder of Fabio Sementilli. Monday, January 23rd of 2017. The defendant and Baker decide that Fabio is going to have to be killed at home that day. He had taken the day off from work. He was working at home. And I want you to pay attention throughout the trial and some of the slides I'm going to show you today to the extremely tight timeline from that day, the window that existed when Fabio would be alone and this murder could occur, which could only happen with inside information from the defendant, ensuring when that exact time frame would be when Fabio would be alone and it would be the time for him to be murdered. So in our interview with Christopher Austin, he talks about what happened on January 23rd of 2017. He is told by Baker that the defendant's going to figure out how to get the victim alone, that Baker was getting information from the defendant by phone that she was going to leave at some point during the day to go to a store, and that Fabio would be home alone. And at that point, Baker told Austin, we have to go immediately. We have to go now. Now is our window of time. And Baker drives them in a rental vehicle to the Sementilli residence where Baker parks at some area below the street, and they jog up the hill to the Sementilli home. And Baker tells Austin that the defendant said she was going to leave the front door unlocked, that Fabio would be on the back patio, and Austin told us that's how they knew when they came into the home through the front door to go to the back patio, because that's where Fabio was, and the defendant even told Baker that Fabio was watching TV back there. It's true. So Austin, again, in his interview with us, rather than blame shifting, says, basically admits that he went to that location knowing they were going there to commit this murder, and that they had planned to do this, and that they entered the home. You'll see from the pictures of the home, there's some windows when you come in out to the backyard where the pool area is, and that they saw Fabio sitting on the back porch smoking a cigar. And they went out the kitchen door. They attacked, bless you, Fabio on the back patio. Fabio tried to yell, but Baker covered his mouth. Baker started stabbing Fabio. And then Austin stabbed Fabio, he said, once in the neck. Baker then tells Austin he has to make it look like a robbery. And Austin knew prior to going to the location that the plan was that they were going to take the Porsche, because the defendant had told Baker, and Baker told Austin that she's going to leave the keys to it, visible. And so Baker directs Austin to, Austin is now freaking out. Baker directs Austin to go in the garage, get into the Porsche, while Baker staged the crime scene to make it look like a robbery gone bad. And he sees, after a period of time, Baker come into the garage. Baker goes to the top of that cabinet where I showed you the DVR box had been installed. He unhooks the DVR box. He takes it with him because, again, as I told you, not cloud-based. You take the box, all the video that's on it is gone. And Baker then gets into the Porsche with not only the DVR, but a pillowcase that was appeared to have some contents inside. So now I want to show you the evidence, some of the evidence that we have independent of Austin's interview, what we had before we even knew about Austin or the information that he was able to provide us. So the defendant and Baker start communicating on Viber early in the morning on that day of the murder at 6:50 when the defendant contacts Baker. When you see the green lines that are going towards Baker's phone, that's indicative that she is communicating, she is contacting him via the encrypted app. You can make calls or you can send text messages, but they're encrypted. And so her phone contacts his phone at 6:50 in the morning. That's the first contact for the day. You're going to hear that business records were obtained from Viber via search warrant that show numerous messages between the defendant's cell and Baker's cell. And I told you about those two phone numbers that you'll see in the records and hear about throughout the trial. and that they show numerous messages between them on the afternoon as well of January 23rd of 2017. In fact, as you see here on the right, log entries, a log entry covered via a forensic cell phone extraction of the defendant Sementilli's iPhone showed she accessed Viber on January 23rd, also at 7:21 a.m. local time. You'll hear that in terms of phone records, because there's going to be a lot of talk about that, and Viber records, that many of these records have to be converted for time, so they run on a 24-hour clock, but you'll hear there's something called UTC, Universal Coordinated Time, and that it depends on which state you're in. Usually California is UTC minus 8 hours. So you'll hear about that. This is a graphic showing you of who is home at Queen Victoria at the residence that morning. And we know that the housekeeper, Delia Rivera, comes to the home that day. And you also need to keep in mind, as you're listening to the evidence in this case, who knew Fabio's schedule and everyone else's that lived in that home and who worked at that home and who would be at that home that day. Fabio, you're going to hear, occasionally worked from home, but when he did so, he was always in the backyard, and everybody who knew Fabio knew that that was his favorite place. In fact, you're going to hear he even had a favorite chair where he would sit facing the television with his back to the pool, sort of at an angle towards the kitchen and the fire pit. And so you have to ask yourself again, who knew when Fabio was going to be home that day? Who knew that he would even be home that day? Alicia, you're going to hear, his personal assistant, knew he was going to be home that day, communicated with him. His boss, the CEO of the company, Sal Macheri, who's going to fly in and testify, corresponded with Fabio, knew he was going to be home that day, and also the housekeeper, Delia Rivera, when she came to the house that day, she obviously saw that Fabio was there and therefore realized he was home that day, and his daughter, Jessica, when she woke up that day, because as we know, at some point in the morning, the youngest, Isabella, leaves and goes to school before she would know whether Fabio was going to work from home that day. And of course, the other person that knows is the defendant. So here at 7:28 in the morning, Bella leaves for school. That leaves the defendant home with his daughter and his wife. 8:05, Delia, the housekeeper, comes, bless you, to clean the house at 8:06. You're going to hear from her as well. During the trial, you're going to hear that a witness by the name of Paula McCullum was interviewed several times by the LAPD. She was a member of the racquetball league at LA Fitness with her husband, Sean McCullum. I showed you a picture of him with Baker earlier this morning. And you're going to hear that she had an affair with Baker at some point previous. And she initially did not tell law enforcement the truth about the fact that she had this affair because she didn't want her husband to know. But she eventually says that she had had an affair with Baker, that she had fallen in love with him. You're going to hear she visited him in jail several times after his arrest, wrote him some letters, and that on the morning of the murder, January 23rd of 2017, that Monday, Baker asks her, they're no longer involved because obviously he's now having an affair with Monica, the defendant. He asks Paula to rent him a vehicle just for that day because he says that his vehicle was broken. He had I think it was a black Ford Expedition, and his vehicle was unusable. And so he and Paula go to the Enterprise Rental Company in Canoga Park at 11 a.m. that day. You're going to hear that that is corroborated by Baker cellular data activity showing him there. And she rents under her name for Baker a silver Nissan Versa note. And here you can see the invoice. And obviously what she'll tell you is that she had no idea. He told her you needed it just to get around for the day and do various things. She had no idea that he was going to use it as a getaway vehicle to commit a murder. And so she rents the car, and law enforcement, as I said, had interviewed her multiple times, but she did not want to tell them that she had done this because she thought somehow that would get her in trouble. But eventually she admits to law enforcement during one of her interviews that she in fact had rented a vehicle for Baker on the day that Monica Sementilli's husband had been murdered. And so that happens during an interview on September 19th of 2018 by LAPD detectives. They then go with her to the Enterprise rental car. They retrieve the invoice that you see. And again, more pieces of the puzzle start coming together in this case. By way of really a side note, she just happened to mention to them that Baker's nephew from Alaska had come to LA and that Baker brought him to LA Fitness where they played racquetball with the defendant. And that was subsequently something that was looked into when they heard he had a nephew from Alaska. That turned out to be Christopher Austin. And she also made a side comment that she knew that both the defendant and Baker were in Las Vegas at the same time in 2016, which obviously was corroborated by photographic evidence that I've shown you today, as well as Austin, because she remembers Baker saying Austin had flown into LAX. They were going for the weekend to drive to the weekend to Vegas, and that the following week, when she saw the defendant at racquetball, the defendant mentioned that she had been in Vegas the week before. And so she's starting to put things together. So she mentions this, but she doesn't know the name Christopher Austin, and she doesn't really remember even what he looks like. So this is the rental vehicle that the silver Nissan Versa Note that Paula McCullum rents and the Robert Baker drives as the getaway car for that day. At 11:42 in the morning, the defendant and her older daughter Jessica leave the residence for LA Fitness. They go in Jessica's red Mustang, as you see here, and they are caught on what you see here, which is the neighborhood surveillance video. You'll hear that the timestamp is off, so we've put the correct time on the video that you see in the bottom left corner, and you'll see that throughout various exhibits. In an interview by LAPD on the night of this murder, Jessica told detectives that she worked out with her mother that morning at the gym. Her mother did not play racquetball. Her mother was not with Baker, but you're going to hear that over the course of the years, as this case has been pending, after speaking with her mother's lawyers over multiple times, she has now changed her story. Now, I want to just make a comment about this. So this case, obviously, is a very difficult situation when you have a murder that happens within a family. Because as you can imagine, when you have children where one parent is murdered and the other one is accused of causing that murder and destroying their lives, they aren't always wanting to see what might be referred to as justice. You're going to hear from the daughters in this case that they're going to have very mixed feelings about their testimony because, as you can imagine, just common sense, human nature, they don't want to see anything happen to their mother.
That's different.
And so, again, you were told that during the course of the testimony in this case, you're going to have to make credibility calls. But I would caution you that that is something that I think it makes common sense to everybody, and you probably all know what I'm saying. But you want to keep that in mind, that sometimes witnesses will change or try to change or color their testimony to try to bring about a certain result, just as you're going to see with Robert Baker, because they have various motives. And the judge is going to read you instructions in this case.
This is argument. Is on to the opening statement.
The judge is going to read you instructions in this case that there are various things that you can take into account in judging the credibility of a witness, such as bias and interest and motive to lie. And so all of those are things that I expect you will take into account when you're looking at the witnesses that get on the stand. And again, one of the ways around this is something defense counsel brought up in his voir dire, is by looking for corroboration. Is there corroboration for what certain witnesses are saying? So surveillance video here shows the defendant arriving at LA Fitness at 11:49 that morning while Jessica parked her Mustang. The surveillance video also shows Baker arriving 10 minutes later after the defendant's arrival to the LA Fitness. There was a text. As I said, Fabio, he's not using encrypted apps. He's just using regular text messages. So when we look through his cell phone download or extraction, he sends a message to the defendant saying, "Hi, babe, just got home, 12:31. And you're going to hear that he went to try and get a power washer fixed that morning, and then he was home working for the rest of the day. Again, here's additional surveillance video from the lobby at LA Fitness. You can see Baker there on the left. He's exiting at 12:43 and 7 seconds in this black sweatsuit with the stripe down the side of his jacket. It's also on his pants. And the defendant and Jessica leaving basically 13 seconds later at 12:43 and 20 seconds. And you can see where the yellow arrow is pointing to Baker's legs just outside the door of the lobby area. The defendant then responds to her husband, "We're on our way home." And she drives home with Jessica. And so now at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you have these individuals at home in the house. And then the defendant puts herself in a position to know exactly where everybody is that day. She sends a text message to her daughter Isabella to find out when Isabella is returning that afternoon from school, because at 1:40 she knew that Isabella would be getting out of school. After school, she had an interview at a deli, and then she was going to stop at a local optometrist in the San Fernando Valley to pick up a pair of glasses. And text me after your interview. Let me know when you're on your way. And you saw Isabella responded. So at 2:15, Delia, the housekeeper, is done cleaning. The house is completely clean. She leaves the residence. And now you have Fabio home with his wife and his eldest daughter. At 3 o'clock, wearing that same striped sweatsuit, Baker arrives at the local Woodland Hills Target store in the rented Nissan Versa note, and you're going to see surveillance video of this. He drives around the lot, and you'll see he parks to the one far side of the parking lot, and he actually backs his car into the lot and towards the front, and then he enters the store at 3:02. The defendant then sends another message to Isabella telling her good luck. Like I said, she had an interview that afternoon, and Isabella responds. At 3:19, on the surveillance video from the local Target, you see Baker exiting, carrying the bag, wearing that same sweatsuit we talk about. And to the right, what you see is he takes his car that's to the front of the lot, and he parks it all the way to the rear of the lot, where there really aren't parking spots. It's an area really that's like a loading zone. And there's an area where you can walk through, and you're going to hear about that particular lot and its layout from LAP Detective Mitzi Roberts. So at 324, he takes the car and he reparks it to the back of the lot, and the vehicle stays there. The defendant then leaves her residence to go to Target to meet up with Baker, and this occurs at 3:26 in the afternoon, 2 minutes after Baker reparked his car to the back of the Target lot, and she's going to run some errands so that she can establish an alibi that she's not home when this murder goes down. Surveillance video shows that she arrives at the Target at 3:29, so it basically takes her 3 minutes to get to the local Target. You're going to hear that she stops as she comes into the Target lot. You'll see the video, and appears to stop as she's driving in where there used to be in this Target lot a Payless shoe store that you're going to hear about. She stops, and you can see a grainy figure come around the front of her vehicle as it stopped there at the Payless, and perhaps open the door and get into the front passenger seat. And then at that point, the defendant parks her car to the center of the lot, further back from the store, and she sits and parks in the car for several minutes. And at this point, all the Viber communications between the defendant and Baker stop. And why did they stop? They stop because Baker's in the car with her, because they're together. And you're going to hear from the instructions the judge is going to give you that you're entitled to use common sense and draw all reasonable inferences from the evidence. Surveillance video then shows, you won't see anybody get out from the front passenger side of her vehicle because it's the opposite side of the car from where the Target cameras are, but subsequently shows she reparks. She takes her vehicle and she drives up to the front of the lot and reparks her car in front of the Target store at 3:35. The surveillance video then shows, after she does this, Baker exits the Target lot at 3:36. Again, unless you're somebody who really believes in coincidences. And he leaves in the rental car from the Target lot. And you'll see on the video his car is pulling out of the lot at 3:36. He then goes, as we know, through Christopher Austin back to his apartment to pick up Austin. Surveillance video at that point catches the defendant entering the Target store at 3:38. You can see her there. And now only Fabio and Jessica are home. And so what does the defendant do? She sends a text to Jessica. Don't be late for babysitting. This is at 3:40 in the afternoon because Jessica was supposed to go to babysit for a friend. And Jessica responds that she won't. And again, this is the defendant ensuring that Fabio is alone at the house, again, for a very short period of time so that Baker and Austin can kill him. And then here again, at between 3:47 and 4:54, Fabio is alone at the home. So again, we're talking about a very, very tight timeline. At 3:47, Jessica leaves the residence. Fabio's now alone. There's this brief window before Isabella is due to return from school, her job interview, and picking up her glasses from the optometrist. And of course, the only one who knows about this very narrow window and could create this opportunity is the defendant. Baker couldn't know when Bella would come home and Jessica would leave unless the defendant was keeping tabs on everyone and updating him as she did the night before when they tried to kill Fabio, as you recall, at the strip mall. The defendant had to ensure everyone else is out of the house, leaving Fabio alone, and she knows Fabio is working in the backyard and relayed this information to Baker. Now, you're going to hear that at 3:53 p.m., about 6 minutes after Jessica leaves the residence, the defendant accesses her surveillance cameras through that IDMSS Lite app on her phone that we talked about earlier today so that she can remotely view who's outside, if anyone, and whose vehicles are outside. the house while she's at the Target. She's doing this to ensure that Fabio is home alone. And you're going to hear that this was proven by her forensic cell phone extraction. You're going to hear about this from an expert, Officer Curtis Davis, who I mentioned before, as well as a cell phone extraction analysis expert, Jake Gibson. You're also going to hear that the defendant's AT&T mobility records show a very high use of data during this time period. And again, this will be explained to you as being consistent with using her phone to access her home surveillance system. AT&T Internet history records also confirm that on January 23rd, 2017, at about 4 o'clock local time, the defendant used her iPhone to access her home's IP address. Because again, as I told you earlier today, in order to access the cameras, you have to go through your home's IP address. So you're going to hear about that, and that as she's watching her home surveillance cameras, she's obviously using data or downloading data from her home CCTV surveillance system. This is 4:18 p.m. The surveillance video. And here you can see 2 individuals, faces, hands, everything covered, jogging up the street toward the Sementilli home. That's Baker and Austin. They're caught on a neighborhood surveillance video. They jog up the street. They turn onto Queen Victoria Road towards the Sementilli home. You could see from the video their faces are completely covered. Baker is the one in front wearing the green Sean John sweatshirt. Austin behind wearing a black zip-up hoodie that he will testify about that he was given by Baker before they left the apartment to cover themselves. Because, again, nobody wants to commit these kinds of crimes and get caught. So, meanwhile, the defendant misses a call from Isabella at 4:22 p.m. because she's too busy with her surveillance cameras while she's at the Target. And you're going to hear 2 minutes later at 4:24, the defendant returns the call and speaks with Isabella so she can determine when she's coming home. Now, this is a very interesting video that you'll see during trial. This is just a screenshot. At 4:32, the defendant walks out of the Target. You can see that she's looking at her phone. And on the video, you'll see that she is so focused on her phone for approximately 20-25 seconds as she walks towards the exit that she has to alter her path because she's almost walking away from where the exits are because she's so focused on her phone, intent on monitoring what's going on the surveillance cameras outside of her phone. And again, as I said, you're going to see that there are various records that show her conduct consistent with accessing the IDMS Lite app on her phone and viewing her home cameras remotely to ensure, again, that nobody comes home while Austin and Baker are jogging up to commit the crime. At 4:38, she pulls out of the Target parking lot, and at 4:42, again, continuing her plan to create an alibi for herself, she enters the local Ralph's Market. And you'll see that video. She exits about 10 minutes later. You can see once again, she's has her head down looking at her phone. At 4:46, when Baker should now be at the home, she's messaging Baker via Viber, the encrypted app. Baker and Austin, armed with knives, go out to the patio where they're told Fabio would be. You're going to hear Fabio's last call was at 4:27 p.m. His last use of the internet was at 4:39. He was, as Baker described, a big guy, about 5'10", 300 pounds. And you're going to hear that he was then stabbed to death. You're going to learn that Baker was previously in the Army, where he likely learned about critical target areas on the body, such as the heart, jugular vein, and femoral artery in the leg where Fabio was stabbed. After the murder, Austin goes to sit in the Porsche, and Baker stages the crime scene to look like some kind of a burglary or robbery to throw off law enforcement. But Baker isn't very smart, and he only ransacks the master bedroom. And the other mistake that he makes is that someone who had come to the home during the day to commit a burglary could have committed the burglary and gotten out without ever having contact with Fabio, because he's on the back patio, and they could have come in, taken what they wanted, and left. The fact that there was blood on various items in the master bedroom indicates that the murder took place first, and then the crime scene was staged as a burglary or a robbery to throw off law enforcement, which makes no sense. That was a significant piece of evidence for law enforcement, a clue that this was an inside job. In addition to that, you'll hear that the safe was still intact. No one had gotten into the safe. Fabio had a gun in the safe. That was not taken. And that there was no sign of a struggle anywhere throughout the house. And the only room that had any ransacking with blood that Baker transferred from the victim, from Fabio, to various items in this room was the master bedroom. It was the only room that was touched. So, of course, when LAPD come to the scene, they start to get the idea this is a staged burglary, given that the entire house, which is a very large house, only one room is ransacked, that being the master. No other rooms are touched, and Fabio's blood is found in the master bedroom because, as I said, the murder occurred first. Another dead giveaway. In a real robbery, the robbers would have surely taken the Rolex watch on Fabio's wrist, as you can see here, as he is lying in a puddle of his own blood. You're going to hear that Baker cut himself during the murder and was bleeding from a cut to his finger, which left behind forensic evidence. Baker's DNA was found throughout the crime scene. There was a stain on the empty vinegar bottle that you can see there left in the kitchen sink. Baker and Fabio's DNA was discovered on the bottle along with the defendant's genetic profile. You're going to hear about DNA testing and the DNA results in this case from LAPD's DNA analyst, Randy Zepeda. Also, obviously, you're going to hear that when Delia left the house was clean. There was not a bunch of items that had been ransacked in the master, and there certainly wasn't blood stains throughout the house that you're going to see in this case, or empty vinegar bottles sitting in the sink. Before fleeing the crime scene with Austin, Baker turns off the circuit breaker box, cutting off power to the home. And so why he did that, I can't tell you, but he had to manually open the garage door by pulling on the manual lever there in order to drive out in Fabio's Porsche. And his DNA, where you see that card, the placard, yellow placard that says 39, that's something that criminalists from the crime lab put where they collect bloodstains or other items of evidence to identify where they took them from. And his DNA is found on the garage door manual release. Another significant piece of evidence, Baker removes the DVR box, which included any surveillance video that would have existed. That means it was done by someone with knowledge of where the box was kept, because it certainly wasn't in plain sight in the house. It was on, as I said, top of this tall cabinet in the garage. And Baker obviously got that confidential information from the defendant regarding where the box was located, and that once he took the box, the surveillance system was not cloud-based, and therefore there would be no remaining video of what had happened. This is surveillance video showing Baker and Austin fleeing the crime scene in Fabio's Porsche. Baker took Fabio's keys from the kitchen, and at 4:53 he drives away in the Porsche. Again, since Baker was bleeding, He left behind his blood in the driver's compartment of Fabio's Porsche. He also tracked Fabio's blood. You can imagine this was a fairly bloody crime. It's a stabbing. Fabio was stabbed multiple times. You're going to hear about that from the chief medical examiner of LA County. And he tracked Fabio's blood into the Porsche, from his shoes, and onto the clutch. As previously mentioned, you're going to hear about the DNA results from Randy Zepeda. So when I say a tight timeline, this is 4:53 as Baker and Austin are driving away. This is 4:54. This is Jessica returning to the house. So they nearly miss running into Isabella. Sorry, not Jessica. Isabella returning home. This is Isabella turning onto Queen Victoria just 1 minute after Baker and Austin left in Fabio's Porsche. After Isabella arrives home at 4:54, she finds her father's body on the back porch. You heard she calls 911 at 4:55 from the home phone, from a handset. The defendant, being the wonderful wife and mother that she is, she lets her 16-year-old daughter discover her father's bleeding body in order to distance herself from this murder. And she conveniently arrives a few minutes later at 5:03. Remember what time she left Ralph's, and remember it took her only 3 minutes to get to the target. So she's waiting. They find Fabio slumped over, as you see here. Appears that he had stood up, perhaps to face his attackers. And once he is stabbed in the neck and in the thigh and the femoral vein, he goes down like a ton of bricks onto his favorite chair there. And the home phone handset is sitting on the chair that he had been using earlier when he was communicating with various people, showing that he was taken by surprise, and we'll talk about lying in wait and the elements of that at the end. It appears that the fire department arrives on scene pursuant to Isabella's 911 call at 5:06 p.m., and Fabio's pronounced dead in his own backyard at 5:09 p.m. So just a few minutes later, at 5:14 p.m., Baker contacts the defendant to let her know the job is done, again using Viber. This is, again, just a few minutes later at 5:14 p.m., Baker contacts the defendant to let her know that the job is done. This is their last Viber communication. They conveniently cease using the Viber app for communication, and they delete it from their phones. After this, they start using an entirely different encrypted application, WhatsApp, and we'll talk about that. From April of 2016 until the day of Fabio's murder, January 23rd of 2017, the defendant and Baker used Viber solely to communicate with each other. They didn't use it to communicate with others. So if there's an argument to be made that, lots of people use Viber, they were only using it to talk to one another. As I said, after the murder, they switched to another communications encrypted app. And when they delete Viber, they also delete all associated data. But as I told you, remnants still remained on their mobile devices, at least the ones that we were able to recover that they didn't get rid of, proving they previously had these apps when their cell phones were forensically extracted and analyzed. And obviously, we were able to match that up with search warrants that we served on Viber for the actual records to figure out the dates and times. And you'll hear about that from various forensic experts, as well as stipulations agreements between the party in this case. So you're going to hear that Austin was initially scheduled to fly back the following day, January 24th of 2017. However, 45 minutes after the murder at 5:45, after fleeing the scene, Austin is now driving the rental vehicle, and he gets stopped by the LAPD for I think it's a seatbelt ticket. And you'll hear about that from Austin. And when Austin tells Baker about this, Baker says that he has to leave immediately and change his airline ticket. So Baker drives him to the bus depot for the Van Nuys flyaway. You're going to hear from geolocation expert Cy Ray that Austin's account is once again corroborated by Baker's cell site data that shows he was at the Van Nuys flyaway after the murder between 6:27 that night and 6:34 p.m. Baker tells Austin, because Austin is now freaking out at the flyaway at what he's done, Baker tells him again that the defendant wanted Fabio dead, so not to worry. And you'll hear that Austin took the flyaway shuttle to LAX. He went to the LAX Alaska Airlines ticket counter to change his flight, and he had to pay a fee to do that. And you'll see there's corroboration of that. And he flies home the same night as the murder. He also will tell you that Baker gave him several gold coins before he dropped them off at the flyaway shuttle, that he thought they were worth somewhere between $3,000 and $10,000 when he got back to Alaska. He traded them in for cash to buy various things, pay off some debt as well as his rent. And he believed that Baker got the gold coins from inside the Sementilli residence. Now, victim Fabio Sementilli's Porsche was not discovered until 2 days later on January 25th of 2017. It was discovered parked in a residential area 5 miles from the crime scene. What you're going to learn is that the LAPD was able to obtain surveillance video cameras that show the vehicle being dropped off at that location the same night as the murder at around 9:19 p.m. by someone who got out of the driver's seat and then just walked away and dumped the car. After Austin returned home to Anchorage, Alaska, Baker tells him to get a passport because they're going to Europe or Mexico to live once the defendant's money came in. Baker tells Austin when everything is settled that he's going to send for him. Austin believes this to be true. And Baker said, again, this would happen when the defendant got the life insurance money, the settlement. When Austin gets back to Alaska, he gets a burner phone at Baker's direction with money Baker gave him, and he communicates with a new number that Baker gives him. Baker also gets a burner phone, and they use WhatsApp to communicate. As I said, it's another encrypted app. Subsequently, Austin dumps the burner phone when he hears Baker had been arrested, and he goes on about his life and tries to pretend this never happened. On January 17th of 2025, just a couple weeks ago, Austin came into this courtroom. He pled guilty to second-degree murder and admitted the personal use of a knife. You will hear that he is set to be sentenced in this court to 15 years to life for second-degree murder plus 1 for the use of the knife. And that is in exchange for his truthful testimony at trial. As part of his plea agreement, you'll hear about the transcript. He was ordered that he is required to tell the truth, not some version that we tell him to say or his attorney tells him to say, and that at the end of the day, whether or not he is truthful is going to be up to Judge Cohen to decide, not up to the DA's office.
All right.
So, again, a condition of his plea agreement, and there is also going to be a written document that you'll see that his lawyer signs, he signs, the district attorney signs, says all of these things that I'm telling you, and that ultimately, if he were to get up on the stand and, let's say, lie and come up with some story that the court determined to be untruthful, we could then ask to be relieved of this plea bargain, and then he would go to trial for first-degree murder, conspiracy, use of a knife. And you'll hear, again, that is up to the court, not the district attorney's office. You're going to hear that the defendant made several calls the night of the murder regarding the victim's murder to his family. You're going to hear that during these conversations, starting that night, she starts bringing up the victim's life insurance policy. You're going to hear she called Fabio's family in Toronto, including his son Luigi, who's going to come to testify. She told him through a friend, Deborah Obad, who was at the house at the time that she was making the calls, that he didn't have to worry because Fabio had a hefty life insurance policy and he would be taken care of. You're also going to hear that Fabio had a significant life insurance policy, as I mentioned also stock options and other assets, and that the defendant was one of the main beneficiaries to these policies and assets. Executives from Fabio's company, Wella, found out about the murder, came to see the defendant that night after learning of Fabio's murder, and the defendant began immediately to question them about Fabio's insurance policy and issues relating to money. You're going to hear that she began harassing and pestering multiple people about Fabio's insurance policy proceeds, and that it began that night, went on over the days, weeks, and months that followed until the date of her eventual arrest. Because the LAPD never cleared her, MetLife, who were the life insurance policy holder, refused to pay out defendant's portion of the insurance policy proceeds. They paid out the portions to the children, but as you are going to hear, it didn't really matter how many people she harassed, pestered, or even threatened, that at the end of the day, in a case like this where it's obvious someone is murdered, life insurance companies do not pay out until law enforcement tells them that the beneficiaries have been cleared. And the defendant was never cleared because the LAPD, at this point in time, it was Valley Bureau homicide detectives, Verna and Parshall, and you'll hear from Detective Verna, based on their investigation, did not clear her. So I'm going to turn to this part of the case now. As I said, the defendant became fixated with the life insurance payout beginning the night of the murder of her husband. She started conversations with Wella executives, Sal Macheri, the CEO, who's going to fly in and testify, Dave Diaz, another one of the vice presidents of the company. I think Bob Lucian was there that night, and Henry Meyer, who was the senior HR director, who would have been responsible for assisting the Sementilli family with whatever policies Fabio had through the company. You're going to hear that the executives agreed to pay the defendant Fabio's salary for 6 months. They came up with that policy just because of how important the Sementillis and Fabio was to the company. And so they told her not to worry about it. They were going to pay her for 6 months. And you're going to hear she asked about that again the next day. You're going to hear that unlike some companies, Wella not only paid for Fabio's salary for 6 months, they paid for a memorial. They paid for a wake that was held in the Sementilli backyard that was catered. They also paid to expatriate or transport his body back home to Canada for burial. You're going to hear about the defendant's pressure campaign to try and speed up the life insurance payouts from multiple witnesses, including Henry Meyer, including Janet Cover, who worked for HR with Henry, and Tracy Rakovich, who was the senior benefits manager for Coty Incorporated, which also included Wella out of their New York office. You're going to hear that the defendant complained on a regular basis to Detective Parshall, Detective Verna, and their partner, Detective Steve Castro, about why law enforcement was taking so long in their investigation to come up with a suspect and to clear her. You're going to hear that she complained to all of Fabio's colleagues and friends and to anyone who would listen that she had no money and was desperately in need of Fabio's life insurance proceeds in order to live. Oh. Little less, maybe about a year and a half, the defense asking Salmacherry that Monica is asking about the life insurance. Can you figure this out? You're going to hear more about the defendant's close friend, Deborah Obad, later, and the part that she played in some of the investigation. You're also going to hear, as I said, from several of Fabio's colleagues at Wella and in various capacities, and at a trendsetter trip. I told you about the trendsetter trip that they got to go on every year because of their successes for the company. 2 years prior to the murder, maybe a little less, maybe about a year and a half, the defendant told the regional education manager that Fabio was worth more dead to her than alive. And needless to say, this was something Mr. Pulera never forgot, and you will hear from him when he flies out. So, you're going to hear that the defendant stands to inherit over $2 million in this case, $2.2 million, if she's acquitted of the charges, if she's acquitted of Fabio's murder. You're going to hear from an expert in family law and marital dissolution, Marie Ebersbacher. She's an independent expert that the district attorney's office hired that will talk to you about the various assets. We'll talk about the total amount of inheritance at issue here, just the defendant's portion, $2.2 million, including life insurance and other assets. And because she's also an expert a forensic expert in family law and marital dissolution, she's going to also testify that this amount is $1.5 million more than the defendant would have gotten had she divorced Fabio. So what the defendant said to Sam Pulera back in 2015, that Fabio was worth more dead than alive, she certainly knew what she was talking about. You're going to hear that the defendant was interviewed, as you can imagine, by law enforcement multiple times, by the LAPD. And you could also imagine that someone who had their spouse murdered would be willing to talk to law enforcement and provide every scintilla of information they could to make sure that the person that they were married to for almost 20 years, who they claimed to have loved, who they shared a home with for almost 20 years, who they had children with, would be nothing if not completely truthful and cooperative with law enforcement, because you could imagine that your main focus would be to assist law enforcement so that they can apprehend somebody who brutally murdered your spouse at your home. That's not what happened here. You're going to hear that the defendant lied over and over and over again to law enforcement. As I told you, initially this case was being handled by the Valley Bureau Homicide Division, Detectives Ryan Verna and Jean Parshall and their unit. And when they interviewed her, she claimed she didn't even think Fabio had life insurance or know anything about the policy. And this was something that she said on the night of the murder when she was first interviewed. But in reality, what you're going to see is that she knew all about Fabio's life insurance policy. I already told you she was the one that handled the family finances. But what you see here is an email that Fabio sent to the defendant with his 2017 benefit and life insurance policy selections. And this occurred on October 4th of 2016. He specifically sent the defendant an email with screenshots of those benefit elections and his life insurance policy, indicating 2 times his salary. And you can imagine this is just a piece of the email, but you can see it comes from Fabio. Wella's now been bought out by Cody, and he sends it to the defendant. Actually, it should say Monica Sementilli at the top, and it's her email, calmatimo@hotmail.com. Henry Meyer, the HR director at Cody, gave the defendant several documents. These are a couple of them that you see here, showing Fabio's estimated disbursements for his beneficiaries, because Fabio made elections as to how much he wanted to go to each child and how much he wanted to go to Monica. And the documentation that Henry Meyer provided didn't even contain all of the life insurance and other benefits that Fabio had signed up with. You're also going to hear from Janet Cover, who worked under Henry Meyer in the HR division at Cody, that the defendant requested that she come to the Sementilli home and make calls with her. And you're going to hear that Janet Cover went to the Sementilli home, made various calls at the defendant's request to the insurance companies, and that occurred in February of 2017. Remember, Fabio's murdered January 23rd. Throughout the next several months, the defendant claimed that she urgently needed money, although, again, as you'll hear, she was still getting Fabio's salary. She called HR at Wella every couple of days regarding this urgency that she needed for money. And she also expressed this urgency to the LAPD. You're going to hear at some point, although Henry Meyer was the one who put into policy for Wella and Cody going forward, when an employee of the company dies in this manner, that the company's going to pay them salary for 6 months, which is also something that would be unheard of. That was something Henry Meyer came up with and pushed through as policy with Sal Macheri. And you're going to hear that the defendant complained about him, that he wasn't trying to speed up the payment quick enough, and so she eventually had a lawyer start calling him about the money. And as I told you before, Henry Meyer, this wasn't something he could do anything about. On February 14th of 2017, the defendant received a response from P&G regarding a breakdown showing that Fabio had approximately $230,000 just in stock options. And this was found in her email account. The defendant sent portions of this chart that you see here to Luigi, Fabio's son, and when Luigi flew into town with the rest of the family, she printed out a copy on her computer, which was in the upstairs office area in the house, immediately after his father's murder, showing him the breakdown of Fabio's life insurance and other benefits and the portion that would be coming to him. As I mentioned, the defendant called the LAPD homicide detectives, Verna and Parshall, the initial investigating officers on this case, repeatedly on each of these dates, trying to get information to stay ahead of their investigation, to throw them off track, to keep her co-conspirator, Robert Baker, informed of their progress.
This little room.
And she constantly asked about whether they had any DNA results. You're going to hear that detectives, because they were investigating her and knew about her relationship with Baker, when every time she would call, they would record the conversation. So you don't have to take my word for it. All of these were recorded, and you will hear those conversations and those calls that she made to the LAPD on each of these dates, including all of the things I just mentioned. And that despite the fact that they were in the middle of an investigation, homicide detectives aren't going to give up the information in their investigation. That's not what they're trained to do. They're not going to do anything that potentially could hamper or impede their investigation. On March 9th, the defendant called P&G and a Canadian insurance company, Morneau Chappelle, to try and acquire Fabio's life insurance. She expressed her frustration with them, claimed she didn't know what was going on, although you'll hear that she was advised of the process by LAPD numerous times and the HR department at Cody. She said she needed to speak with someone immediately, and you're going to hear that this was another recorded call that we received via subpoena from the insurance company. On May 19th of 2017, the defendant emailed a realtor, Bernard Priceman, regarding listing the Sementilli home for sale. The home sold for $1.3 million. You're going to hear that the defendant received $169,000 from the sale of the home after their loan was paid off. So she got half. The other half was put into Fabio's estate because Fabio died without a will. And if she's acquitted here, she will get, on top of that, the other $169,000. And you'll hear about that as well from our financial experts. As I mentioned from the very first interview, on the night of her husband's murder, the defendant lied to law enforcement. You're going to hear that detectives Ryan Verna, who's been retired now for several years, his partner Jean Parshall, who's now deceased, handled this investigation. You're going to hear about the defendant's statements, her conduct, from Detective Verna, who's going to fly in and testify. You're going to hear that these detectives repeatedly asked her about whether she had remote access to her home surveillance cameras. She denied ever knowing about remote access, as well as ever doing so. And remember, this is someone who, as I said, is supposed to be trying to assist law enforcement to find the killers of her beloved husband. But what she says and does is the complete opposite. And so you will hear through their testimony that she tries over and over to throw law enforcement off the trail that leads to her lover and herself. You're also going to hear that immediately after the murder, the defendant did exactly what I mentioned this morning. she starts to play the victim. She plays the grieving widow. You're going to hear that she did this with multiple witnesses, with friends, with family, and with Fabio's colleagues. You're going to hear that she lied and misled investigators about key issues in this case. She mentioned when they asked her what she had done on the day of the murder that she had gone to LA Fitness and Target, but she certainly didn't mention that she ever saw Baker at or even ran into him at either of these locations. She never mentioned that she had been in constant communication with Baker throughout the entire day of January 23rd, and you're going to hear about that from the Viber records. She claimed she didn't even know what kind of camera system they had, even though she was the one who communicated with Sean Kahn and was there for the installation. She told them that she didn't have access to the home surveillance cameras on her phone, and you'll learn that that was a lie. She said Fabio didn't have life insurance. Then she claimed she wasn't sure if he did. And then she said she only knew he had a life insurance policy in Canada for her stepson, Luigi, and that was despite the documentation that I've shown you. Now, an autopsy was conducted on Fabio Sementilli in this case by the LA County Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Ukbo, on January 26th of 2017. The cause of death, obviously, was multiple stab wounds. Dr. Ukbo is going to testify about the fatal stab wounds that Fabio suffered. There were 7 sharp force injuries, including sharp force injuries to his neck area. You can see he was stabbed in the neck multiple times. These injuries to his neck perforated his right jugular vein as well as his right carotid artery. He was bleeding into his trachea and aspirating blood into his lung. What that means is that he was choking on his own blood for several minutes while he was alive before he eventually succumbed to his injury. One of the stab wounds to Fabio's left chest pierced his heart, as you can see in the picture to the top right. He also suffered, as I mentioned earlier, a stab wound to his right thigh, which perforated his right femoral artery and vein. That is in the bottom right photograph. He did not sustain any defensive wounds. That means any wounds to his hands or wrists or forearm areas, which means that, which someone would normally do to ward off an attacker, which means a few different things. It's consistent with the fact that he was overwhelmed by 2 assailants wielding knives, that he was taken by surprise, and that this was a crime that was committed while lying in wait. You're going to hear that the sharp force injuries in this case are consistent with a knife or knives, but Dr. Ukbo is unable to tell how many actual implements were used. Now, after the murder, as I told you, the defendant set about to play the grieving widow. You can see she set up a shrine here in Fabio's favorite chair on the patio where he liked to sit and smoke cigars. And on January 25th at 10:30 in the morning, the defendant posted this picture to her Instagram account with the caption, "This is your spot. This is where you belong forever. I will always keep the fire on for you, waiting." This is the same location where he was stabbed to death 2 days before by her lover. You're going to hear that on Sunday, January 29th, there was a viewing at a funeral home in Canoga Park in Woodland Hills, followed by a wake at the Sementilli home for family members and close friends. As I mentioned, that was catered by Wella. You can see here the defendant sitting at the wake with the shrine next to her on Fabio's chair. This was, as you can imagine, a solemn occasion for family and friends to gather and mourn Fabio and also celebrate his life. However, there was one person present who didn't belong, who seemed out of place to family and to friends. You can see here that person circled in the line to get food and drinks. That one person, just a few feet away from where Fabio was gruesomely murdered the week prior. And that person was one of the actual killers. That person was Robert Baker. And you can see him seated here, basically in the same area where he had murdered Fabio, next to Monica, on the patio, next to the fire pit, mere feet from where he had murdered Fabio Sementilli. So you need to ask yourselves at this point, how does Baker end up here? How does Baker wind up getting invited to this? He wasn't a friend of Fabio. He wasn't a friend of the family. He wasn't a family member. He was there at the invitation of the defendant. That shows you, along with other evidence in this case, how arrogant this defendant is, how confident she was in her ability to fool and manipulate people so that she wouldn't get caught, because she saw Baker as her soulmate. And as I said, this wasn't just an affair. This was an entirely separate life that she had secretly created and planned to continue. If you look closely at the photograph here of Baker at the wake for Fabio, you can see he covered the cut to his finger from the brutal knife attack on Fabio with a Band-Aid. And that Band-Aid on Robert Baker's finger was observed by multiple people, including the defendant's friend Deborah Obad, who sent these pictures of Baker at the wake to LAPD, to Detectives Parshall and Berna, because she knew there was something very, very wrong. And you're going to hear that Baker gave conflicting statements, because I told you, as big of a liar as this defendant is, Baker is her match. He gave multiple conflicting statements on how he sustained this injury, and you'll hear about that. Now I want to show you the evidence of the defendant's alternate life after her husband's murder, which she was keeping secret from her family and friends. You're going to learn, as I told you, that she's the master of deception, and you have photographic evidence to prove it. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. I don't have to stand up here for 2 days, although it sounds like at this point I will be. But you're going to have an enormous amount of photographic evidence that's going to show you this. She presented herself as a grieving wife and mom, but as you can see here, it was all an act. These are photographs that were taken, the first one on March 18th, 2017, and the other one on the right in Las Vegas on May 5th of 2017. The evidence is going to show that she prided herself on being this great actress, that she was a very convincing liar, but she's also a chameleon. She can change who she appears to be, and that she fooled so many people who thought that they knew her and still believe that they know her. But all you have to do is look at the photographic evidence and the dichotomy between what she was posting publicly on her social media pictures and what was going on behind the scenes in photographs she never thought anybody would see. And you're going to hear about this from some of family belonging to Fabio, including Fabio's sister Morella, who loved the defendant, loved Monica like a sister. And you're going to see the defendant is somebody who is used to using others to do her bidding, including Fabio, Baker, and Austin, because she wanted to live that high life that Fabio provided till it no longer fulfilled her. And she spent, as you'll see, in some of the photographs I'm going to show you this afternoon before we wrap up until next week, considerable effort building a false perception of who she was. You're going to see evidence of that dichotomy, the reality of who she really was, proven by the photos, by witness accounts, by patterns of communication. And some of this is going to come in the form of evidence from the defendant's Instagram account, her iCloud account, Baker's Dropbox, his SD cards, and analysis of all of the cell phones that were recovered after their arrest. After the murder, you're going to learn that she behaved as if there was no danger, as if her husband hadn't just been brutally murdered at her home, and that she was totally free and single without grieving traumatized children at home. And you're going to hear she began going out with Baker after Fabio's murder, as you can see here. And these are pictures, if you talk about February 8th, which you're going to see 2 weeks after Fabio's murder. You're going to hear that some of the exchanges between her and her daughters on what she was doing after the murder. An innocent person whose husband was just viciously killed in their own backyard would literally move out immediately, probably, or at least take extreme safety precautions. Instead,
This argument. Nobody taking place.
what you're going to hear is that the defendant told people she was unafraid, and that was because she knew who the killer was. As a result, you're going to hear she told detectives she didn't replace the stolen DVR system or take other safety measures when she was asked by law enforcement. And most importantly, you're going to hear she left her kids alone while she went out with Baker night after night, staying with him into the early morning hours on several occasions. You're also going to hear that she began traveling with Baker as a couple. And the only reasonable explanation is that she was not afraid to leave her kids home alone in the house where their father was murdered because she knew who the killer was, and therefore knew that he presented no danger to her daughters. For example, during Fabio's interment in Toronto, when his remains were being buried, you're going to hear that the defendant took naked selfies of herself and sent them to Fabio. This occurred at the same time that she was pretending to be the great grieving widow. In reality, you're going to hear that she was involved not only with Baker, but swinging with third parties. You're also going to hear that she started using an alternate name, Madonna. This gives you an idea of communications, the Viber communications and the messaging between the defendant and Baker to each other through their cell phones 5,752 times in January 2017 alone using Viber. The yellow peaks that you see are Baker. The red peaks that you see are the defendant. The timeline here shows you the usage of encrypted apps. We talked about Viber. We talked about the fact they switched to WhatsApp after the murder by the defendant and Baker using their mobile devices and accounts. This is based on evidence from multiple sources, as you're going to hear. As I mentioned, the iCloud records, subpoenas that brought in AT&T records and web history, Viber and WhatsApp business records, forensic extractions of cell phones, and stipulations. You're going to hear that the defendant installed Viber on her phone on April 9th of 2016 and deleted it sometime before her arrest on June 14th of 2017. You'll hear that she installed WhatsApp, the second encrypted application, on January 27th, 5 days after her husband's murder. You'll also hear that Baker installed WhatsApp on the day of the murder at about 11:40 p.m. You're going to see that WhatsApp business records for Baker's cell phone show both Chris Austin's cell phone and the defendant's cell phone as symmetric contacts, meaning that the contacts for Baker's cell phone number existed in both Austin and the defendant's respective WhatsApp accounts. You're also going to hear that the contacts for Baker and the defendant's cell numbers existed in each other's respective WhatsApp contacts as well, and that will be explained to you by Officer Curtis Davis. Basically, the business records show a connection between the defendant and Baker between Baker and Austin. And you'll also learn that a burner phone is a phone that's not registered to anyone. Therefore, it cannot be tracked. It's essentially a cheap throwaway phone. You pay for it with cash. It can't be traced to a particular subscriber like your regular cell phone can be, and that it's typically used by criminals. WhatsApp business record for Baker's cell phone number show a new Samsung, an S6 Android device that was registered the day of the murder at 11:40 p.m. This phone was never recovered, whether it was during search warrants at his apartment, his vehicle, or at the defendant's home or vehicle. This was a phone he got rid of. You're also going to hear the defendant and Baker discuss getting rid of their burner phones and his computer in recordings that occurred back here in the courthouse lockup. WhatsApp business records for the defendant's cell phone show the first iPhone device registration on January 27th, 2017 at 8:34 in the morning. And as I said, after the murder, they switched from using Viber to WhatsApp. On 1/26 of 2017, corroborating what Austin told us, Baker tells Austin to download WhatsApp on your phone from his Facebook messages. You'll hear Austin purchased a burner at Baker's direction with money Baker gave him, so he and Baker could continue to communicate after the murder. You're going to hear that Austin then began communicating with Baker on Baker's new burner phone, which was a different number, a phone that, again, was never recovered, and that Austin also disposed of his burner phone. On January 31st through February 8th of 2017, the defendant, along with her daughters, traveled to Toronto to repatriate Fabio's body to his home country. On February 8th, it would have been their 20th wedding anniversary. February 28th, 2017, was a one-month mass that took place again in Toronto. This is a picture taken on February 4th of 2017 of the defendant along with Fabio's children in a vehicle in Toronto heading to a funeral event. You're going to hear that on this same day, she sent multiple selfies of herself nude to Baker. Defendant took and sent Baker multiple nude selfies each day, in fact, while she was in Toronto for Fabio's services. On February 2nd and 3rd, those were days that they had a viewing of the body. The defendant sent nude pictures of herself at 12:25 in the afternoon, 12:27 in the afternoon, 12:40 in the afternoon, and you're going to hear that these photographs weren't just nude selfies. They were close-up photographs of her vagina, of her buttocks. On February 4th was the funeral, the mass, and the cremation for Fabio. The defendant again sent multiple nude selfies to Baker at 6:34 p.m., a picture of herself masturbating. At 10:43 p.m., a close-up picture of her breasts. At 10:53 p.m., another picture of her vagina. On February 5th, the defendant sent Baker again multiple nude selfies at 12:33 p.m., and again at 12:36 p.m., and again at 10:09 p.m. On February 7th, the defendant again sent multiple nude pictures to Baker, again, pictures of her vagina, and these are photographs, as I've told you, that will be described for you all of these pictures were found on Baker's SD card, item 157, meaning that he received them from the defendant. At the same time that she was doing this secretly, this is what she was doing publicly. On February 8th at 3:01, the defendant posted a series of photos on Instagram of herself and Fabio with this caption, mentioning celebrating their 20th anniversary. And you can read for her the rest of it for yourself. The defendant arrived home from Toronto on February 8th, her anniversary, and immediately went out that night with Baker. Instead of worrying about her two young daughters left at home in the same location where their father had been murdered, she texts Jessica, her daughter, and she basically tells Jessica to lie for her. And if anybody calls, to say she's asleep, because she doesn't want anybody to know she's out with Baker. And you can see here that exchange. And she says in her text, under no circumstances answer the phone. Or if anyone texts asking if we're okay, you say I'm asleep. Okay? Nobody. Got it? And then she goes out with Baker. And the text continue that night. Jessica says, okay, love you, be smart. Later that night, the night of her anniversary, Isabella, the younger daughter, sends a text to her mother and to her sister saying, what the hell? Why are you leaving me alone for so long? I don't want to be alone in this house. This is at 10:27 p.m. Receiving no response, about 10 minutes later, she says, all right, well, don't forget I exist or anything. And that's the communication at 10:38. And it goes on. Now Monica, the defendant, is texting Jessica, where are you? Get home. And Jessica says, I'm just getting off the freeway right now. So at 10:44, the girls are home alone, but their mother's out with her lover, the man who she planned the murder of their father with. Early in the morning, now February 9th, the defendant texts to Jessica that she's on her way home at 12:38 a.m. and finally returns home as if her husband never existed at all. On February 14th, LAPD detectives obtained some initial DNA results matching Baker from evidence that was collected at the crime scene and from Fabio's Porsche. You're going to hear from a LAPD criminalist who now works for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation as a criminalist regarding this diagram, Corey Hawk, which depicts the location of various bloodstains at the home. She's the person who processed the crime scene and collected evidence samples, and she was, as I said, working for LAPD's crime lab back in 2017. You'll hear that Baker was dripping blood, which he left behind in various parts of the house, including the entry area, the kitchen area, the master bedroom, which he ransacked, and the garage. Not surprisingly, as I also mentioned, Baker also transferred the victim's blood throughout the house, into the kitchen, onto the counter, the entryway floor, and you'll hear about that regarding the DNA results from Randy Zapata. You're going to hear that all of these crime scene samples match to Baker, that his DNA was found on the kitchen floor in a couple different locations, the entry area as well as in the garage floor. And once those DNA results came back in February, of course, law enforcement did not tell the defendant about the results pointing to Baker because they knew at this point about the affair. After it was located 2 days later, Fabio's Porsche was impounded and examined by another LAPD criminalist, Jane Kwan, from the crime lab. You're going to hear that she collected bloodstains from the Porsche in the driver's compartment, which were submitted for DNA analysis. The DNA analysis resulted in matches to Baker. His blood was on the driver's door panel, the driver's seat controls, and the steering wheel. And as he walked through Fabio's blood on the patio, he tracked Fabio's blood onto the clutch, what they, I think, initially labeled as a brake pedal, because Baker had Fabio's blood on the bottom of his shoes as he drove Fabio's Porsche away from the crime scene. This is February 16th. Again, the defendant publicly posting photos of Fabio with a caption that he's the love of her life, outwardly displaying that she's a grieving widow. And you'll see that she continuously posted, you won't see the photos, but her statements, the captions about her anguish and heartbreak over the loss of her husband, in order to provide a cover for her participation in the murder so that no one would suspect her. This was an Instagram post, again, from February 18th. Greatest man on earth. And we know how she's secretly spending her time. LAPD detectives, Verna and Parshall, decided that they were going to begin to conduct surveillance on the defendant in February of 2017, and you'll hear that special unit in LAPD referred to as the Gangs and Narcotics Division, a surveillance unit, handled the surveillance between February 19th and March 3rd of 2017. You're going to hear that during that time they observed Baker with 3 cell phones on him at the same time. You're also going to hear that detectives Verna and Parshall obtained search warrants for phone pings and vehicle trackers. That meant that through the search warrants signed by judges, they were able to track the defendant and Baker's cell phones, and once they put trackers on their vehicles, they could track their whereabouts, and you're going to hear that assisted them with the surveillance that went on, and they followed the defendant going out several nights a week with Baker during this time period when the defendant and Baker went to Hollywood bars and partied all night into the early morning hours. On February 16th, G&D installed vehicle trackers on the defendant's Ford F-150 pursuant to a warrant so that they could follow the defendant wherever she went, and you'll hear about that from Detective Ryan Verna. This is an Instagram post from February 18th at 8:44 p.m. where she's posting again a photo of herself with Fabio with this caption, and at the end you'll see she tags love of my life. Pay attention to that. You're going to see that again. In jail letters, you're going to see that the defendant used LOML in her letters to Baker, claiming that actually Baker was the love of her life. And again, more text messages. This is February 19th. The defendant goes out with Baker, and she texts Jessica the same thing. Don't answer. Just say you're hanging out. And she's going out with Baker that night. You're going to hear that after the murder for about a week or so in February, Baker stayed at this address, 331 Salem in Glendale, an apartment belonging to his friend Roger Brown. You're going to hear that the defendant would come here, drive to Glendale to pick up Baker often for their date night, and that Roger Brown knows the defendant by the name Madonna. That was how he was introduced to her. Brown provided one of Baker's burner phone numbers to law enforcement when he was interviewed in June of 2017, which they previously did not know about. So you're going to hear from Roger Brown that the defendant, who he knew as Madonna, was going out with Baker and staying over into the early morning hours on a regular basis at the apartment while Baker was living there for a period of time. On February 19th at 1:38 in the afternoon, GPS trackers on the defendant's Ford F-150 tracked her and Baker to this location on Melrose, 7250 Melrose. This is the parlor bar on Melrose, which you're going to hear about. On February 20th, again, text between the defendant and Jessica at after midnight. The defendant's out with Baker, again, leaving her daughter's home alone while she's partying with Baker. She returns this night at 2:20 in the morning. On February 21st of 2017, the defendant's again interviewed by LAPD detectives Ryan Verna and Jean Parshall. Again, it's a recorded interview, which you'll hear about. And you're going to hear once again she lies to them about various things, including her remote access to the home surveillance system. She tells them she had not replaced the DVR security system, although she and the girls are living in the home. She claims she couldn't find any paperwork for the DVR that was stolen. She tells the detectives that Fabio probably paid the installers in cash because he always walked around with a lot of cash in his pockets and paid everybody in cash. And she also said that someone unknown came to the home to install the DVR system, but she has no information as to who the installer was or the company, but she's going to go back and check their credit card receipts just in case. She purposely never mentioned to them that the person who was actually home for that installation was her, not Fabio, that she intentionally never mentioned that she had remote access to the cameras through an app she downloaded onto her phone. She also failed to mention that she was in communication with Baker, as I mentioned, on the day Fabio was killed, or her meetups with him at LA Fitness or Target when they went through, once again, the details of her day. When asked if anyone had cut themselves and possibly left blood in the house, she said that Fabio may have cut himself trying to fix this power washer. When asked about stolen property or any missing items, she claimed that cash was missing that Fabio kept for travel, some inexpensive jewelry, and Fabio's gold coins, which you heard about from Austin. She tells law enforcement multiple lies regarding Baker. You can see here a transcript, and you'll hear about this audio of this interview along with the transcript where she underplays her relationship with Baker, pretending she doesn't even know his last name. She tells them Baker's never been to her house before the murder, that she certainly never mentioned to them that he spent the night when Fabio was out of town. However, what you're going to learn is that during this particular date of February 21st, these detectives speak with Jessica privately, and Jessica mentions finding Baker in her mother's bed on a certain morning when Fabio was out of town. The map that you see on the bottom right shows how often Baker was present at or near the Sementilli home from January 1st, 2016 to January 1st of 2017. You can see all those blue dots. Okay, I'll do a couple more. As I mentioned, a surveillance unit, the Gangs and Narcotics Division, was following the defendant and Baker at the time. This is February 21st at 8:50 p.m. They followed her again to the parlor bar on Melrose. You can see the defendant and Baker are sitting at a table having drinks. And when they went outside, photographs were taken again by the surveillance division of the defendant and Baker kissing at the valet booth while they're waiting for their vehicle. You're going to hear about that from Detectives Andy Chang and Joe Anaya. One last slide. Next, on the night of February 21st, after the parlor bar, Detectives Chang and Anaya follow the defendant and Baker to a place called the Dime Bar on Fairfax Avenue. They watched as the defendant came out front of the location alone for a period of time where she was smoking, and she began talking, you're going to hear, to the male bouncer at this location, that she began rubbing the bouncer's inner thigh, that she grabbed the bouncer by the back of the neck and began kissing him. And you're going to hear again about these observations from these detectives who followed the defendant and what happened after that. As I mentioned, today I was going to speak all day, and it looks like I will be speaking for a good portion of the day on Tuesday when you return. Again, keep in mind that what I am showing you is the wealth of evidence that the defendant created that's going to be presented to you through various witnesses in this case over the course of the next several weeks. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. As I stated, we will not be in session on Monday. We will next be in session Tuesday at 9 a.m. A couple things I need to tell you. First, as always, is the admonition. You must discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or the former expressing opinions of the cause as finally submitted to you. So, you're members of the 101 family. What does that mean? Well, tonight's pizza night. That's what it means. Have a good weekend. Have a good Monday. I'll see you Tuesday.
All right. He just said, have a good weekend. We'll see you on Monday. I am so confused. I thought this started on Monday. And then yesterday, what just happened? Did he just say, I'll see you on Monday? Next be in session on Tuesday. Oh, okay. So this started Friday. They were off Monday. Tuesday, Miss Silverman was in a car accident, and so now they're picking up today. All right. Day one. All right, because day two, she continues on. We'll be here till midnight, so I'm not going to review everything. But basically, Miss Silverman, prosecutor Beth Silverman, paints a very detailed description and story and plot and timeline of how Fabio Sementilli got murdered and why. Basically, his wife Monica, who they were married almost 20 years, wanted his life insurance, his policies, his assets to the tune of $2.2 million inheritance. She stood. So she got bored with Fabio because he was always, they had a great lifestyle. They had 3 kids, I guess, 2 daughters, and then we found out about a son. I'm not sure what the son's name is, but he was busy. He was a hairstylist to celebrities. He joined this company named Wella, and he would go he would go to these contests, and he would win these contests. So Fabio was a very, very skilled hairdresser, and then he was also into hair care products. So he was well liked in the community. And Monica, according to Miss Silverman, got bored with that lifestyle, meaning she was home alone. So she started to go out a lot and meet other people. And she connected with this guy named Robert Baker, and over racquetball at the local LA Fitness. So she, meeting Monica, started to talk to Baker, and they plotted to delete Fabio because she was promising Baker this $2.2 million inheritance. So then Baker has this friend of a family, Chris Austin, who he brings into the conspiracy, and they plot to delete Fabio. So they first try to do it at this pho restaurant on Ventura Boulevard. Chris Austin chickens out, or doesn't chicken out, but he's not a criminal. He just doesn't want to do that. And he was going to shoot Fabio. So then they go for the next day. They plan it for the next day, and Monica basically tells them come between this time and this time, which would have been between 3:47 and 4:54. So Monica leaves. She goes to Target, and she tells them, "Hey, he's there alone." So between 4:39 and 4:53, Fabio is attacked and stabbed. He's stabbed 7 times in his jugular, his arteries. He gets stabbed in the thigh, and he basically just bleeds out. There's no defensive wounds whatsoever. The daughter, unfortunately, 17-year-old daughter, comes home literally 1 minute after those two leave. Daughter comes home. She finds her dad, and there you go. Let's move on to day 2. Do you guys have any hairstylist to the stars? Yes. Capri Law. I didn't personally know Fabio, but know lots of people that did. He had a great reputation. Oh, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. He seemed like a really, really nice guy. Baka of 3. I got to find some pho this weekend. All right, let's move on because all right, day 2 coming up. I made sure Monica has the same white jacket on, but she has a different shirt underneath. And then I double checked. This is day 2. Okay, day 2. All right, let's continue on.
After the murder of her husband, the defendant was followed to this location, the Dime Bar on Fairfax Avenue, by a surveillance unit, the Gangs and Narcotics Division. As you recall, I talked about the fact that the defendant and Baker went into the location for a while, that the defendant came back out. She was smoking a cigarette, and they observed as she began speaking with the bouncer, began rubbing the bouncer's inner thigh area, grabbed him by the back of the neck and began kissing him, and that those observations will be testified to by Detectives Chang and Anaya during the course of this trial over the next several weeks. Also that same night, this is a text string between the defendant and Jessica, the eldest daughter, who is once again, as you saw in multiple text strings that I presented to you last week, I know it's been several days, is wondering where her mother is. And this is at 10 o'clock at night, and you can see for yourself the defendant's response. One thing that I did want to mention to you is that because of the fact that there are so many witnesses in this case, there's somewhere, I think we started out at somewhere around 200 and cut it down to somewhere around 75. We have many, many witnesses who either don't live in the state or don't live in this country. And we are obviously trying to coordinate everybody's schedules and their various work activities and life events and vacations. And so you may not hear the evidence come in a sequential fashion that makes sense. In other words, we may have to take witnesses out of order, out of chronological order, which is another reason why I'm being so thorough in my opening statement, so that you'll see where we're going, like a roadmap. And I'm talking about some of the witnesses, and then at the end of the case, during closing, I'll have the opportunity again to speak with you and put the witnesses into context, as I mentioned, with respect to the law that Judge Cohen will give you, that will help you to make decisions in this case. So I just wanted to bring that up today because as we're starting with witnesses, perhaps this afternoon we'll start in a sequential order, but then from there you might see that people are being taken out of place in a chronological order, but when you hear them talk, you'll say, oh yeah, I remember when Ms. Silverman mentioned this person or this piece of evidence in her very lengthy opening. So the next day, the evening of February 22nd, so remember the defendant is out on the 21st at the dime bar. Her daughter is texting her, where are you? When are you going to be home? The surveillance detectives follow the defendant and Baker back to this location. I think I mentioned this also last week. This was a friend of Baker's, Roger Brown, who you'll hear from in this case, who lived at 331 Salem in Glendale. And after the murder, Baker stayed for a few days with, you'll hear about Sheila Salahian and Ricardo Cabrera, and then after that, towards the end of February, he's staying in Glendale, and the defendant's going back and forth from Glendale to pick him up at night for them to go out. This is a picture of that location, and what you're going to hear is in the early morning hours, around 2:55 in the morning, when the defendant and Baker finally get back to the Salem address where Baker is staying at the time with Roger Brown, Detective Chang installs a GPS tracker on Baker's black Ford Expedition, which is what you see here, and the vehicle was parked at that time in the parking garage of this location. The photograph that you see on the bottom right is a photo of Baker's vehicle. However, that's a photograph that was taken at a tow yard where subsequently it was taken after arrest for purposes of processing and to see the evidence that was in it, which I talked a little bit about last week. The following day, February 23rd, about 10:28, the defendant posted this. Again, as you read this, you can see how the evidence shows how persuasive she is in trying to get people who are reading these public posts, that being the victim's family and friends, her own family, the co-workers, everybody that knows her. She's posting this on a public platform in order to get across the message that you've seen in multiple posts such as this, that she is completely devastated and heartbroken. So again, as I mentioned last week, showing you the dichotomy once again, and this is almost on a daily basis, between the fake public image that she's posting versus what's going on behind the scenes in her actual life. Later that same night, on February 23rd of 2017, it would be 1 month after the murder of Fabio Sementilli at 9:17 p.m., the defendant once again posts to Instagram along with a photo of Fabio and this caption. Your Honor, could you please inform the jury why it is that they are not seeing the photographs that she's posting?
So, for legal reasons, I have limited the people of showing 2 photos of the decedent in life and no more. It's not because of them, it's because of me. It's because of legal issues. Thank you.
So she posts a picture of Fabio along with this message. That's why the background that you see seems to be similar on all of the Instagram posts. So if you know about how Instagram looks, you get the idea of what her page looks like, but we're not allowed to show you the actual photos. So she posts a picture of him. This is the caption that she writes, once again, trying to get across her sentiment to the public and to everybody that knows her or Fabio, that this is really what she's feeling on the inside. Yet, as you know from listening to what I said on Friday and what I continued to talk about this morning, she spent the entire month after her husband of 20 years was slaughtered in their backyard, either with her lover, Robert Baker, or, as you heard, sending him naked photographs of herself or close-up photos of her intimate body parts. Again, that same night, she's out again. And here you see a text exchange between, again, the defendant and her daughter asking when she's coming home. And this occurs on, again, the night of February 23rd, where the defendant once again picks up Baker at Roger Brown's apartment on Salem in Glendale, and they go out for the night. One more thing I want to point out, you'll see that at the bottom she uses the excuse that she's going out to karaoke. You'll see in some of the upcoming messages that I show you that she uses karaoke basically in place of what she's really doing in order to indicate to others, in this case her daughter, that she's doing something that is both innocuous and innocent. On this particular night, she stays with Baker after they go out at the Glendale apartment until 4:22 in the morning before she finally drives home to her daughters. February 25th at 7:59 in the morning, again, the defendant posts this to her Instagram account along with a photograph of Fabio. And you know that this is a lie because later that night, the surveillance crew, G&D again, follows her and Baker to this location, once again, Roger Brown's apartment, where she picks him up. They go out on the town, and they return back to his apartment about 12:41 in the morning on the following day. That would be the 26th, where she stays at this time until 3:14 the next day, on February 26th, before, again, driving home to her daughters. And once again, during this night, you see once again the same type of text messages between the defendant and her daughter, talking about the fact at 11:40 that she's going to be out late. On February 26th, the following morning when she gets home, as I mentioned, she stays with Baker at his apartment until 3:14 at Roger Brown's. The next morning at 10:24, she posts this along with another photograph of her husband, Fabio. And later this same day, she leaves on a trip for Toronto. And she is in Toronto from February 26th, returning home on March 3rd. Now let me show you about what she posts while she's in Toronto. So on February 27th at 7:17 in the morning, she posts again a photograph of Fabio with this caption. And as you can see here, they're going to visit his burial site that day. And so she posts this. On March 1st at 7:08 in the morning, the defendant again posts a picture of Fabio with this caption about spending time with his mother, talking about how she is spending time with his family and friends. And again, you can see here from this evidence how she is playing the role of the grieving widow and manipulating everybody, including
I will allow this.
manipulating everybody, including Fabio's heartbroken mother, whose only son was murdered. Another one, the following day, March 4th, 2017, at 10 a.m., the defendant posts a photo of Fabio with this caption here. Remember I told you about how one of the things Fabio loved to do would be to sit in the backyard in his covered patio and smoke a cigar, and she makes reference to that. On March 4th, the defendant returns home and immediately goes back to her late night activities with Baker. And again, you can see the text messages once again between the defendant and her eldest daughter, Jessica, asking when her mother's going to be home. A few days later, on March 7th, although the defendant doesn't know, you'll hear that LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division takes the case over from the Valley Bureau detectives who were initially handling Detective Verna and his partner, Detective Parshall, and that at that point in time, the Valley Bureau homicide detectives are working together with robbery homicide detectives because the original detectives had built some rapport with the defendant, and they were assisting Robbery Homicide Division, who is now in the process of getting up to speed and taking over this case. And so you're going to hear from Detective Christopher Gable about their investigation. What you're going to learn is that Detective Gable and his partner, Detective Tellis, decided to have Detective Parshall introduce them to the defendant, and they were, again, going to play a ruse, not indicate that they were from the elite Robbery Homicide Division, who handles, as you'll hear, complex homicide investigations, and they have a lot of other resources available to them because of the nature of the investigations they handle. So they decided to have the initial detectives introduce themselves as, introduce the RHD detectives as members of a knock-knock burglary task force. And so that's how they are introduced to the defendant, so that they don't tip her off that this case is now becoming more significant, and that they are, they know that she's lying to law enforcement and having an affair and involved in her husband's murder. Because as I told you, on February 14th, they received the preliminary hearing results of the DNA from the crime scene, as I talked about, and the interior of Fabio's Porsche, the driver's compartment. On March 8th, 2017, the next day at 8 in the morning, the defendant posts a photograph of herself along with Fabio with this caption. Later on the same day, at 9:47 a.m., she posts a photograph of, again, herself with Fabio, showing their wonderful relationship with this particular caption. Again, I pointed this out on Friday. You can see where she ends with the tag sign, Love of My Life. You're going to see LOML, standing for Love of My Life, in various jail letters, what's referred to as kites within the custodial system, to, at that point in time, her co-defendant, Baker. Also on March 8th, I told you that the defendant had multiple calls with Detective Parshall and Detective Verna that were recorded. March 8th was one of those recorded conversations. As I mentioned to you again last week, one of the things that they wanted from her was paperwork regarding the DVR system, the security system, the CCTV camera system that had been set up. And here you have the defendant on tape saying, I haven't found any paperwork or anything like that, even on my debit or my bank cards. My insurance company is going to replace it for me. I just went online and Googled and tried to find out what it looked like, when we know she's lying because she was the one that was there for the install, if you recall. So she goes on to continue telling them that Fabio actually was the one who upgraded the system, lying to them in order to distance herself from the security system. Keep in mind that when you hear things like this, that she's lying about something, usually the reason people lie is because there's some reason for it, right? And in this case, it's because she's trying to distance herself from that remote access to the surveillance system, because that's what she used. Because, again, she's trying to distance herself from the security system because that's what she used in order to assist her in orchestrating the timeline for Fabio's murder. So you can see the investigating officers are questioning her regarding replacement of the system, but she claims she's still waiting for her home insurance company, State Farm, to give her the money to do so. Because remember, she's broke. So again, on March 9th, at about 7:19 p.m., there is a surveillance unit that is following the defendant and Baker. This time, because Robbery Homicide Division has taken over, they use their own surveillance special investigative section that's assigned to robbery homicide. Those individuals work for a unit that's referred to as SIS, the Special Investigation Section, and so they take over from gangs and narcotics doing the surveillance at this point, and they follow the defendant, and they see that she meets up at this petrol gas station across from the defendant's apartment. Baker gives the defendant a bag of clothes. You can see on the right, she's showing some of the items of clothing that he's purchased for her, and then the photograph on the left of the two of them kissing. And then at that point, Baker drives the two of them in the defendant's, what was Fabio's originally Ford F-150, and SIS follows them to a location called the Goodnight Bar in Burbank, where they arrive somewhere around 8:15, 8:20 at night, and they stay for a period of time. You'll hear that about 9 o'clock, maybe 10 minutes after, the defendant and Baker then drive over to the Laugh Factory Comedy Club on Sunset Boulevard. Once again, you'll hear from the SIS detectives that they're followed to that location. And at that point in time, SIS installs their own GPS device on the defendant's Ford F-150 so that they can track where she's going even without them following her. Again, that same night, this is a string of texts between the youngest daughter, Isabella, recall hearing her 911 call. She's the one that found her father a month and a half earlier, bleeding out dead on their back patio. And at 10:12 that night, she's asking if her mother or her older sister can come home because she's alone all the time and she doesn't like being left alone at this home, and you can imagine why. And then you see the response from her sister saying that she'll be coming home at 11. And this text goes on where she talks about the fact that she's always at the house by herself. that she doesn't like being in this house and that it's much worse when she's alone. And again, during this time period, we know at 10:15, the defendant is still out with Baker being followed by the surveillance unit. And again, the text messages go on where she says she's making a therapy appointment for the next day. Just to remind you, Isabella at this point in time, she's a 16-year-old girl who found her father stabbed to death. And so this evidence demonstrates for you how important Baker must be to the defendant in order to
Overruled.
This evidence demonstrates once again how important Baker must be to the defendant in order to allow her child to suffer like this alone at home in this house. And you can see the defendant's response, and then what you see that she does is she tries to make her daughter, as you can see, feel guilty by saying, oh, I'm so hurt and disappointed, I'm coming home. Well, she's obviously not going to come home. So you can see that at this point, the daughter has no choice because now she feels guilty for making her mother feel guilty or bad. And so she says, never mind, it's fine. And that's at 10:20. Then the eldest daughter texts her mother separately saying, don't feel bad, have fun being out. And of course, at this point in time, the defendant is still at the Laugh Factory. I mentioned that one of the defendant's close friends was a woman by Deborah Obad who took a couple of photographs, if you recall, of Baker at the wake that took place at the family home on January 29th. Remember those photographs I showed you? And in one of those photographs, if you look close, you could see that he had a bandage on his index finger, and in the other photo, he was sitting close to the defendant near the fire pit, right in the area where he had slashed Fabio to death days before. On the morning of March 11th, Deborah Obad, who suspects the defendant is having an affair, knows that the defendant is lying, drives by the Sementilli home and sees Baker's Ford Expedition parked in front. So she takes this particular photograph and then sends it over to LAPD detectives Verna and Parshall because she's tipping them off again about Robert Baker. But recall, as of February 14th, she had tipped them off about Baker, but on February 14th, they got confirmation via the initial round of DNA evidence that was analyzed. 3 days later, on March 14th, at about 1 in the afternoon, the defendant posts this to Instagram with a photograph of Fabio. Again, indicating she is his proud wife. Again, with the hashtag love of my life that you'll see in a few minutes. On March 16th, the defendant calls Detective Parshall again. Remember I told you that throughout the course of the investigation, when Valley Bureau Homicide was handling it, she would call on a regular basis because she wanted to know where they were at in their investigation, what evidence they had, and that Detective Parshall and Detective Verna were not going to release anything, and so they kept making excuses to throw her off the trail because they didn't want her to be able to destroy any evidence or to interrupt their investigation. And at this point, she's asking specifically about DNA results from the samples that were collected from Fabio's Porsche. She again mentions to Detective Parshall in this recorded phone call that she's anxious to collect the life insurance proceeds. Remember, we talked about how she started making inquiry about the proceeds the very night of the murder and had her friend Deborah Obad texting the CEO of the company, Sal Macheri, about the life insurance because Monica was asking, and he found it so unusual that he was showing it to people in HR. And she says here in this call that not only is she anxious to collect the life insurance proceeds, but that the HR department at Fabio's company, Wella, needs confirmation from LAPD in order to clear her name so she can get the money. And you'll hear a recording of that call. On the same day, after making that call to Detective Parshall at about, let's say 10:45 that night, March 16th, again, the defendant posts to her public Instagram account a photograph of her husband, Fabio, along with this caption. Again, continuing to create the public false impression that she is a grief-stricken widow. And as you read posts like this, you can imagine how that may instill guilt and sadness in other people so that they're willing to do her bidding, which you're going to see coming up. The next day, March 17th at 4:21 in the afternoon, again, the defendant posts to her public Instagram account this quote about her husband, talking about how he was the best husband ever. The following day, March 18th, she's out again with Baker, and the older daughter, Jessica, is asking her mother, are you going to be home late, or like kind of late, or really late? And this is her mother's response. The following morning, after arriving home on March 19th at about 10:45 in the morning, the defendant again posts a picture of Fabio with this caption. I told you the defendant often, the victim, Fabio Sementilli, often referred to his wife by a pet name Pootsie. Here she uses it in the Instagram account. All of which, as we know, is a lie because we know what she's been up to, all of that behavior being totally inconsistent with what she is trying to show here in her public Instagram accounts, that being grief or love for her husband. On March 20th, again, as I said, using the public social media in order to get what she wants, she contacts one of Fabio's colleagues at Wella, Melanie Garibay, who you're going to hear from. And Melanie Garibay was somebody who booked Wella's shows and conventions. These are large-scale shows with hundreds and hundreds of people in Las Vegas. That she had worked through various contacts in Las Vegas in order to, as you can imagine, set up these large conventions and block out rooms for their executive staff like Fabio and other individuals that would be traveling in from around the country and around the world. One of those people you'll hear, her name is Mindy. So the defendant reaches out to Melanie Garibay and tells her, asks her if she can get her a deal on a room in Las Vegas because she claims she needs to get away. She's going to go on a girls' trip, and she lies to Fabio's colleagues in order to get a deal. And of course, Melanie Garibay, feeling sorry for the devastated widow, the defendant, gets her a room at the Vidara at a special executive rate. And you can see here she says, Mindy from the Vidara is going to send you a confirmation tomorrow. And this is the hourly, the nightly rate when you are part of staying as part of a company like Wella. So in other words, if Fabio was traveling, or he would get a deal like this because of the business that they did there. And so the defendant gets a $99 a night suite at the Vidara, in this case manipulating Fabio's colleagues to get a deal. After booking her trip, on March 21st at 8:50, the defendant publicly posted this to her Instagram account along with a photograph of herself and Fabio. And you can see that she mentions that she's praying for justice. I will remind you that that is why we are all here in this courtroom today.
That last part was argument.
The defendant and Baker go to Las Vegas to celebrate and have fun from March 23rd to March 26th of 2017. They stay in the $99 a night suite at the Vidara, a fancy hotel, and you'll hear the defendant spends approximately $2,470 over the 4 days, even while she's complaining to everybody that she has no money, and you'll hear that she was complaining she couldn't pay her mortgage, she could no longer pay their pool man, their housekeeper, their gardeners. Late night on March 25th into the early morning of the 26th, while they're in Las Vegas, the defendant and Baker are at the Wynn Casino and the Intrigue nightclub, along with Baker's friends from Las Vegas, who you will hear from, Ron and Michelle Ray. You can see Michelle Ray in the top left photo. You can see Ron Ray with Baker and the defendant in the top right photo in the hat. And then the photograph on in the center is a photograph of the defendant along with her lover, Robert Baker, murdered her husband. You're going to hear that Ron and Michelle Ray met Baker in Las Vegas with the defendant for the first time. And you're going to hear that they were interviewed by law enforcement. You're going to hear that, according to the Rays, the defendant seemed to be the person that was in control, that she was controlling Rob Baker. You're going to hear from them, she acted like she had a lot of money. When they went out to dinner together, she ordered wine even though they weren't drinking. And she picked up the bill acting like she was the big spender, and the dinner that night was over $500 for the four of them. What you're going to hear that's very unusual is that during this first meeting where they ever met the defendant, she never once mentioned that she had been married. She never once mentioned that approximately a month and a half before, her husband had been murdered. She never mentioned that she even had children. And she certainly didn't act, as you will hear from them, as if she was sad or grieving. In fact, what you're going to hear from Ron Ray is that the defendant talked about how she was planning on buying a home in Las Vegas for Baker, because Baker used to live there and he wanted to have a house there, and that she was going to do this after she sold her expensive house in California. She told them that she and Baker were planning on traveling. They were going to go to Italy, and that Ron Ray was going to add her to his contacts in his phone, and when he asked her for her last name, Baker said, just put Monica Baker, because she has a long Italian last name. And you're going to hear that the defendant just smiled, didn't correct him. And you're going to hear what that constitutes under the law is an adoptive admission when you get the jury instructions in this case. You're also going to hear that Ron and Michelle Ray told detectives that not only was the defendant very controlling over Baker, but that she was extremely loud and obnoxious, and that she repeatedly grabbed Rob Baker by the crotch and talked about his penis size. While in Vegas, at about, this could be when she gets home from her Vegas trip. She comes home on March 26th. At 8 o'clock at night, the defendant posts another photograph of Fabio with this caption talking about her daily posts and all the kind words and outpouring of love, which means that, as any of you who are on social media know, when you post something, sometimes friends and others will comment on your post and chime in, and what she's telling them is that that was therapy for her. It made her feel so much better, and she is, again, mentioning that she's sorry she wasn't reaching out or responding because she's been so busy, and in this case we know she's been very busy because she's creating the life that she wanted with Baker. The following day, March 27th at 8 in the morning, 8:11, the defendant posts on Instagram again a photograph of Fabio with this caption, and she uses her husband's full name, including his last name. But in reality, we know from what we've discussed, what I showed you last week, the defendant is planning on shedding her last name, Sementilli, which you're going to hear about in the jail lockup recordings, as well as see in the jail mail or the kites that she sent to Baker, where she signs them, Monica Baker, and as she wrote in lipstick, if you remember, on Baker's bedroom mirror in November of 2016. On March 30th, once again, the defendant is out with Baker, and her daughter is asking when she's going to be coming home. And this is, again, the evidence showing when she's balancing these things in her life, the weight of the value of her daughters and their feelings versus what she wants to do, which is spend time with her Baker, which one wins out in the end, as you can see. And that text goes on, and the defendant says maybe she'll be home around 1:30. On April 3rd, again, the defendant posts a photograph, this time of her two children, Isabella and Jessica, along with Luigi, all three of Fabio's children, with the caption that you see here. As I've said, the evidence is going to prove that the defendant not only is extremely deceitful, but that she's a master of manipulation and a very convincing actress. You're going to hear that she used the murder of her husband in order to try and get a deal on a car for herself. And you can see here a text that she sends to her daughters, allegedly while she's at the Ford dealership. In this case, you're going to hear from two different individuals that worked for the Ford dealership. On the left, Gail Burlingame, the salesperson. On the right, Cesar Aviles, who was the sales manager. They're going to tell you about the act that the defendant put on when she came to the dealership on multiple occasions in February, March, and April of 2017. You're going to hear that the defendant initially told them that she wanted to buy out the lease on Fabio's Ford F-150. It was under Fabio's name, and she said that because her husband had passed away, she and her kids really wanted to hold on to his truck because it had sentimental value to them. And you're going to hear that Gail tried to work this out by calling the corporate headquarters. You'll also hear from these witnesses that the next time the defendant came in, she explained that her husband had been murdered, that she didn't have any money or a job, and that she was desperate because she couldn't pay her bills. And she said the holdup was she was waiting on the insurance money to come in before she purchased the truck. And you're going to hear that Gail Burlingame spoke with the defendant by phone and communicated by email with her after that date for several times. Before the defendant returned to the dealership for a third time, you'll hear that Gail Burlingame talked to the defendant on the phone, that the defendant seemed much happier. She said that she had finally received the money that she wanted to come in and return the truck because she now decided that she wanted a new car for herself. And so on April 3rd of 2017, the defendant went into the dealership, the Ford dealership, and said she had received the life insurance money from her husband's murder. She was extremely happy, as you'll hear. She looked at multiple new vehicles that she wanted to purchase. You'll hear she was there over 5 hours. She drove several vehicles, and that she kept leveling up to more and more expensive vehicles as she was there. You're going to hear that she eventually settled on a new 2017 Mustang GT. She wanted a convertible, but they didn't have it in the color she wanted, and she didn't want to wait. About 30 minutes after this conversation she had with Gail Burlingame, where she decided on this brand new Mustang GT, Baker comes into the dealership. And the defendant introduces him to Gail Burlingame as her friend Rob, and she tells Baker it's important to her that he liked the vehicle. And you'll hear from Gail that she and Baker began whispering to each other, touching each other, that it was obvious they were in a relationship, and that the defendant purchased every expensive option, including upgraded rims, prepaid maintenance, and various other things on this vehicle, while she still was telling other people that she had no money. After deciding on a $62,000 fully loaded new Mustang, the defendant turned in Fabio's F-150 and sold his Porsche, claiming it was too expensive to keep his vehicle. When the defendant and Baker were arrested on June 14th of 2017, they were both together in this brand new Ford Mustang, and Baker was driving. You're going to hear that the defendant bragged about her new Mustang, that she had a meeting at some point at her house with various individuals that you see here who were working for Fabio's company. These are some of Fabio's colleagues that were on his team at Wella. She told them she had given an Oscar-winning performance at the dealership so that she could get this particular vehicle. When they came to her house to discuss the fact that they were setting up a memorial event for Fabio, and the defendant very excitedly showed off some of the high-end options on her new car, which they found to be unusual. On April 6th, at about 5:30 in the afternoon, the defendant posted to Instagram a photo of herself and Fabio, along with this caption here. So again, by these daily posts, I'm assuming by now, you're getting the gist. That she is creating a completely false perception. And you can see how much work she's putting in on a almost daily basis to create that perception. 2 days later, on April 8th, these are photos taken outside of Baker's apartment building on Independence. Baker is taking pictures and video from inside the defendant's new Mustang as the defendant stood outside the vehicle smoking, as you can see here. These photographs were found in the defendant's iPhone. You can write down, if you're taking notes, number 119. This particular phone will come up again throughout trial. Later that same day, on April 8th, 7:17 at night, the defendant posted on Instagram a photo of Fabio's son, Luigi, who was living in Toronto, Canada at the time and attending college, wishing him a happy birthday. And you can see what she wrote about him, her relationship with him, and you'll certainly hear that all of this was fake as well. following day, on April 9th, at 10:58 at night, the defendant again posts on Instagram a photo of Fabio with this caption here. Obviously, nobody following these public Instagram posts would suspect that she was at all involved in orchestrating her husband's murder. And then April 21st, 2017, at almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Bella tells her mother she's on her way home, and you can see the defendant is not at home. She says she's out on Melrose, trying to find some clothes, going to dinner, and as I told you, the word she uses whenever she wants to try and create the perception she's doing something innocent or innocuous, she says she's going to karaoke afterwards. After the arrest, Baker's expedition, I told you, was towed to a tow yard so it could be processed. This receipt was found in Baker's expedition, showing that Baker was with the defendant that day, shopping on Melrose, while the defendant was purchasing various items. A little later, on that same day, April 21st, Jessica texts to her mother asking where she is, and her mother reiterates dinner and then karaoke. 2 days later, April 23rd at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the defendant's going out again, and here you can see she's telling her daughters that she might very well be sleeping out of the house that night. She says she's sleeping at Sheila's. You'll hear from Sheila Salehian. The defendant never slept over at Sheila's. Sheila lives with her husband, Ricardo Cabrera, and so, of course, the defendant, we know, was with Baker that night. Again, another lie she tells her daughters. On April 25th, the defendant and Baker go out on a double date with Sheila Salehian and Ricardo Cabrera, who you see here. The defendant and Baker plan to meet them for dinner at Chocho-san in the San Fernando Valley. At about 9:27 that night, the defendant sent the picture that you see here on the right of Baker eating oysters to Sheila because they hadn't shown up yet. Once they get to the location, you'll hear from Sheila and Ricardo that the defendant shows them her new Mustang that she had driven to the restaurant, and she mentions to the couple, that they, meaning she and Baker, bought a new Mustang. During this particular dinner, you're going to hear that the foursome planned another Las Vegas trip, and the defendant and Baker told their friends, Sheila and Ricardo, that they were making plans for their future together. On that same night, April 25th, again, defendant's eldest daughter at 9:18 is asking when she's coming home, which the defendant does not answer. On April 25th, later on in the night, you can see again the exchange between the defendant and her daughter. This is the defendant telling her daughter that since she's the mom, basically she can do whatever she wants. You see here, and throughout what I've been showing you, this is evidence demonstrating that she believes she has zero responsibility at this point for her daughters because she's embroiled in her new life. On May 2nd at 2 in the morning, again, the defendant's out with Baker, and her daughter's asking, when are you coming home? And at 2:50 in the morning, 2:49, she says she's on her way, and at 3:18, she's almost home. And here again, evidence of the same thing I was talking about before. The defendant exhibits no shame. Once again, she hits up Melanie Garibay for a deal for a Las Vegas hotel room. Now she and Baker are going to Vegas with Sheila and Ricardo to celebrate Rob's birthday. And of course, Melanie doesn't hear this. What the defendant tells Melanie is that she's going with friends to Vegas. And so there's a text string between the defendant and Melanie that takes place from April 16th to April 21st. These are portions of their conversation regarding Vegas. You can see here the defendant mentioned she's going back to Vegas the beginning of May. She needs this time a 2-bedroom suite or 2 separate suites. And then you can see once again from Mindy, Melanie's contact in Las Vegas at the Vidara, that they have a suite for her and that they will comp one night. And the defendant asks, is this for 2 bedrooms? What's the total? And this is the executive rate that she gets, $199 plus resort fees. And the defendant says, once again, she'll take it. So we know then from May 3rd through the 5th, the defendant, along with her lover, go to Vegas for Baker's birthday. They go and meet Salehian and Cabrera there because they're going for, I think they were there for a Britney Spears concert. And Salehian and Cabrera staying in the other bedroom in this 2-bedroom suite at the Vidara Hotel with them. Monica pays for the whole suite. And you'll hear that they also went out and got together with Ron and Michelle Ray again, and also a friend of Baker's, another friend of Baker's from Las Vegas, Al Birdsong, who I mentioned to you last week. Al Birdsong is the individual where Baker and Austin stayed when they went to Vegas in July of 2016. So while the defendant is claiming that she's broke, she goes to spend 3 days in Vegas, pays for the suite, and she and Baker fly there. May 3rd, the defendant texts this picture to Sheila Salehian at 11:55 in the morning. What you see here is the defendant along with Baker, and in the back, the individual with no shirt on the couch, that's Al Birdsong. Sheila says, nice, where is this? The defendant says, Vidara Cabana. She purchased a cabana, and you'll see the invoice. On the night of May 3rd of 2017 in Las Vegas, the defendants planned a birthday party for Baker at Marrakesh Restaurant. You can see Ron and Michelle Ray there on the left, Al Birdsong behind them now wearing a black shirt. To the right, Sheila and Ricardo, that's Baker holding the cake with the defendant behind him, and you'll hear that the defendant once again picked up the check and paid for everybody. As I was describing for you, Ron and Michelle Ray mentioned that the first time that they met the defendant in March, the defendant would grab Baker's crotch and talk about his penis size. Here you can see it for yourself, captured in a photograph. You see the defendant grabbing Baker's crotch as they're posing there with Sheila and Ricardo at the Palms Hotel, and a photograph of her out partying on the right. On May 18th of 2017, for the first time, the defendant is introduced by Detective Parshall to the robbery homicide detectives. As I mentioned, Detectives Chris Gable and Tellis, claiming they were from a knock-knock burglary task force, that they believe that this task force may be responsible for Fabio's murder, which again was a ruse or a story they made up. You're going to hear that the detectives from Robbery Homicide Division recorded this interview, that they asked the defendant numerous questions, and once again, just as she did with the detectives from Valley Bureau Homicide, the defendant told one lie after another after another. You'll hear that Detective Gable, who you see here on the top right, asked her specific questions about the route that she took that day when she went to these various locations, such as LA Fitness or the Target or the Ralph's, where she parked, what she did. And you'll hear that her description did not match the surveillance video that law enforcement had gathered from these various locations. Once again, the defendant intentionally failed to mention that she had met up with Baker that day, either at the LA Fitness or in the Target parking lot, or that she was in communications with Baker all day that day, except for the period when the two of them were both in the Target lot together. And once again, she pretended she was unsure of Baker's last name. You'll also hear that, again, she denied knowing about having any remote phone access to her home surveillance system. She showed them a photograph of the safe in her bedroom that's behind a mirror and said the burglars didn't touch it. She explained that every time the mirror covering the safe is open, that she gets a text to her phone. That's part of the security system, and she didn't get any text. She admitted to them that all of her real jewelry was in the closet and wasn't taken. You'll hear in that day they show her photographs of various items of jewelry, asking if any of it's hers. And she claims perhaps some pearls, a chain, and a set of earrings, or maybe hers. You'll also hear that she said the only people that ever really came to the house were Fabio's friends and colleagues, because all of her friends were in the Toronto area. And you're going to hear that she broke down in tears as she cried about her desperate need to be cleared so that she could collect her husband's life insurance money. May of 2017. Between May 26th to May 30th, the defendant and Baker go on yet another trip. This time they go to Myrtle Beach for Atlantic Beach Bike Week in South Carolina. And you'll hear the defendant spent approximately $834 there, not including flight or hotel, and that the history on her phone indicates that she and Baker were out driving around to various individuals' homes, swinging during some of the evenings they were there. You can see here on the top left that on May 18th, the defendant purchased tickets for the Paradise Party compound. She, as you'll hear, told her friends and family she was going alone to Myrtle Beach, and the reason she was going was to walk a golf course that Fabio had always wanted to play golf at in his honor. And at the top left, you can see is the defendant's email account, Hotmail account, which you're going to hear about. And on the bottom right is the ticket that she purchased for to attend the party. This is a photograph on the left of the defendant at the Paradise Party compound, a photograph of her and Baker together on the right. These photographs were recovered from Baker's SD card 157, which you'll hear about. This is a text string between the defendant and her sister, Anna Larson, where her sister confronts her and says she knows that Monica is lying about going alone to Myrtle Beach and questions her about who she's with. And you'll see throughout the text thread, the defendant continues as she lies to everybody else, lies to her sister. And the one thing that she says that is true is what we've been talking about, which is that the defendant is a completely different person from who everybody else thinks she is. And she admits this in this text message, although she continues to lie, saying she's together honoring Fabio by walking a golf course. This is photographs of the defendant and Baker together on June 2nd and 4th, recovered again from Baker's SD card 157. This is June 6th, where SIS surveillance, again, is following the defendant and Baker. They're followed to LA Fitness. They installed, while the defendant and Baker were inside of LA Fitness, a GPS device on the defendant's Mustang in the LA Fitness parking lot. and you're going to hear from SIS detectives Dave Frederick and others from his unit. On June 7th of 2017, you can see the defendant's web history, and what she's doing here is she's researching how to know if law enforcement is tracking her phone. She does these searches on her LG tablet, which is item 82, which you'll hear about during the course of the trial, which obviously indicates that she's worried the police are investigating her, perhaps tapping her phones or following her. And you can see the various things, queries that she researches on her tablet, including, do the police have the right to tap my phone? 6 cell phone tap signs. How do you know if your cell phone's being tapped by the police? What type of phones can be tapped? 5 things to know about police cell phone spying. And police can't read your iMessages, but here's what they can see. Again, this is evidence that is inconsistent with the innocent act she's trying to display. Also is inconsistent with having nothing to hide but for an affair. Shows that she was concerned about what the police might find on her phone, and you'll hear jury instructions at the end of this case from His Honor regarding something called consciousness of guilt. These are a couple of the articles that she pulled up so that she could read about what the police would be able to see on her phone. On June 9th of 2017 at 6 o'clock at night, Detective Parshall sends the defendant an email, which is a ruse. Again, it's fake. It's meant to stimulate, to see what she'll do. He says, we're clear. She's been asking for months. We're clear on the letter for the life insurance. My secretary is typing it up. And MetLife, the life insurance carrier for Fabio's policy, should have it by the end of next week or the following week. Now, at this point in time, the LAPD, Detective Parshall, and Verna are having communications because, as I told you, robbery homicide detectives are going to take over this case, and they are now in the planning stages on taking down the defendant and her lover, Robert Baker, for the murder of Fabio Sementilli. And so to calm her down so she stops bothering them, calling daily, and to see what she'll do, they send this message to her saying, you're all clear for the life insurance. We're going to send it off now to the company, and you'll be getting your money. And what the defendant does in response is she takes a screenshot of Parshall's email, and who does she send it to? She sends it to Robert Baker. And this email is found on Baker's SD card again, item 157. So this is, again, evidence showing the two of them involved in this conspiracy to get rid of Fabio and to be able to receive his life insurance. After receiving the email from Detective Parshall expecting to be cleared to receive Fabio's life insurance proceeds, the defendant it goes to New York for Fabio's niece's graduation from medical school, and then there flies with Fabio's family back to Toronto for what you'll hear was the Mirror Awards, a large-scale award ceremony in Canada that took place where she went to accept the Lifetime Achievement Award that was given to Fabio. And so what you see here on her flight back, on the top left or in the lounge before, she's taking selfies of herself drinking wine or champagne. This is these two photos, the one on the left and the one in the center in the middle, were taken June 13th of 2017 that she sends to Baker. You can see here she appears to be wearing Baker's Army t-shirt. I told you that Baker previously served time in the Army. The photograph on the top right, based on the bedding, that is a photograph that is taken on Baker's bed in his bedroom on May 31st of 2017, wearing that same shirt. These were recovered from Baker's SD card, item number 157. The photograph on the top right was recovered from Baker's SD card 102. So as I mentioned, not only was the defendant able to have numerous conversations with her co-conspirator Robert Baker face-to-face when they were together, but they also were able to have communications on the use of encrypted apps. And I talked about Viber with you, and I talked about how they changed to WhatsApp after the murder. You can see here on the date of the murder, on the date of their arrest, they are communicating, and you can see at the top, there is, in blue with the red arrow, it indicates that this is end-to-end encryption, and it deletes out what their communication was. However, the two messages beneath that, the defendant did not yet have time to either delete them, but what she says that morning on June 14th, not knowing she and Baker are due to be arrested that day after returning home from Toronto the night before, is that she's on her computer cleaning up, deleting various items, that she is going to unpack and shower, and she tells Baker, "Let me know when you're up," and that's at 11:28 in the morning. 11:59, you can see Baker responds, "I am up, gonna shower." Later that day, the defendant and Baker are arrested and taken into custody. On June 14th, Robert Baker, as I mentioned, is driving the defendant's brand new Mustang. The defendant is seated in the right front passenger seat. They are stopped by Officer Curtis Davis, his partner, along with a team of robbery homicide detectives from the LAPD division. You will hear that day that detectives from robbery homicide were serving simultaneous search warrants that had been previously signed by a judge at their residences. For the defendant, that meant at the 1512 Queen Victoria residence, and for Baker at the 6817 Independence apartment. Evidence that was recovered inside, of the Mustang included the defendant's purse, and inside her purse in the Mustang, the defendant had an iPhone 7. This is item number 119 that I mentioned earlier, with a phone number that I suggested you take down if you are writing notes, but you don't have to because you'll hear about it many more times during trial. The phone number being 818-424-4213. Along with the iPhone 7, number 119, law enforcement also found in the defendant's purse a ZTE flip phone with a different number. Also inside of the defendant's Mustang on the driver's seat was a cell phone belonging to Robert Baker. This was a Samsung Galaxy S8, number 121. You're going to hear that there was evidence that they recovered an S4, that at some point records indicate he also had an S6, which was never recovered, and that surveillance units saw him carrying at the same time 3 different phones. This particular Samsung Galaxy S8, item 121, the phone number is 213-272-1093, and you will hear evidence about the volume of communications between that phone number and that of the defendant. Now, you're also going to hear about what happened during the arrest. There was an operation that was pre-planned and set up from Detective Chris Gable from Robbery Homicide Division. He's now been retired for a few years. That after the defendant and Baker were stopped in the Mustang, the LAPD officers placed the two of them in the back of a black and white police car together. This particular police car was wired with a recording device. When the defendant and Baker were told that they were being arrested for the murder of Fabio Sementilli, you're going to hear their reaction was not one of denial, but that they began to whisper. Which you'll see what they said, which is inconsistent with innocence and also consistent with guilt. You're going to see that the defendant made numerous admissions, again, indicating consciousness of guilt. And this whispering takes place because they knew they were being recorded. And you're going to hear that Baker tells the defendant that the vehicle is probably loaded with damn cameras. Your Honor, this might be a good place for a break. I just wanted to remind you of what we were talking about when I left off last Friday. We were discussing that on the night of February 21st of 2017, not even a month after the murder of her husband, the defendant was followed to this location, the Dime Bar on Fairfax Avenue, by a surveillance unit, the Gangs and Narcotics Division. As you recall, I talked about the fact that the defendant and Baker went into the location for a while. Custodial cells that had recording devices. You're going to hear that her cellmate Cynthia was an undercover agent, the same type of operation that I told you about that occurred with Christopher Austin after his arrest in Vancouver, Washington. And you're going to hear that the defendant began by talking about Fabio, that he was the greatest man that ever existed, that he was loved by everybody, that he was somebody who was full of integrity and character, that he was the love of her life, which obviously was a lie because you're going to hear she says that to Baker, that she never cheated on Fabio, which you now saw was also a lie, that she used to teach business and accounting when she and Fabio owned salons in Toronto, which is evidence of her financial knowledge. And she also talks about her computer being in their upstairs office. You'll hear about that particular item of evidence, which is an HP desktop. You'll also hear her talk about the fact that she knew Robert Baker for about 1.5 to 2 years, that he's a good friend of hers, not her boyfriend, which again is a lie, as you've seen, that she didn't want a boyfriend or a husband. However, as you heard, she was married and Baker was her boyfriend, and you're going to hear that she agreed to marry Baker, that she talks to Baker on the phone every couple days. You're going to see from the evidence that also was a lie because they spoke multiple times every day. She tells the cellmate the opposite of what she told law enforcement, which is that Baker had been to the house many times, but they are close friends but not lovers, which, as you heard, was a lie. You'll hear the defendant again lie, saying she wasn't hiding anything, but again, you've heard for yourself and seen for yourself some of the evidence from last week and today, which indicates that's a lie. That every time she and Baker go out, they go out with a group of friends, not alone. You've now heard about the surveillance. That's another lie. That she doesn't even have or even know what an encrypted application is. Again, another lie, as I told you, she was using at least 2 of them, Viber before and WhatsApp after the murder. that she wasn't seeing Baker romantically before Fabio was killed. Again, another lie. She tells her cellmate that Baker is her confidant, her lover, her everything. And then without any prompt, she brings up on her own the murder was not for money, was not for gain, and alleges that $10,000 along with jewelry was stolen. And you'll see that when she brings that up, again, she brings that up totally spontaneously on her own, not in response to any comment or question by the cellmate. You're then going to see that the defendant continued her affair post-arrest in custody while they were positioned in cells next to each other here in the courthouse lockup. As I've mentioned, there's over 24 hours of recordings, but zero mention of her grief over Fabio's murder or any concern about catching the real killers. I'm going to play for you now a portion of these recorded conversations in various audio clips. And again, you'll see that the defendants make mention of the fact that they're being recorded. So they make certain statements, again, in order to create certain false perceptions of their innocence. And you will see, when you see the clips, hear the clips, as well as during trial, when you hear the longer portions, that the defendant and Baker are living in their own version of reality where they believe they're somehow going to get off and live together and talk about themselves as being the victims.
Yes, but be quiet. Stupid as that shit sound. We all we have. You're there. I love you. Yeah. Listen to them. Don't take anything else. No. We have no defense without each other. And you need me as much as I need you.
How does it look, be writing to you after they told me they found your DNA? Did you read the part about WhatsApp?
No,
What's that?
there's a lot of mixed feelings out there, But that's an old life.
Yeah.
It's time for a new one.
Yeah.
My new one's with my baby. Baby, I'll take you to my fucking grave. I love you. I'll take the blame with me. I know, but I'll take the blame. I'll rock it. I'll rock it.
Just the cameras. The cameras.
Where?
for a month or two.
I know. And nothing on the other one at night too. There's nothing. Only thing is a couple of drops of my DNA, and you explained that already. That he took it.
Yeah.
So I got rid of it. It was broken. It was all good.
Well, see how whatever I wrote, I just wrote because you were not there with me when I went to Target. So I just wrote, I hope you didn't say that you were, because that's going to make me look like a liar, and I know you weren't there, so. Yes, what my plan was. My plan with you was to wait for the girls to leave, and then I was going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
That was the ideal plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're showing the horse DNA. So they think that I fell in love with you and you did this without me.
Actually, you're trying to twist the story. End the story. I will lie to get you out of this. I have to. What if I got to blatantly stop me and lie to a jury that they can't take it back? You take the blame. You gotta marry me. Gotta do still want to. I think you're the best candidate.
I already said that. Remember?
Nothing.
Are you sure?
Oh, no. That's why I went. That's what I'm looking for. What you see. But even then, it was just going out. That's how you should.
So I guess my opening could have been shorter. So you heard them discuss the burner phones. You heard them discuss WhatsApp and Viber, the encrypted apps that she claimed she knew nothing about. You heard them discuss the video. You heard the defendant bring up they don't have any video of you, of us, outside of Target where the Payless store is. And then you heard her say, I hope you didn't say that you were there because I know you weren't there with me that day. Again, saying that for the cameras that they know are watching. And then you heard them discuss the lack of video on the night of 122, which I told you we didn't even know about when they were first attempting to take Fabio out at that pho, that Vietnamese restaurant in the Valley at the strip mall. And Baker said they don't have video from that night either. You also heard the defendant say to Baker, no deals. In other words, don't flip. Don't take a deal and flip on me and come in and testify against me. You heard Baker say we have no defense without one another. You heard Baker also say that he would testify if necessary and take all the blame, that he's going to take what they did to the grave. And you heard her discuss with Baker the fact that they have plans for the future to be together one way or the other. So this is evidence that you're going to hear in more detail throughout the trial. You're going to hear from the defendant and Baker in these communications where they come up with one excuse after another to say that she somehow had no idea about this plan to murder Fabio. And as you just heard, she talked about the fact that her lawyers think that she was just in love with him and he did this without her even knowing about it or her involvement. and that's the story that they're even telling to their lawyers.
Overruled.
It's what you just saw in the video yourself. This is, as I said, I've been up here.
I'm sorry.
That's improper. That's a sustained objection.
After that objection, that statement wasn't proper.
I've been up here for an entire day and a half just outlining the evidence you're going to hear, such as this evidence that the defendant herself created. Here's an example of the jail mail that I told you about. This is back from June 28th of 2017. You're going to hear that and see that the defendant uses the same phrase that you just heard in the lockup overhears, ride or die. Her saying, we must do what we said we would, that I've stuck to protocol. I told you the protocol is that they're going to lie to their lawyers, they're going to lie to you, the eventual jury.
That is argument. Sustained.
You're going to see the evidence in the letters where they say that that's what they're planning on doing. You can see here in the bottom half where they use their own code, OMM, which means on my mind, always 100, which means 100% with all of my fiber, and you see how she signs it, Mrs. Baker with a kiss. You're also going to hear that they use pen pals. They referred to them in jail recordings as PPs and as in jail calls. This is their attempt, as you will see, to manipulate the entire jail system and the criminal justice system.
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
You're going to see that they send jail mail through other inmates' names and other inmates' booking numbers and PIN numbers in order to be able to communicate secretly so that their mail cannot be retrieved when looking for mail to them in particular. And you're going to see that only a very small portion of jail mail between them was thus recovered because of the fact that they're using other inmates' PIN numbers to communicate. You can see here a letter that was sent from a pen pal, meaning another inmate's name, where once again the defendant uses the phrase ride or die, or the initials MB, standing for Monica Baker. You can see here they use their own mutual code, RRD, standing for ride or die, again signing these letters, Monica Baker. You can see on the left, LOML, love of my life. LUVM, love you very much. OMM, on my mind. Again, coming up with their own way to code their messages to each other, just like they used encrypted apps to get around the system. Here you can see a sexually provocative drawing by the defendant, where she writes on the letter property of Monica Baker, claiming Baker as her own. You can see up close on the photo drawing on the right a ring on the wedding finger with Baker's initials RB. Another jail letter, this one's August of 2017, where she tells him, I love you so very much, baby. You are my soulmate. Again, using the code LOML, love of my life. OMM, always, meaning on my mind always. Love Monica Baker for eternity. Again, another sexual drawing by the defendant where she again uses R or D for ride or die. Mrs. Robert L. Baker for the signature, referring to the defendant as her husband and soulmate, and indicating in writing expressly that you are everything to me. Again, a portion of a letter where the defendant sends it to Baker telling him that she needs him. I need all of you. I fucking love you. I can't wait to see you again, my love. Yours eternally, Monica/Madonna Baker. And this, you'll hear, was found on Baker's Dropbox as a meme for what ride or die means. A relationship where you both love and protect and spoil each other, and they're both wearing balaclavas or masks over their face with weapons. And you heard in a little portion of the jail clip I played for you a few minutes ago, where the defendant refers to himself and the defendant as Bonnie and Clyde in a courthouse lockup recording in June of 2017. And it goes on. The defendant has jail visits from her daughters, and this is a jail visit from April 8th of 2018. The defendant is showing her daughter an ink tattoo on the back of her neck. Her daughter Isabella asks, "What does it say?" And the defendant says, "Ride or die." As I mentioned, the defendant took great efforts to communicate with Baker without anyone else knowing, even their attorneys. You'll see through their jail calls and their mail and their three-way calls that they talk about how they're manipulating the system, and you'll see that they even use third parties outside of the jail system to make what they refer to as clean calls from other inmates' PIN numbers. They call through third parties through these other inmate PIN numbers so that these calls can't be traced back to them. So in other words, if we were to go and pull all the calls under their inmate booking numbers, these wouldn't come up. And they keep trading off using different inmates' PIN or booking numbers to make these calls. You'll hear that they made three-way calls and three-way call attempts through one of Baker's friends, a local attorney in LA by the name of Howard Lynch, or through his sister out of state, April. Each would call in from their respective jail phones, and then Baker's sister or Lynch's secretary would join the defendants on a call so they could speak together secretly. We were able to recover a few of those. You're going to hear that in September of 2017, Baker called Lynch to set up the three-way calls. He says his girlfriend is his crimey, meaning his crime partner, and they set up a schedule to call in on certain days, on Fridays. He says his girlfriend is defendant Sementilli. He calls her his girlfriend, his crimey. You'll hear on another date, both Baker and the defendant leave messages with Lynch to pass on to each other. In October of 2017, the defendant, along with Baker, connect through Baker's sister April to speak with one another. You'll hear that when they use other inmates' PIN numbers, they refer to them as clean calls. In October of 2017, October 12th, they discuss using encoded language in their jail kites or jail letters to one another so other individuals in the jail system, meaning the sheriffs, will not be able to determine what it is that they're writing. You will hear that on June 28th of 2018, while in the courthouse lockup behind this courthouse, Baker managed to pass a toothpaste. As you tube here, you see fresh mint, a small-sized toothpaste tube to the defendant, along with various jail letters. You're going to hear that DNA analysis was conducted on the contents of that toothpaste tube. It was determined by the Sheriff's Crime Lab, DNA analyst Leslie Thompson, to contain Baker's semen that he was passing to the defendant. You're also going to see that cardboard cutout on the right, the defendant passed to Baker with her writing on it and sexually suggestive writing, which you will also see. On October 3rd of 2018, when they were here for another court appearance, you're going to hear that Baker left 2 separate kites or jail letters in little plastic baggies on the staircase between this floor and the 10th floor on the railing after a court appearance here. All of this was caught on videotape because all of these back areas are videotaped to look for contraband and the like. You're going to hear that these jail letters from Baker to the defendant were recovered by Deputy Miguel Balderrama. You'll hear testimony from him as well as the video. And you'll see that these letters were encrypted with their own secret code in order to communicate secretly, again, similar to the apps they were using to scramble their words so nobody could read what they were sending or writing to each other, the same type of concept. So what you are going to see through the evidence in this case is this is a murder that was total depravity. You're going to see evidence that the defendant threw away her entire privileged life, that she destroyed her family, that she destroyed that of her daughters, that she destroyed the life of her husband's family, and that she was willing to risk everything for Robert Baker and some money. You're going to hear evidence that she abused the privileges that she was so lucky to have.
Overruled.
You're going to hear that she went from living in a beautiful home with her lovely family to lying on the floor of the jailhouse, courthouse lockup in order to pass notes and evidence back and forth to Baker, including his semen, from the guy who murdered her husband of almost 20 years and the father of her daughters. As I've said, the evidence in this case is going to clearly show the defendant has 2 separate faces. The one that she presents to the public as the loving wife and mother that you saw through the Instagram posts, and the cheating, lying, greedy manipulator that the evidence is clearly going to demonstrate she truly is. Excuse me? Okay. Again, the cheating, lying, greeting manipulator that the evidence is going to demonstrate that she truly is. At the end of this case, I'm going to have the opportunity to discuss with you all of the evidence that comes in, that's going to be presented over the course of the trial, and the law that the judge is going to provide to instruct you. And at that time, my partner, DA Heather Stagel, and I are going to ask that you find the defendant guilty of the charges, that is the crime of murder of her husband, Fabio Sementilli, along with the special circumstance allegations of murder for financial gain and murder by means of lying in wait, as well as count 2, that being the conspiracy to commit murder of Fabio Sementilli. And when it comes to these special allegations, that as to the special allegations, that you find them to be true. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense have an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. And if we may, it's going to take us a moment to set up. I don't know if this is a good time.
You can set up. While they do that, do you mind if I schmooze?
Mind if you want?
Schmooze.
No, Your Honor.
Let's go off the record.
And I really want you to know how much I appreciate that opportunity. My name is Blair Burke, and along with my colleagues Leonard Levine, Jeremy Babbage, Regina Peter, and Tom Jones, it is our privilege and our great responsibility to be representing Monica Sementilli. Monica, can you stand up, please? Representing Monica Sementilli in defending against these charges that we believe the evidence will show are untrue. Since the moment this woman was arrested 7.5 years ago, Monica has steadfastly maintained that she is innocent of these charges, and she has consistently pled not guilty in this case. Monica has from the start made clear that there was absolutely no reason, no desire that she would have ever wanted her husband Fabio to be dead. And you will see, ladies and gentlemen, with the evidence that will be presented at trial, not anything Ms. Silverman has said to you, which is certainly not evidence, nor do we believe it will be the evidence, and not anything I say right now, as the judge will instruct you. It is only the evidence you will receive at trial which you have to base any decision you make on. Over the last Friday and now Tuesday, you have heard hours of argument from Ms. Silverman about the evidence she expects to be shown in this trial. But over those hours and hours of slides and photos and notes and texts and statements about what she expects the evidence to be, you have not heard one piece of evidence, one text, one letter, one recorded call, one statement by Monica Sementilli, or any indication that Monica Sementilli ever uttered a word about wanting her husband dead. We believe that the reason that Monica is not guilty of these charges is that the evidence will show that everything Ms. Silverman talked about, everything she presented before you in the last 2 days, has only to do with two things. One, that she was having an affair with Robert Baker, and two, that it turned out that Robert Baker decided that he was going to kill her husband. No reason that Monica would have wanted, no motive, and no interest, and that it was Robert Baker who made that choice for her, and then convinced her, pleaded with her, deceived her into believing he was an innocent man, and that the reason that she was caught up in this whole thing was because he had been targeted and was not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show you that this is who Monica and Fabio Sementilli were together on October 31st, 2016. This is 4 months before Fabio was killed. And you will see for yourself the relationship between Monica and Fabio. This is a video taken in an intimate moment not in public, not in some show of their relationship. This is their relationship. And this is who Monica and Fabio were together on January 10th, 2017, only 2 weeks before Fabio was killed. And this is who Monica, Fabio, and their 2 daughters, Jessica and Bella, were on January 15, 2017. Just 8 days before Fabio was brutally murdered by Robert Baker and Christopher Austin. They were happy together. They were loving each other. They were close, each other's best friends, husband and wife for nearly 20 years. And absolutely no reason in the world that Monica would have wanted Fabio harmed. No reason in the world that Monica would have wanted Fabio killed. And the prosecution in this case is going to ask you to believe that Monica Sementilli suddenly went from this person to being some kind of criminal mastermind who plotted and orchestrated the brutal killing of Fabio in his own home. On behalf of Ms. Sementilli, we implore you to do one thing, which is wait until you form any opinion in this case, until you've been able to look and see the evidence in the case. Not Ms. Silverman's claim about what the evidence is, not even my claim about what the evidence is, but the evidence that will be presented in this case. The witnesses who will talk to you in this case. You decide whether it's truthful testimony. You decide whether those witnesses are believable. And that is how we have justice in the United States of America in a criminal trial. Not just because a prosecutor tells you it's so, but because the evidence either proves or doesn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Monica has committed a crime, that Monica somehow wanted her husband dead for some reason. And over the last 2 days, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, there has been no evidence presented to you at any time that Monica Sementilli was plotting, conspiring, or indicating to anyone before Fabio was killed or after that she wanted him dead. You will hear the evidence presented that Monica Sementilli loved her husband. You will hear from the people that knew them best, who spent time with them in the weeks and days before Fabio was killed, that they were a truly happy, loving couple. But what you've heard over the last 2 days is not evidence that somehow Monica Sementilli was plotting to kill her husband. There's no statement, there's no text, there's no recorded phone call, even as Ms. Silverman says, when Monica would have thought no one was listening. But what you have heard is hours and hours of graphic statements about the fact that Monica had an affair. What you've heard is that there will be evidence of character assassination, that somehow because Monica was having an affair with Robert Baker without her husband's knowledge, that because Monica Sementilli was not wanting others to know about that affair and covering it up and using text messaging that she deleted about that affair, that somehow that is supposed to prove to you that Monica Sementilli is guilty of murder, that Monica Sementilli is guilty somehow of conspiring to kill her husband because she had an affair. We have not, from the start of this case 7.5 years ago, ever once contested that Monica Sementilli probably made the most fatal mistake of her life when she entered into an affair with Robert Baker. But that has nothing to do with Monica wanting Fabio dead or conspiring to kill him. There's going to be evidence that after Fabio was murdered, in her grief, the person who stepped up to replace Fabio, to control Monica, to surveil her, to get her to be the center of his world by making himself the center of her world, is Robert Baker. And you will hear evidence over and over and over again about the fact that Monica was duped into believing that Robert Baker had nothing to do with Fabio's death. But in the beginning, you will hear the most important evidence, which is what Fabio and Monica were together prior to his being killed. What you will hear from the people who knew them best, many of them prosecution witnesses, who will tell you that they spent extensive time with this couple in their home, in unguarded moments. And you will hear also from Fabio and Monica's own daughters. Jessica, who was 18 at the time her dad was killed, Bella, who was 16. And ladies and gentlemen, you will hear from those two girls who will look you in the eye and tell you what they observed, what they saw of their mom and dad together, what they observed, what they saw of their mom's caring and love for their father, what they observed, what they saw of their parents' interaction with each other, not just out at a restaurant, not just at a party, but at home, at night, in their most unguarded moments. And what you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that there is not a whiff of evidence. There is not a suggestion by any witness you'll hear from that Monica and Fabio ever had any conflict with one another. They had no beefs. They had no resentments. You will hear time and again from the witnesses in this case of Monica Sementilli's caring for her husband, closeness to her husband, and it will be clear from that evidence that Monica Sementilli had absolutely no reason to want her husband to be harmed. You'll also hear, because of Fabio's employment, they did have financially a very secure life. There were no worries about money. They weren't rich, but they had bought their own home. Yes, it was mortgaged heavily, but Fabio had a good job. And as long as he was working and had a salary, that salary allowed them to lead a lifestyle that was comfortable and great. And you heard from the Silverman about the perks and the salary of that job, but you will also hear that those perks and salary would only be forever if Fabio Sementilli was alive. And what you will also hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that those perks, that travel that Ms. Silverman talked about, that Monica and Fabio so enjoyed, that lifestyle was not one that anybody believed was fake or a show or a put on. Every single witness in this case who will come in here and testify to you about the genuineness of Monica's love for Fabio, caring for Fabio, and time with Fabio, and Fabio's care and love of her, will consistently tell you that that love was real. That friendship, being each other's close friends and co-parents, and the pride they had in their involvement in their daughter's life. In the weeks and even days before Fabio was brutally killed, there is no one who's going to not say to you that that love and affection and friendship was real. And there's not going to be a single piece of evidence that you see throughout this trial that tells you otherwise. Now, in the weeks and months before Fabio was killed, you will see for yourselves testimony and hear for yourselves testimony from witnesses who describe a household where there wasn't a woman in the household who was out and caring about money and partying it up without her family. What you'll hear instead is Monica was present, she was involved, she spent money, and you know what the witnesses will tell you? She spent money on food because she loved to cook for Fabio and the family. They had people over in the weeks before he was killed all the time, not just on rare occasions, but all the time, friends and family in their home who saw them, who saw how they interacted. Fabio's son, Monica's stepson, Luigi Sementilli, will come into this courtroom and talk to you. He'd been 3 weeks living with Fabio and Monica just before Fabio was killed. He will tell you about their relationship and what he saw and the genuineness of what he saw. Not a single witness in this case is going to tell you that prior to Fabio's death, prior to the police telling them the police opinions about Monica having an affair and what that had to mean, none of those witnesses will say anything other than the affection and love and caring by Monica Sementilli for Fabio Sementilli was real. In 2016, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you back. I want to take you back so that you can see a roadmap to the evidence that will be presented by both the prosecution and the defense about what Monica Sementilli was doing in 2016. She was 44 years old in 2016. She was no longer working as she once had at an elementary school locally where she helped teach and care for autistic children in an elementary school. She had been a stay-at-home mom with 2 teenage daughters, and as they started to get more active in their own lives, Monica decided to join a gym. And she joined the LA Fitness Club, where she started to work out and train with a trainer, and she decided to join the club's racquetball team. And the coach of that racquetball team, the head coach of that league, was Robert Baker. You'll hear that Fabio was traveling more and more for his job. You'll hear that the girls were no longer all the time at home. And you'll hear that as Monica got more active in the gym and started learning about racquetball that was taught to her by Robert Baker and started competing competitively, that Monica was happy, she was getting more fit, and she was making new friends at the LA Fitness Club. You'll hear that she started being friendly with some of the girls from the club. They would go out for karaoke. You will hear that she's developed a new circle of friends in her life from her activities at LA Fitness. And you will also hear, ladies and gentlemen, that when she joined the racquetball team and started training at LA Fitness, that Robert Baker started to have more and more a role in Monica Sementilli's life. This is not a case where Monica Sementilli went looking for Robert Baker. What you will learn is that this is going to be a case where Robert Baker went looking for Monica.
I'm sorry, counsel. We're going to take our lunch recess this time. I hope this is a good time for you.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in recess until 1:30. The admission advised not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, or form or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you a sec.
Thank you.
So before the lunch break, we left off discussing that in early 2016, now this is a year before Fabio was killed, Monica was no longer working at the elementary school. She had been for the last couple of years, I think 3 years, at home while the girls were in high school. And I think Bella was in junior high that first year she was out of the elementary school. And Monica decided to go to LA Fitness to start working out, to get fit. She was 44 years old. They were happy, and Fabio was right on the cusp of starting to travel both internationally and domestically for his job. Fabio, as a director of education and an executive at his hair company, Wella, was doing better and better, and more of that time was spent traveling out of town. And the girls, the teenage girls, Jess and Bella, Jess was already 18, Bella was 16. They had more and more of their own lives, and Monica started working out, going to the gym, and she met a great group of friends who also worked out, and she met, who you'll hear from, a trainer, Matt Nurse, who she started training with, and through Matt met the coach of the racquetball team, Robert Baker. Now, you're going to hear quite a bit about Robert Baker. You should know who Robert Baker was when he met Monica Sementilli. Robert Baker was the coach of the racquetball team. They had a competitive league. He was also head of the league and scheduling all their games and competitions. Baker was a former military policeman, an MP when he was with the Army. He didn't serve time in the Army. He was a military policeman. And after he left the Army, he had a jobs And by all accounts and by witnesses you will hear in this courtroom, Robert Baker was a charming, manipulative, hustling guy. And Robert Baker, when he started coaching Monica, got closer and closer and closer as the year went on. Although Fabio would occasionally, I think 2 or 3 times during 2016, come with Monica to the gym, she would try to get him to play racquetball. The gym wasn't Fabio's thing. And although he went 2 or 3 times, he never got into racquetball, never spent much time there, but met Baker. And through the course of that year, through the course of spring and summer of 2016, Monica started spending a good deal of time working out at the club. Now, in the spring of 2016, you are going to hear that at some point, Monica and Robert Baker began an affair. And that affair, starting in 2016, went through that next year. Now, Monica had a very active life at home. That didn't change. Monica was the sort of head hostess of the home. They constantly, you will hear from people who loved and knew them, had people, friends over, relatives over, work colleagues of Fabio's over. They were constantly having people into their home, in and around them, who got to see up close what Fabio and Monica were like, their relationship, how they interacted. And again, consistently, you will hear Monica's love for Fabio was clear. It was genuine. Fabio adored Monica, as I think the prosecutor said. They were laughing, dancing, living as a couple. And yes, Monica Sementilli had an affair. Now, the prosecutor is going to ask you also to believe that 2 things cannot possibly be true. That it cannot be possible that Monica Sementilli loved her husband, loved her family life, and also that she had a sexual affair. And what you will learn from the evidence in this case is having a sexual affair doesn't mean you want your husband to die. Through the course of 2016, the evidence will show you, ladies and gentlemen, that Monica was able to balance her family life, her home life, with her affair. You don't be, let me say this. I think the evidence is going to show you that during that summer and fall of 2016, prior to Fabio's brutal killing, what people observed is that Monica Sementilli was happy. She wasn't gone. She wasn't remote. There was no conflict in the house. She never made a single statement to anyone that she was critical of Fabio or that Fabio was critical to her. You are not going to hear any witnesses say they even saw a fight between Monica and her husband. It was a happy home, and Monica Sementilli was clearly balancing both. She was definitely home. She was definitely involved with Fabio still in the girls' lives, but she was also exploring a sexual affair with Robert Baker. We know from witnesses who will be in this courtroom, even Fabio's son, Luigi, his adult son, in the fall of 2016, Luigi comes to town with his girlfriend, and they actually live for 3 weeks in the Sementilli home. Every day around Fabio and Monica, see them, see how they're acting. And Luigi himself says he only saw love and friendship and nothing that was anything but Fabio and Monica were together and happy. And you'll see from that evidence that while the prosecution will tell you over and over and over again about the sexual nature of Monica's relationship, that even that the sexual nature of her relationship with Robert Baker was unusual and kinky, and that they even at some point started having sexual relationships with other people. That has nothing to do with a motive to kill. Nothing. And I ask you to consider, as you listen to what I understand from the prosecution as even a detective reading to you, describing sexual videos between Monica and Robert Baker, that again, her sexuality, her choice, which some of us may disapprove of, to have an affair has nothing to do with wanting her husband dead. You will hear witnesses in this case tell you, Monica's best friend, Deborah Obad at the time, that in May or June of 2016, she started to suspect something was up, that Monica might be having a dalliance of some kind. She was dressing up more, she was putting lipstick on, she was out when they would come over with Fabio. She was just a little more excited and put together than usual. But Deborah Obad will also tell you, who, by the way, Deb's going to tell you she was a very close friend of Fabio's also, that there was nothing she saw in terms of Monica's dissatisfaction or upset or anger or anything from Monica Sementilli that indicated anything that was wrong or that she was unhappy about. You are also going to hear that at some time during the fall of 2016, you will learn that Monica Sementilli made clear to Robert Baker one thing. When Robert Baker told Monica Sementilli that he wanted her, that he was not wanting anything but for them to be together, that she should consider leaving her husband and being with him. And Monica started talking about her family life and her love for her children. In fact, you'll hear from witness Matt Nurse, her trainer. At one point, Monica Sementilli spoke to Matt Trainer about being unfaithful, about a sexual affair, or the potential of a sexual affair. And you'll hear that Matt Nurse said to Monica, "Why wouldn't you just get a divorce if you're going to have an affair?" And Monica told Matt Nurse, "Why would I ever want to throw away 20 years of marriage?" Monica Sementilli was not interested in leaving her husband. She was not interested in leaving her family. She loved her family and she loved being a part of her family. And what is absolutely going to be clear from the evidence is that when Monica Sementilli told Robert Baker that she wasn't interested in leaving her husband, that was a fatal mistake that Monica will have regretted for the rest of her life. Because the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that there was someone decidedly not happy with things as they were, decidedly not accepting that Monica could go on balancing both having her family life and being with Fabio and also being with Robert Baker. And you will learn that Robert Baker decided to take things into his own hands. Robert Baker, you will learn from the evidence, decided that it wasn't good enough for him that Monica wanted to stay with her family and stay with her husband, and that Robert Baker wanted to control Monica Sementilli's future. And so when Monica made clear she had no interest in leaving her husband, she was perfectly happy to continue the affair, but just that, wanted to continue the affair and did not want to leave her family, Robert Baker decided he was not going to give her the choice. And Robert Baker was going to make the decision for her, and alone started formulating a plan to kill Fabio Sementilli. Now, how do we know this? We know this because Robert Baker is going to come into this courtroom and sit in that chair and tell you himself that he was the one at this point who decided to play God. He and he alone, deceiving Monica, not sharing with you his intentions, continuing with the affair, but increasingly you will see manipulative and controlling in her life. Robert Baker, as the evidence will show, began to stalk and follow and prey upon the entire Sementilli family. You will learn from the evidence in this case that even Fabio and Monica's daughters started noticing that Robert Baker was around. You'll hear from Jessica, the 18-year-old at the time, that she was driving one day and all of a sudden Baker showed up. You'll hear other witnesses talk about, you even have Deborah Obad, who at one point takes a picture of Robert Baker's car. Robert Baker's car parked down the street from the Sementilli home at a time Robert Baker wasn't at the Sementilli home. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that at this point in Monica's life, unknowing that the man she was sleeping with was not going to accept her decision, Robert Baker started to formulate a plan to kill Monica's husband. Now you will already know, I think you've already heard, Robert Baker has already admitted his guilt. Robert Baker has already gone to the judge and said, I plead guilty. I did this. And you will also learn that Robert Baker has never once asked for a deal, a benefit, any leniency where he could turn around and say, if actually Monica was involved in this, hey, I want some benefit so that I can testify that Monica's involved. But that's not the truth. And you will see why and how the prosecution here has turned the idea of Monica Sementilli having an affair into some kind of motive to murder. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the prosecutor told you that somehow in the fall of 2016, Monica had some kind of big problem, I think she said. That the two worlds of being with Fabio and carrying on an affair, that these two worlds somehow just couldn't coexist. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit that real life's just not like that. People do have affairs on occasion. We could disapprove of somebody being unfaithful to their husband, but in Monica Sementilli's life that she loved, that the evidence will clearly show, the prosecution told you, it was a great life. The idea that Monica Sementilli couldn't have her family and be coexisting with a relationship outside of her marriage is just factually untrue. And you will see that from the evidence in the case. You will see, ladies and gentlemen, that there was absolutely no problem or impediment for Monica Sementilli carrying on that affair and also staying with her family. Now, the prosecutor has clearly suggested to you, she didn't suggest it, she told you, that the evidence will be that one of the reasons apparently Monica Sementilli plotted and schemed and was a master manipulator to kill her husband was because she didn't want to get a divorce. Think about that. The prosecution is suggesting to you that Monica Sementilli decided to kill her husband because a divorce was not an option. But the evidence will clearly show you in this trial that of course divorce was an option. Monica and Fabio were from Canada. They first met there. Fabio had a platform hair business. Monica had been teaching, and then she was a makeup artist and in fact became a very well-renowned makeup artist in Canada. And Fabio and Monica met and married in Canada. But what you didn't hear really is that although the prosecution would have you to believe that Monica Sementilli would somehow be cut off from her life, cut out, I think Ms. Silverman said, if she were to ever get a divorce, the facts you will hear is that Fabio came from divorce, that Monica came from a family where there was a divorce, and that when Monica Sementilli married Fabio, he had gotten a divorce. He had gotten a divorce. There was no issue whatsoever with Monica Sementilli if she did not want to be with her husband, if she did not want to stay with her husband, if she wanted to leave her husband, why not just get a divorce? When she married Fabio, if her family would have cut her out, if there had been a divorce, you will hear the opposite, that Monica's family embraced and loved Fabio and immediately accepted him in to their family. And there was never an issue with divorce. You will hear that, in fact, Monica and Fabio weren't even particularly religious. Yes, they were Catholic, but they didn't even get married in the Catholic Church. They got married in the Anglican Church. You'll hear that Monica and Fabio were not particularly churchgoers. You will hear actual evidence in this case that the idea that Monica Sementilli would have killed her husband, as the prosecutor said, because a divorce would have meant Monica was cut out of something, is simply untrue. And what else did the prosecutor tell you about why Monica would do such a thing in this case? Why she would conspire and decide and intend to have her husband brutally killed? Well, the prosecutor says to you there was plenty of money. They had a wonderful lifestyle. And she had a motive to kill her husband because of life insurance. Well, let's talk about what the facts will be about that. You are going to learn in this case, ladies and gentlemen, that at the time of his death, Fabio had only purchased one life insurance policy in his life. One. Other than whatever his work provided, which they provided a policy, which we'll talk about, Fabio Sementilli had only ever purchased one life insurance policy. Well, Monica Sementilli must have wanted that, must have been a beneficiary to that. But what you will learn, the facts, the documents that you will see, is that in fact the one life insurance policy Fabio Sementilli ever bought, Monica was not only not a sole beneficiary to the policy, she wasn't even on the policy. Fabio bought a life insurance policy for his son from the previous marriage in which he'd gotten a divorce. One policy that he bought himself. You will hear no evidence in this case that Monica Sementilli ever tried to get a life insurance policy for her husband. You'll hear no evidence in this case that she ever asked her husband or encouraged her husband to get a policy for her. Nothing. What you will hear is that Fabio Sementilli's work had a benefits plan for him in the company. That's Wella. You will also hear that very shortly before his death, Wella was sold to a new company. That company was Cody. And you will hear yourself from the evidence in this case that Monica Sementilli was not even a sole beneficiary on the policy he had with his company. Never. Monica Sementilli was a shared beneficiary with her daughters, Jessica and Bella, her adult daughter Jessica, her teenage daughter, her 16-year-old Bella, and also Luigi Sementilli. And you will also learn that the majority of any benefits coming from that life insurance policy were coming to the kids, not Monica Sementilli, the kids. She wasn't a sole beneficiary, and she had no majority interest in any life insurance policy that was provided for the company. You will also hear the actual evidence, which will show you that the most valuable thing that Monica Sementilli could have wanted, if she cared about money, was for Fabio to continue with his salary. Think about it. The prosecution has described to you this great life Monica was having because of Fabio's salary and the lifestyle that afforded. The prosecution has told you the facts will be that Fabio and Monica went on these wonderful trips to Cabo, to Mexico. Why? Because he was awarded, as long as he was working, these trips for free. So what happens if Fabio Sementilli is dead? What possible benefit would Monica Sementilli have for cutting herself off from that, what Ms. Silverman described as a lavish lifestyle? There was none. There was no financial motive. You are actually going to hear specific evidence about what anyone would have believed the value of the benefits Fabio would have received from his company if he were to die in 2016 and early 2017. And from that evidence, you will know without any question that Monica Sementilli would have been far better off financially with Fabio alive and thriving and not gone. It will be crystal clear to you that any claim of a financial motive in this case is simply untrue. And the evidence will prove that. Now, Monica and Robert Baker, as they were having an affair, like many people having an affair, constantly texted and communicated. And those texts and communications, Monica worked very hard to keep private. And like many people who have ever had an extramarital affair, many people try to keep their communications with their lover private. There's not anything inherently criminal about that. And yes, you will hear, of course, Monica deleted her communications with the man she was having an affair with. You will hear that they used messaging apps separate from her normal messaging apps. But you will not hear any evidence that only criminals somehow use these messaging apps. I guarantee you there are people in this courtroom, including me, who use WhatsApp and Viber and all kinds of messaging apps all the time. And there's nothing criminal about those apps. Absolutely nothing. And frankly, end-to-end encryption, as you can hear from the experts, is no different from your Apple messaging. That's end-to-end encryption. So the suggestion that something is proof of an intent to kill or an intent to do harm or a conspiracy, because Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker were communicating by WhatsApp or Viber, is simply inconsistent with the evidence you'll hear. And yes, Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli constantly texted. They constantly texted through 2016 and early 2017, and after her husband was killed, they continued to text. Because after Fabio was killed, yes, Monica, having no idea that Robert Baker had done the awful thing that he did, continued her affair, took comfort and solace, and allowed Robert Baker into her life more and more. And yes, she was attracted to him. She was comforted by him. She continued the affair. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is not a crime, and you will know it's not a crime as the evidence is presented. You will also learn of those thousands and thousands of communications, of those hundreds of texts, phone calls, emails, some of which you will hear about in this courtroom. There is not a single piece of evidence among all of those communications that gives you the slightest indication that Monica wanted her husband dead or that Monica conspired with anyone to do anything. Not a single one. And you will also hear the prosecution tell you that somehow, some way, the fact that there were so many communications around the days around Fabio's killing, that is somehow evidence that Monica Sementilli was involved. But you will also hear that the number of communications between Baker and Monica in the days around the day of or the day before Fabio was killed are absolutely no different than they were in the days before or the weeks before. No different. So the idea to suggest that somehow the volume of calls was different between New Year's and January 23rd simply proves nothing. It proves nothing at all. What you will see instead, ladies and gentlemen, is that over the course of the summer and fall of 2016, leading up to this murder, the pattern of communications between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli show you the dynamics and control that Robert Baker asserted over Monica and not the opposite. You will learn from the actual evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that 2/3 of the communications that Robert and Monica had were Robert attempting to reach out to Monica to find out what she was doing, where she was, when she could meet, when she could see him, all of those communications reflect that over 2/3, frankly, of all of their communications came from Robert Baker and not Monica Sementilli. Now, one of the great things about our system is that in order to convict somebody for a crime, you actually have to have evidence. You actually have to have evidence that tells you that that person committed that crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And yet, what you've heard so far from the prosecution is not direct evidence of any commission of a crime. What the prosecution is going to ask you to consider is what they've mentioned is circumstantial evidence. And there's no better example of the dangers of circumstantial evidence here than this fact. The prosecution has told you already that they can show that there were hundreds of messages and texts in the days around the killing between Monica and Baker. But the evidence also will show you that there were the same number of messages in the days and weeks before. And as the court will instruct you, with circumstantial evidence, if you believe, if you can draw two or more reasonable conclusions from the circumstantial evidence that is presented to you, and one of those reasonable conclusions points to innocence and the other to guilt, you must accept the one that points to innocence and not the one that points to guilt, where there is a reasonable conclusion to be made. And of course, reject any one that would be unreasonable. But as you see here, the fact that the prosecution may show you that there were hundreds of communications between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli on the days around when Robert Baker killed Fabio means nothing if they are the same number of communications in the days and weeks before. One of the things the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, as you sit and listen to the testimony of witnesses and see the documents that are presented, is that over the course of the fall of 2016, Robert Baker's manipulation and interest in controlling Monica Sementilli became greater and greater and greater. You will hear even from other witnesses in this case, a woman named Paula McCullum, who also trained at the gym, who also knew Robert Baker. Robert Baker charmed and manipulated her as well. In fact, Robert Baker and Paula McCullum had an affair around the same time he was with Monica Sementilli in the early stages of their relationship. And after he dumped Paula McCullum was still willing to do and give Robert Baker anything he wanted. And you will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that when Robert Baker was planning the murder of Fabio Sementilli, he didn't use or be assisted by Monica Sementilli. He used Paula McCullum, who will get on the stand and testify and admit to you that she had originally had an affair with Robert Baker, that while they were no longer sleeping together and no longer together, that Robert Baker called her and asked her to rent a car for him. You will learn from Paula, she had no idea there was a murder that was going to happen or what Robert's intentions were. And you will learn that Paula McCullum, just because Robert Baker asked her to, rented the car that Robert Baker used to kill Fabio Sementilli. Not Monica, Paula McCullum. Because Robert Baker was an aggressive, manipulative, controlling man. And you will see from corroborative evidence, even in the sexual relationship, that the prosecution says it will spend so much time proving up, even though there's been no contest, no dispute that there was a sexual relationship. Even the nature of that sexual relationship will tell you about the control Robert Baker exercised. Robert Baker took graphic sexual photos of Monica Sementilli, and you will learn in a very creepy way, stored them in a series of memory cards that were found among his belongings. Graphic sexual images of things that he had Monica Sementilli do. You'll hear that other witnesses will talk about Robert Baker and his control sexually of women, and that Robert Baker even asked, according to Paula McCullum to go out and have sex with other men. And it was Robert Baker's deviance and sexual control that you will see reflected in the actual evidence in this case. And you'll also see that Robert Baker started following and stalking Monica Sementilli. It's interesting, you're going to see, this is a computer data slide that you will see later, actually presented by a prosecution expert who's going to talk to you about geolocation and tracking Robert Baker's movements during this period of time. And what that evidence is going to clearly show you from this slide is that in and around the time that Monica was continuing to want to live with her family and be with her family while also carrying on an affair, that wasn't good enough for Robert Baker. And you will see the constant number of times that Robert Baker was lurking in and around the Sementilli home. You will also see, as the prosecution has suggested, they had an entire team of specialized officers, I think from the official high-powered narcotics gang unit, I think the prosecutor mentioned, where this team of highly trained surveillance officers were set their sights on Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker. And for hours and hours and hours, they surveilled and followed Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker. And what did you see that they found from the prosecutor's description? You saw that Robert Baker was having sexual relationships with Monica, kissing in public. You saw that Monica Sementilli was kissing someone else. You'll learn at Robert Baker's direction. You will hear consistently that the sum total of this high-powered surveillance unit in following Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli found out exactly one thing. They were having an affair they already knew that she was having. And what else will you learn? The prosecutor talked about a surveillance officer who's going to get on the stand and talk about Monica Sementilli at a bar where she was kissing a bouncer. But what you will also hear is that Robert Baker not only shopped for Monica Sementilli, she told her what clothes she would have to wear. Those same surveillance officers spent hours recording Robert Baker bringing clothes, short dresses, short skirts to Monica Sementilli, and in a gas station parking lot, having her try on those clothes for him and then putting her in the back of a car. You will also hear that things were not happy between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli after the death of her husband. You will know one of the reasons that it was so clear that Robert Baker felt he had to take things into his own hands is that after Fabio died, Monica was truly devastated, grieving. You will hear witness after witness who tells you that her grief was real, that her tears were real, that her physical manifestations of the loss of her husband could not have been faked. You will hear she was shaking. You will hear that there were real tears constantly. And you will even hear that 2 months after Fabio's death, Robert Baker had had enough at one point. And you will hear a story that the surveillance agents tell about following Robert Baker and Monica to a parking lot where Robert Baker is driving. And that's another thing, please. The theory is Monica is driving this relationship somehow, but constantly, time and again, you will see from the surveillance tape, it's Robert Baker who's taking over Monica's car or truck. It's Robert Baker who is driving Monica Sementilli. And in that instance, you will see that Monica Sementilli is sitting in the passenger seat of a truck. Robert Baker is driving, and he all of a sudden slams on the car, stops the car, and slams the door, and walks away. And what you didn't hear is that Monica Sementilli is sitting in that truck. The surveillance agents go up to that truck, and for the next 20 minutes, sitting right beside Monica Sementilli, unbeknownst to her, she is sobbing. As the surveillance agent writes in the report, sobbing uncontrollably. Nothing made up, nothing fake. Sobbing uncontrollably, saying out loud, "I'm so stupid." I want to talk to you about the day that Fabio Sementilli was killed. January 23rd, 2017. The day and the day before for the Monica and the Sementilli family, you will learn, were like any other. There will be no evidence that Monica did or said anything during those 2 days that was different from their normal routine. You will learn that Monica and Fabio and the girls had dinner that Fabio had picked up the night before, and you will hear that that day, the 23rd, began like many others. You will hear that on the morning of the 23rd, early, around 7:30, Bella, who's 16, left for high school like she did every morning of the week. But you will also hear there was one thing that was different. At the very last minute, when there would be no way to plan any elaborate scheme, Fabio didn't go to work that day. Fabio would have normally been at work that day. He had taken off Friday, but the plan was that he was going to be at work on Monday, and at the last minute decided not to go. In fact, you will hear evidence that he had also planned that week to get a colonoscopy, and even had indicated that he wouldn't be home, that he would be at a colonoscopy appointment that Monday, January 23rd. You will also hear that when Bella went to school after she left, early that morning, or mid-morning I should say, the Sementilli housekeeper arrived. That was Delia Pacheco, who you will hear from shortly. And Delia came in, but this was not a situation where Monica had, chefs and housekeepers that were there all the time. Delia only came 2 times a month. And the prosecutors are going to suggest to you that the one of 2 days that month that Delia was working during the day at that house, somehow Monica had planned a murder. You're also going to know that Fabio left the house at 10:57. He left. He went to run errands. Monica had Fabio promise that day, since he was going to stay home, he was going to fix get a power washer fixed. I think Ms. Silverman mentioned it, because she had wanted him to clean the driveway. And you will learn that Fabio left at 10:57, and then Monica and her daughter Jess, the 18-year-old, who was also at the house, left themselves to the LA Fitness gym to work out. And you will hear from Matt Nurse that he saw Monica and Jess at the gym. He even saw that Monica was playing racquetball with Robert Baker, her coach, that morning. And you will hear that Fabio, at some point midday, comes back home. And then you'll also hear Jess, the 18-year-old, and Monica come back home. And they have lunch together with Fabio. Delia's at the house, Jess is at the house, Monica is at the house, and Fabio is at the house. Now, the prosecution's theory is that somehow in this, what they've referred to as this tight murder timeline, that somehow you are going to see something done or said or acted on by Monica that suggests she did something or said something to ensure that there would be no one at the house other than Fabio at the time two killers came to the home. But what you will see instead from the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, is that the evidence is going to show you nothing could be further from the truth. You'll hear that Bella that day was supposed to, after school, have an interview at a deli in the Valley. You'll hear that definitely Monica and Bella communicated about her interview and to let her know how it went and that she was going to come home afterwards. You'll also hear that Jessica, later that afternoon, had scheduled a last-minute babysitting gig. The friend we spoke of, Deborah Obad, will tell you that there had been no long ago scheduling of a plan. She wanted to run a few errands, and she'd asked Jessica, not Monica, Jessica, if she could come over that afternoon to babysit. You will also hear that Monica had errands to run and was headed to go out planning a meal, a dinner that night of fatina, which is like a pasta, and corn for the family, and also to pick up some toiletries for Fabio. And she leaves for Target in the afternoon, but she doesn't leave Fabio alone in the house. She leaves Fabio with her 18-year-old daughter, Jessica, in the house. What you will also learn from the actual evidence is that during the course of that afternoon, Monica Sementilli did not do a single thing while she was shopping at Target or going to the grocery store to pick up the ingredients for the dinner that would have assisted or aided in these two killers who showed up at their house. You will hear first evidence that will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely tell you that it is impossible for Monica Sementilli to have orchestrated the murder of her husband. If you are planning a murder and orchestrating a murder to ensure that somehow your husband is alone at the house, the one job you would have is to take some action to ensure that nobody's coming home. Jessica is out babysitting. You'll hear evidence that's clear. Deb Obad's just running a few errands. After the errands are done, Jessica's going to come back to the house. But what you will actually know from the evidence is there was not one phone call or message to Deborah Obad or to Jessica after she left for babysitting that day, trying to find out when she was coming home, control when she was coming home, intercept Jessica from coming home, or finding out from Deborah when Jessica would be done with babysitting and coming home. And there was nothing that Monica Sementilli did or said that would have prevented her 18-year-old daughter from walking in on a murder, potentially being killed herself, or at least seeing who the killers of her father were. And for Bella, you will hear that Bella's interview, in fact, lasted only 30 minutes at the deli. You'll hear that Bella wanted to pick up some glasses, not prearranged, wanted to pick up some glasses, and that Monica, while she was at Target, receives a call from the eye doctor, finding out if it's okay for Bella to pick up the glasses and then come home. Now, Monica could have intercepted Bella. Monica could have said, "Hey, Bella, I want you to wait at the eye doctor. I'll meet you there," to control when Bella was coming home. But what you will see instead is Monica Sementilli didn't call Bella, didn't text Bella, didn't say anything to try to prevent her daughter from going home. And the prosecution in this case will ask you to believe that Monica Sementilli was willing for Bella Sementilli, her 16-year-old daughter, to come home to two murderers killing her father and potentially die herself. And you will hear that the actual evidence in this case is Bella Sementilli came home within 1 minute of those two killers being in the house. 1 minute to find her father dead. There is nothing on earth that would indicate that Monica Sementilli did anything that could have prevented the slaughter of her children. So this theory that somehow Monica Sementilli, right, was orchestrating, was planning, was doing things, messaging, is completely belied by that fact. And you will also learn that on January 23rd, at the critical time the prosecution wants you to believe that Monica Sementilli was orchestrating this murder, there was no evidence, absolutely no evidence that you will see that there was any communication between Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker for the critical timeline that the prosecution tells you about. The one critical time that there would have been any assistance provided had there been any communication during that period. And you will also see evidence, which we'll talk about later, that at 3:53, the idea that somehow home cameras were accessed for any reason that would have been related to Monica Sementilli plotting and orchestrating the murder of her husband will be proven factually untrue. You will learn that at 3:53, there was nobody at her house. At 3:53, there was no ability to assist the killers because the killers got there much later. And you will also hear that there was a perfectly legitimate reason for Monica Sementilli, who'd asked her husband to clean the driveway, to access her home cameras at 3:53. You will also learn from the prosecution's theory of a murder timeline that the prosecution would have you believe that just prior to this, at 4:25, which the prosecution will tell you is a critical time, Monica is leaving Target. I think the prosecutor mentioned that she's leaving and clearly looking at her phone, and you saw a picture at Target of Monica leaving Target with looking at her phone. You will hear evidence from an expert that shows you that it would not have been possible in any way for Monica to be looking at her home cameras. So whatever she was looking at, it wasn't going to be her home cameras. And you will also see that at an even more critical time, when the killers were at the house and likely killing her husband, Monica wasn't on her phone. Monica wasn't looking at home cameras. Monica wasn't texting or calling anyone. She has both hands on a shopping cart and she's buying groceries. And one of the things that I didn't hear mentioned earlier, of the so-called evidence that Monica was somehow assisting or doing something that could have even conceivably facilitated this awful murder, is that one of the things you will see from the evidence that Monica Sementilli was doing at the grocery store, in addition to shopping and buying food, is that she accessed a dating website. She went on a dating website that she went on dozens of times before, called Lifestyle Lounge. And you will see from the evidence in the case, that is what Monica Sementilli was doing. Not helping, not communicating, not assisting, and not conspiring. The killing of Fabio Sementilli was unspeakable. It was a very personal stabbing that Robert Baker did with his protege and friend, Chris Austin, who called Robert Baker Unc, and you will hear just came and killed Fabio himself for no reason, because Robert Baker asked him to. You will hear that when Bella and shortly thereafter Monica came home to the house, it was absolutely chaos. You will hear the real devastation that Monica Sementilli and that family experienced from finding their beloved husband and father dead. No faking, no false tears, no smiling off in the distance. You will hear from the people who knew Monica best. In fact, Deborah Obad, you'll also hear from, will be called by the prosecution. She will tell you that when she got to that house, there was no question that Monica Sementilli was devastated. Nothing that could be faked. Physical shaking, physical tears, absolutely out of control. You will even hear that Bella was so shocked she wasn't crying at all. No less grief, no less devastation. You'll also hear that in the chaotic hours and minutes after Bella and Monica discovered Fabio, things were upside down. You'll hear witnesses describe Monica. She can't even put two words together. She didn't want to get on the phone. She was saying things that didn't even make sense. And one of the things you'll hear that she said was that she wanted Deb to get in touch with Luigi, Fabio's son, let him know his dad was taking care of him. That's what you'll hear Monica ask. The prosecution has actually claimed to you that Monica Sementilli, on the very night her husband died, was making a claim for life insurance. And what the evidence will show you is that could not be farther from the truth. You will hear evidence on the evening of January 23rd, 2017. Monica and the girls at the house stayed in the house while the police were there initially, and then when Deb got there, at some point they were moved over to a kind neighbor's house who took them in. And in those chaotic hours where police and forensics and scientific folks are investigating and over at the house, there are a series of people who come through, there are a series of phone calls, and in fact, Monica, at some point says to her daughter, "Get Luigi." And Luigi is on the phone, and Monica, for a very brief period of time, has the conversation with Luigi. Your dad took care of you. You can stay in school. There's a policy. But that life insurance policy has nothing to do with Monica Sementilli. You will also learn that Monica's behavior on the night of the murder was absolutely consistent with a woman who had just lost her best friend and husband. And she did nothing, she said nothing to indicate in any way that she was somehow involved. And the investigation of Fabio's murder begins. And what you will also hear and see from the evidence in this case is that the moment police, and it took them all of 3 weeks, the moment the police in this case learned that blood from Robert Baker had been found in that home, and that Robert Baker had been having an affair with Monica Sementilli. The police, with no more evidence than that, no evidence that Monica was in any way involved, no evidence that Monica's blood or anything had been found that was actual evidence that she was related to this murder, because they found out that she was having an affair, they set all of their sights, all of their focus from that moment on, February 14th, 2017, on Monica Sementilli. Every single move the police made at that point was with what's known as confirmation bias. The conclusion, before they had any evidence that Monica had anything to do with this crime, that Monica Sementilli must be involved. And every move they made was intended to try to prove that. But they couldn't. And what you will see is that the police from that moment on lied to this family and lied to Monica. And they repeatedly told that family that this crime, in their belief, had been done by the knock-knock burglars. That burglars don't even come back to the home. They should feel safe. That they knew, and they had great leads, that this murder had been committed by these knock-knock burglars. And what did they do at the same time? Monica, her daughters, not knowing anything about blood of Robert Baker being found at that house, nothing about the blood that they found, they lied. And by lying for 5 months, they allowed Robert Baker, who they knew was the killer of Fabio, to be free and with that family. You will also learn that after Fabio died, Monica did seek comfort with this man she'd been having an affair with. And you will also learn that there was nothing that indicated Robert Baker was involved. Nothing. And Robert Baker pretended to be the comforting lover to Monica Sementilli. And yes, she continued the affair. And yes, she deleted her messages so her family would not find out about her affair. But there's nothing that the police did or found about Monica Sementilli during those months other than what was never has never been contested, which she continued the affair, and continuing the affair is not evidence that she wanted her husband to die. The prosecution would tell you, or did tell you, that somehow Monica lied to the police. And I want to be very, very clear. They specifically told you that Monica committed a series of lies to the police. And one of the things they highlight is that somehow that Monica claimed not to know Robert Baker, not to know Robert Baker's last name, I think the prosecutor told you. But when you see the actual evidence in this case, you will find out that Monica Sementilli did not lie to the officer. And by the way, this is all recorded, that Monica Sementilli told the police when they asked her if she knew Rob, her friend's last name, she told them that his last name was Baker. She told them that his last name was Baker. The prosecution has told you that Monica was deceptive when police asked her for the paperwork from her home camera system. And she told them she couldn't find it. But she also, I don't believe, mentioned that this is a home camera system that had been purchased over 7 months prior. And there was also a statement to you that somehow it was Monica Sementilli who upgraded that home system. But what the evidence will show you, ladies and gentlemen, is an email clearly and unequivocally showing you that it wasn't Monica Sementilli who upgraded her system. It was Fabio Sementilli. And anything else you hear about Monica Sementilli's communication to the police, you will know when you see the actual evidence that if Monica was not offering information about her private life, it was to cover up an affair. And every single thing that will be claimed that was somehow not forthcoming is absolutely consistent with someone who is desperately trying to cover up the affair they were having.
Counsel, I don't want to interrupt you. I don't know if it's a good time to take a break or you're close
That's
to done
fine.
or what.
That's fine.
Okay. Let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The evidence applies. See you back here in 15 minutes. Is present, all counsel present, jury, and all officers are present. And Ms. Burke, you may continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, once you are able to see and hear the evidence of the prosecution's theory in this case, that somehow Monica Sementilli went from a happy, warm, close family life, being a woman who at midlife was having an affair, to some kind of homicidal murderess and conspirator because she didn't want to get a divorce and because she wanted a portion of a life insurance policy and the benefits her husband made, even though her husband would be gone and she would no longer have his salary. You will learn that this case is going to come down to something very different. You are going to learn from the evidence that only 2 people in the world know how and why Fabio Sementilli was cruelly and viciously murdered. And the evidence will show you that neither one of them is seated here. You will learn that only 2 people planned this crime and carried it out. And the evidence will show that neither of those two people is seated here. And you will learn that only two people have already entered a plea for the murder of Fabio Sementilli and admitted their guilt. One who has already been sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. They will be in a cage for the rest of their life. No deal to be made. No incentive or benefit to lie. And you will also hear from a man who has every incentive to lie and every benefit to try to save his own life. One of those men, Robert Baker, on the left, is the man who is going to be in a cage for the rest of his life, who's going to get on this stand without any incentive or gain or motive or anything that will be leniency to him or that will help him to get on this stand and tell the truth and admit that Monica Sementilli had nothing to do with his decision to murder her husband. And then you will hear from the other man, Christopher Austin, who has also admitted he murdered. He took a knife and put it in the neck of Fabio Sementilli, that he killed Fabio Sementilli. But you will learn he is the one that is asked for a deal. And how do we know who's telling the truth or lying? How do we know if we don't look at whether there's corroboration, other evidence that indicates that what that person is saying is the truth? And you are going to see that corroboration in evidence that's documentary. I mean written. I mean in written form, you are going to see evidence in this case that allows you to know that Robert Baker is telling the truth. You are going to see in this case, ladies and gentlemen, a communication by Robert Baker one day after Fabio Sementilli was killed. January 24th at 2:05, Robert Baker sends a text that he's later deleted. And that text is to Monica Sementilli, and that text is a condolence text to Monica Sementilli telling her, "I'm so sorry." If Monica Sementilli is the criminal mastermind the prosecution would like you to believe she is, why on earth would her co-conspirator, the man she supposedly had commit this murder, send her a text apologizing, saying he was sorry for what grief she's going through, that he's so sorry? Why would he do that? You are also going to see that after Robert Baker was arrested for this murder, after he was in custody, and many years after he was in custody, he is continuing to maintain his innocence, desperately trying in jail to convince Monica that he's innocent, to keep her in his control, to keep her in his purview. And you will hear indisputable evidence that Robert Baker, shortly after he finally confesses to having killed her husband, confesses to the crime and has been sentenced in July for life without parole. In jail, Robert Baker writes a letter to Monica Sementilli. And Robert Baker, in that letter, tells Monica Sementilli that he killed her husband in an accident, that he'd gone over to her home to drop off some kind of love note. And he wanted to tell her how sorry he was that it had gone out of control and that he had somehow accidentally killed Fabio. And he writes Monica this letter and tries to get this letter delivered to Monica, saying that he's sorry that he accidentally killed her husband. Why? Why would Robert Baker write a letter to Monica Sementilli apologizing for killing her husband and trying to make himself look better somehow by claiming that the reason he did it was unintentional, that it was just an accident, that just something had gone wrong? Why would he do that? And you will see that letter. And that brings us to the other killer, who the prosecution is going to ask you to believe when this man who has admitted he committed this murder as well, is going to get on that stand and claim that Monica Sementilli somehow knew and somehow planned. He's not going to ever testify once that Monica Sementilli ever said a word to him about wanting her husband dead. He's not going to testify once that Monica Sementilli somehow plotted or wrote to him or indicated to him that she wanted her husband dead. What he's going to claim instead is that he understood that from Robert Baker when he agreed, he says, to kill Fabio Sementilli, and did so. You are going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Chris Austin is going to testify like he is, not because he saw anything Monica did that was wrongful, or heard anything from her that was wrongful, not because she ever told him, not because she spoke to him, not because he ever overheard her say anything. The reason you will hear him say that is because that is the only way his life will be saved. You are going to hear, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a young man who, from his first contact with law enforcement, and remember, the police waited 6.5 years to even question Christopher Austin for the first time, inexplicably. He was a suspect early on. They were so focused on trying to find evidence about Monica Sementilli, which they hadn't found, that it took them 6.5 years of this killer being free before they even bothered to question him. And there will be no doubt in your mind that Christopher Austin's claims are provably false, and that Christopher Austin is going to get on that stand and perjure himself because he was told early on, from the first moments he was arrested, that Monica Sementilli, according to law enforcement, was the only reason he was there. And you are going to hear evidence that you can listen to about the lengths and steps this prosecution has taken to get the prize they want. And you are going to hear, nobody's going to be interpreting it, you are going to hear yourself the things that were said to Christopher Austin before he ever implicated Monica Sementilli. When Christopher Austin is arrested, he's arrested on something called a Ramey warrant, which is a probable cause warrant saying they believe he's committed this murder, and then they took him into custody in Washington State where he was living, and they put him in a jail cell. And they had a law officer, a peace officer, a detective, come in and let him know why he was there, and let him know that other people in the case, Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli, that Monica Sementilli was about to start trial in her case. And you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that when they placed Christopher Austin in that cell and had told him they had arrested him for murder, they placed him side by side a jailhouse informant, a peace officer, an undercover law enforcement officer who was posing as a cellmate, a wise, knowledgeable cellmate. And you will hear that when they did that, when they placed Christopher Austin in that cell, that undercover agent proceeded to tell Chris Austin exactly what could get him home. You will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that when he gets in that cell and is first told that Monica is going to be going to trial, and the undercover police agent who's already been briefed on everything, who's trying to talk to him and influence him, what you are going to hear is that that undercover agent says to Christopher Austin, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck her life. It's her life or your life. The agent tells Chris Austin, first one to tell, first one out of jail. He tells Chris Austin, if they can get that Maine, they want that big fish. If they can get that Maine motherfucker, they ain't giving a fuck about you. That police agent tells Chris Austin, of course you're going to have to switch your story up a bit. Of course you're going to have to switch your story up a bit. And ladies and gentlemen, what you will learn is that the story Chris Austin needs to switch is that when they first arrest Austin and ask him about Monica Sementilli, he says he doesn't even really know her. He says nothing about implicating her in a conspiracy to murder, or that there's anything he knows she said or done, or any way she's acted that is evidence she was involved in this whatsoever. It is the police agent who you will learn tells Chris Austin, before he ever comes up with a story saying, oh yeah, I know she's involved, who says to Chris Austin, you've got two jobs you can do. You can do the job that's going to get you home, or you do the job that's going to get you gone. And gone is prison for the rest of his life. After he's been sort of stewed and simmered by this police agent talking to him, that's when the police try to interview him again. And Chris Austin says in that interview, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm looking for some kind of deal, some type of deal to go home to my girls, his wife and his young daughter. Chris Austin in that interview says, like, I don't know what to do, but if you need me to do something so I can go home to my girls, whatever you need, I'm being accused of, I need to get home to my girls. That's what Chris Austin says. And what does Chris Austin do? He gives the prosecution in this case exactly what they need. He gives them exactly what he knows and learns they need. He gives them that big fish. He gives them the claim that Monica Sementilli was involved in this murder, when he knows she wasn't. Whatever you need, he says. I need to get home to my girls. Agent telling him, you need to switch up your story, because it's not going to be enough for him not to know Monica Sementilli and not to have indicated in any way that she was involved. He switched up his story, and then from there on out, the prosecution offers him a deal that will get him home, to those girls if he gets on that stand and falsely states that Monica Sementilli had anything to do with the killing of her husband.
Sustained.
Austin's incentive, his direct motive to come in here and lie in order to be able to go home to his family instead of spending the rest of his life in prison, is exactly what will tell you who's lying and who's telling the truth. You will hear his false story, which will make no sense to you. And we will go into that in detail when he tells it, because he tells so many different stories. He tells the police at first, when he's trying to cut his deal, he tells them that he and Baker went to the house just to rough up Fabio, saying that there was some kind of abuse in the home and that he was going there to just rough him up. And then he tells the police, well, I didn't know anything about insurance, but I found out on the day of there was some kind of insurance involved. But he also tells the police he wasn't initially offered anything, and he was kind of upset about that. He tells the police agent that he didn't have any benefit. Then he says first that he flew into LA not even believing that he was going to commit a murder, that he was flying in for his birthday. And then he tells them a better story, that Baker got him to fly in for the murder. Testing the waters, changing his story every time to be more and more and more what he knows the prosecution wants him to say. And by the time he comes to LA, and by the time he sits down with the prosecutors in LA and gives what Ms. Silverman called a proffer, the story has completely changed to get him what he desperately needs, even if that means falsely testifying against Monica Sementilli. Now, the prosecutor has talked to you about what happened after Monica was wrongly arrested for this crime. And they've talked to you about recordings and statements she supposedly made. But I want to make sure you all scrutinize carefully. We want you to scrutinize the evidence you will see carefully, because what you will see from that evidence, what it will show you, is that when Monica Sementilli was arrested for this crime, consistently and uniformly, she denied that she had anything to do with this offense. You will not hear one recorded statement. I think the prosecutor told you that there were times that she was recorded. She didn't know she was recorded. She didn't think she was recorded. There were these phone calls, some of which were recorded, that she thought that nobody would hear. Not in any of those communications will you hear Monica Sementilli ever indicate that she was a participant in this crime. You will also know that Robert Baker, from the moment they were arrested, did everything in his power to convince desperately Monica that he was innocent. He was so manipulative and controlling. You will hear in the fuller playing of the tapes, not these cherry-picked snippets, but the full tapes you will hear, the context and understanding of what Robert Baker was doing. Desperate to convince Monica, one, that he had had nothing to do with this offense. And desperate, even though he was trying to tell her he had nothing to do with the offense, that somehow it was completely a mistake that she was there also. She was only there because of him, his criminal past, and this wacky, wacky thing that they'd found his blood in the Fabio Sementilli home. And yet, as many times as he tried to come up with stories and had convinced her that they had played racquetball together and that blood that had gotten on her shoes was somehow explained the blood in her house, and he worked and worked and worked to try to desperately convince her, you will learn, that he was innocent. There is nothing that Monica Sementilli says that indicates in any way she was doing anything but desperately trying to find out what this evidence was, why they were there, why they were arrested, and how could it be that she was in custody. Only you guys decide what really happened here. Only you judge the credibility and the believability of the people you hear from. Only you decide if what you're hearing on tapes is actually what you're hearing, or is it something different. Only you decide if there's an understandable context and meaning based on the evidence you're hearing. Only you do. The stakes here couldn't be any greater. And we very much appreciate that how seriously you take waiting before making any opinions or decisions in this case until you actually hear the witnesses and see the evidence in this case. And whether you can yourselves feel comfortable beyond a reasonable doubt with the evidence that's going to be presented to you, ever finding Monica Sementilli guilty of anything. Ladies and gentlemen, after 7.5 years of waiting to finally have her day in court, not guilty, ladies and gentlemen, will be the only just verdict in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, fellow first witness.
People call the LA Fire Department, Daryl Yoshihashi. you could face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat for witness stand. And for the record, say you spell your first and last name, please.
Yes, ma'am. It's Daryl Yoshihashi, Daryl. Last name is Yoshihashi.
Thank you.
Mr. Yoshihashi, what do you do for a living?
Ma'am, right now I'm a fire inspector, previously firefighter paramedic,
And who do you work for?
Los Angeles Fire Department.
And how long have you been a fire inspector?
7 years.
So your current job as a fire inspector, what does that entail?
Going to buildings, make sure the fire alarm, fire protection features are signed off along with the various trades, like with LADBS, like electrical, mechanical, before they get their certificate of occupancy.
Now, you mentioned that was the last 7 years. What did you do before that?
So the last 10 years was at the fire station, firefighter and then firefighter paramedic.
And can you explain then when you said firefighter and a fire paramedic, what does that mean?
I guess, fire and EMS in LA City, we have to do both. So we're either running medical calls or fire-related incidents, and so we have to be able to do both. So we have the whole, yeah.
And back in January of 2017 then, were you employed as such with LA Fire Department as both a fireman and a paramedic?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you went to scenes then, what was your primary duties?
Pretty much abate the emergency, whatever it was. I would say keeping the members of our crew safe and as well as ourselves, and then also if there's medical calls, making sure that we got the patients, addressed their medical concerns, got them to the appropriate medical facility. I would say that was most of it. A lot of taking care of families, making sure everybody was taken care of there in terms of that. And I would say in terms of fires, make sure it was put out, overhauled, make sure we didn't miss anything so that we didn't have any rekindles. And just a lot of stuff back at the fire station was just making sure we took care of everything around the station, fire prevention, anything we needed to do around the community.
Okay.
Hopefully that answers it.
Yeah, you did. That's a lot. Now, as far as a paramedic then, were you trained in life-saving measures?
Yes.
Can you explain your background, training, and experience that qualified you for that position, specifically back in January of 2017 as a firefighter as well as a paramedic?
Yes, ma'am. So I guess coming onto the job, we had to be EMTs, so more basic level of care, taking blood pressures, bandaging, CPR, those kind of things. But it is an option for us to go to paramedic school if we weren't already paramedics. So I guess our scope within LA County, we're overseen by a medical director, and kind of expands. So we can now, as far as doing EKGs, starting IVs, giving various drugs for various medical conditions. So for us, not only just running calls, but every 2 years we have to get recertified, go through recertification training, 48 hours of continuing education training to just kind of keep up with our skills, in addition to running drills at the station or on scene, just in real life, I guess. So
thank you.
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you. On January 23rd of 2017, around 5:06 in the evening, were you notified to respond to a location specifically at 5012 Queen Victoria in Woodland Hills, which is the county of Los Angeles?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain how you're dispatched to a location?
Yes, ma'am. So we get that comes through our station alert alarm system. That call basically goes to our dispatch center, and then we get dispatched from the station, or if we're out and about training or something like that, we get it on our computer screen on the MDT, which is in our rigs, and then also on the radio. But in that case, we were dispatched from the fire station, and then that's probably all information that's given that's filtered through our dispatch and whoever's handling that call, and what I guess they see, what level of care, what fire resource they need to send based off what's happening, I guess, on the dispatch side.
Ultimately, then, did you review and hear whether subsequently the 911 call that was initiated, which sent you to that location?
Not the all the information, I guess. Yes, for what.
Okay. If I may mark as People's 1, it is a 3-page document. It's a transcript of a 911 call with the accompanying CD. I don't know if you want it as People's 1 and 2 or A and B.
Your choice.
Anything?
Let's make it 1 and 2.
Clerk? Okay. People's 1 will be the transcript. People's 2 can be the accompanying CD. May I pass the transcripts out?
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, the transcript that's going to be given to you is not the evidence. It is the call itself that is the evidence. The transcript is just to assist you in listening to the call. At the end of the call, counsel, please retrieve People's 1. If I can have the original People's 1, 2, please. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you.
And then with the court's permission, I'll play the call. Thank you. Is that a fair, accurate depiction of the 911 call associated with this call that you responded to?
Yes, ma'am. Sounds.
I'm sorry?
Please retrieve the transcripts.
Now, during the pendency of the call we just listened to, then, were you en route to the location?
Yes, ma'am.
That day, were you working with a partner or another team member?
Yeah. So on the rescue, it was me and another firefighter paramedic.
And who was that?
Brendan Liu.
Did you go straight to the location as soon as you got the call?
Yes.
Okay.
From our fire station.
When you arrived there, was there anybody else as far as medical support or police officers that arrived prior to you?
Call LAPD, and then there was another engine company so we responded as a rescue from our district, but the rescue in the district where it was happening, they happened to be out maybe on another medical call, so there was their engine there who was staffed with a captain, an engineer, and two firefighters and their EMTs, and at that time they kind of gave us an idea of what was going on, and they needed us to, basically assess and kind of for us pronounce or determine death, because they just needed us there for the assessment portion of it.
Okay.
Yep.
So when you arrived there was fire department paramedic personnel there?
Yes.
Now you mentioned LAPD. Was there any LAPD that you recall there?
At the time, yes, but there were, but I don't recall, how many units or anything like that. They had secured the scene for us to come in and do the medical portion.
Okay. Now can you just walk us through when you got there, what happened?
So when we got there, we got our medical equipment out, and then we met with the captain, who kind of there was another paramedic engine there, I should say, and that medic said basically, that the victim had penetrating trauma, and then so he needed us to hook our life pack up to run through a couple tests to basically determine that the victim wasn't going to be resuscitated on the field, which we proceeded to do. So we used our medical equipment. We checked for what we do in LA County, it's reference 814. So there are certain times when we will not work up victims, like if there are obvious signs of death, like crush, or if they're decapitated, things along that line. But for the victim, it was that he had a massive laceration and penetrating trauma to him, and then he was basically asystolic on the monitor, so he was flatlined. We listened to his lung sounds, we listened to his heart, everything was coming back negative, so we were able to basically pronounce him, dead at that time.
At that time?
Yes.
Can you describe, in a moment I'll get to a couple photos, can you describe then, did you enter the house through the front door, side door? How did you enter the house?
We went through the garage, I believe through the kitchen, and out to the back patio area.
Was there anything in particular you noticed on your route from the garage through the kitchen to the back patio?
Dark. It was dark at the time. The fireplace was still on. And then when we got there, obviously, large amounts of blood in the back patio area.
When you say the fireplace was on, was that inside the house?
Outside I think it was a pool area, back patio pool area.
Okay, was it like a fire pit?
Fire pit, excuse
okay.
me.
I'm going to show you, if I may, Marcus, Peoples 2, a photograph, back patio of the individual lying over a chair.
People's 3?
3, sorry.
So, Mark?
People's 3 up on the screen. Does this appear to be the scene that you witnessed as you arrived there?
Yes, ma'am. That would be it.
And if I may, Marcus, People's 4, a closer version of People's 3?
Yes.
People's 4. Again, is that an accurate depiction of how the scene appeared as you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
I may mark as People's 5, a different angle which shows the person on the chair with what appears to be a phone next to him.
You may.
People's 5, same thing, from a different angle. Is that the scene as you saw it?
Yes.
And then finally, People's 6, if I may mark it, is a close-up of the victim's face and torso, looking at his right side of his face with some light. And People's 6, is that an accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, as far as your expertise, you saw no signs of life. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who pronounced him deceased?
So I was doing the hands-on component with all the medical equipment, and my partner, who he typically you have the person doing the hands-on stuff, and the other partner is doing all the documentation, the radioing in with the base station hospital, and he pronounced and documented as such.
Now, when you got to this location, did you notice any other blood anywhere, any other evidence anywhere else throughout the house? And I have People's 3 up on the screen, but did you notice anything else in the house?
Ma'am, I remember there was blood in the kitchen, from what I recall. Like somebody had walked through it and then went through the kitchen, and then that's about what I remember. Countertop was kind of in disarray, and yeah.
And let me ask you, is it your role or your job then to document all the other evidence at the scene?
For us, mostly, ma'am, it's just the medical component.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Now, when you got there, was there any other individuals what appeared to be family members or anyone related to the victim at the scene?
Yes, ma'am. I remember the wife and I believe I think it was one of the daughters, a daughter on site, on scene.
And can you describe, do you recognize the wife in court?
It's been a couple years. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't know?
I do not. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So, do you remember then, you remember what you believed to be a wife and a daughter, is that correct?
Correct.
Now,
Yeah.
do you remember anything about the reaction of those individuals?
The one thing that sticks out the most is, just a lot of what I remember from those years back is the daughters was very distraught. And in fact, we had stuck around a couple hours after for, probably for the reasons, just all the emotional things going on at the time, that we stayed for support.
And do you remember anything that sticks out about the wife?
I'm sorry, I do not recall.
Nothing caught your attention as overly distraught?
Sustained.
Did anything catch your attention emotionally about the wife, if anything?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't recall. I really just, it's been all those years, just remember the daughter, and that kind of sticks out a lot.
And where were those two individuals?
They were in the living room, adjacent living room, dining room, I guess, say.
And do you know what they were doing?
No.
Okay. So you stayed there for about a couple hours after, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then why did you stay for a couple hours?
We were just told, I want to say it was by our supervisor, the captain of the engine, to stay, just in case the family members needed to, just because of the emotional times, there for support, for grieving, and then also if anybody addition needed to be transported to the hospital. So we stayed in the rescue, finished up our paperwork. I got everything set for our next call and stayed there.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One moment. I'm going to see you at sidebar.
our job basically at the time.
So as far as taking photographs or examining the scene for evidence, you had no role in that.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't see anyone at that time from the police department examining the scene?
No, sir. Not at the time.
And you said you saw a couple of civilians there, is that right?
Family members.
Yes.
I believe the daughter. Yeah, and they were when we were doing our thing. They were in the living room area, I believe.
Were they accompanied or within the presence of officers?
Yes.
Did you prepare any report as to anything they said or did or their physical appearance or attitude?
No.
Okay. Everything you're testifying to is from your memory, is that correct?
That's correct.
You can't say as you sit here right now, even if you recognize the wife. It's okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's all right. How did you know it was the wife?
You know, I think because the daughter, when she was there, she was screaming like "mommy." So, I was just, yeah.
So Dan, I have to interrupt you. We're going to have to take our adjournment at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in adjournment until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. As usual, the admonition applies not to discuss this case among yourselves with anyone else or form or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Try and be here on time. You know the elevators are slow. Have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow at 9. Inspector.
I'm sorry. I'm just about done, and I understand he has somewhere to go tomorrow. Could you give me 30 seconds?
You got 30 seconds, counsel.
Okay. What you remember is the daughter yelling and the mother consoling the daughter. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Anything on redirect?
No redirect.
I'm sorry?
No redirect.
Thank you, sir, and you are excused. And again, remember the admonition, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
Wow, that judge is brutal. that was amazing. He's, like I said, he's worse than Bev. He's just like, boom, 5 o'clock, you are done. I can't believe we actually caught up. We actually caught up. Woo! All right, what a day for court. We took a poll there. At this point, who do you believe more? State 91% after the openings. So the state went for 2 days, 4 hours day one, and then 1 hour and 15 minutes day two. So five hours, 15 minutes for state opening, and then defense opening was 2 hours, just under 2 hours. Holy smokes. So out of the defense, I got that there's a video of Fabio and Monica dancing on October 31st, which was Halloween of 2016. There's no reason in the world that Monica wanted Fabio to be deleted. They were truly a happy and loving couple. There was no text, no evidence showing Monica wanted Fabio deleted. There's hours of graphic nature that Monica was having an affair. So they're clearly acknowledging that Monica had an affair, but they're putting it all on the feet of Robert Baker. Now, Robert Baker took a plea. Initially, he said he pled not guilty, right? So they were arrested in July of 2017 in their Mustang, right? And then they were put in the back seat of a cop car, and that's when they were whispering, and they were, state showed all of that. Then a couple months later, Baker says, nope, I'm going to take the plea. And he basically is saying it was all him. There was an interview that he did with 48 Hours, and he's saying it was all him. He didn't, Monica had nothing to do with it. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see. All right, so this is actually, 48 hours. Baker says, Monica did not know. She didn't know, and he swears, if she did find out, I would have been in here jail a lot sooner. His claim was a bombshell. Monica, who has already spent nearly 6 years in jail, did not conspire with him to kill her husband, Fabio, he said. Despite what the prosecutor characterizes as overwhelming circumstantial evidence against Monica, there's no smoking gun connecting her to this conspiracy. So why did Robert Baker plead guilty without a deal? I asked about his decision to plead no contest despite not getting a deal and accepting the sentence of life without parole. With his blood and DNA at the crime scene, having cut his finger stabbing Fabio to death, Baker had little chance to beat the charges. But even if his chances at trial were 1 in a million, most people would take that shot. Why not you? I asked him. He seemed resigned to his fate, but explained due process was the reason. Much of our conversation shifted to facial expressions as he was clearly reluctant to be recording saying certain things. I found myself unconsciously following his lead. What does that face mean? Or what does that mean, face? You think there's due process? He responded to my look as if I was the naivest person on earth. I asked if his plea was a gift for Monica, which he immediately scoffed at, seemingly taking offense as if going down for life could be a gift. I pointed out what he knew well, that for more than 5 years, Monica's attorneys had tried many times to sever the case between the lovebirds into separate trials, but the judge denied them at each turn. So I noted when Baker pled no contest, Monica got what she had always been asking for, to stand trial alone. I asked if he had met Monica in a Target parking lot 2 miles from the Sementilli home. That allegation prompted an eyes wide open, lips pursed, no way expression as he shook his head back and forth. It never happened, according to him. So remember, the state said that they met at that Target that afternoon. He complained about that and other prosecution evidence. The fact that he and Monica used the encrypted apps, WhatsApp and Viber, to communicate between themselves. He says, so what? So there you go. So defense is saying, no, it was all Robert Baker. He acted without Monica knowing about this. He pulled his family, a friend of the family, Chris Austin, in on this. I don't know. What do you guys think? It's pretty interesting. Then we heard from Fire EMS Daryl Yoshihashi. He got there around, got a phone call around 5:06. Now, earlier we heard that Isabella made the 911 call, and that must have been terrible for her. She gets home. She got home 1 minute after Baker and Austin left the house. And she finds her dad, and we saw the picture. I don't know if you guys saw it, but they showed a picture of Fabio, and he was like basically slumped over, basically fell flat onto a chair. And the EMS is telling her to pick him up and put him on his back. I mean, I can't imagine. He's just got, I'm sure, blood spurting all over the poor guy. He was stabbed 7 times. They basically, Daryl Yoshihashi basically just called it at the scene that Fabio had. As he put it, massive lacerations and penetrating trauma. And he was pronounced, not alive at the scene. So, I have a question for you guys. So, Capri Law, on the 911 call, she moves him. Did she actually? I couldn't understand if she actually moved him or not, because she's talking on the phone and she's moving. So she did actually end up moving Fabio. Okay. All right, chat. I got a question for you guys. Tomorrow is Natalie Cochran's mercy phase, basically her sentencing, and that starts at 9. That's East Coast. We're going to follow that because we've been following Nancy Cochran the entire time. So we're going to follow that. We don't know how long that's going to go for, right? And then that's Thursday. And then Friday is Karen Reed starting at 9, and we're definitely going to follow that because that's the Google expert with the whole Jennifer McCabe and House Long, and then also the ARPA guys, the Crash Daddies. So Karen Reed is going to be Friday. Natalie Cochran is tomorrow. Both of those, Karen's probably going to go possibly all day. Natalie Cochran may go all day because the judge said that's a mini trial. So here's my question to you guys. Chat, everybody listen up. Pay attention. Class, pay attention. Chat, pay attention. I initially, before I even heard of this trial of Monica Sementilli, we wanted to cover Colin Griffith out of Florida with his, he stabbed his mom. That was supposed to start Monday, and we were initially going to pick that up today. But there was a pretrial on Monday, and they pushed that to, I thought, next week, but in fact, they aired it today. So the stream that we are going to watch it on doesn't, by the time we got finished with Natalie, you could only go back 2 hours, so we couldn't get the whole thing. So ultimately, my question is, I want to stream Colin Griffith tomorrow at some point, at least get the morning in, and then maybe over the weekend catch up on that. So here's my question. Which trial do you want us to continue watching next week? Because one way or the other, we're going to be caught up on one of these trials. So which trial do you want to watch next week? And I'm making a poll. Colin Griffith, which we haven't seen yet, so that's why I want to get a taste of it tomorrow. I want to watch at least opening statements tomorrow, right? Just to get a taste. So question to you, chat. New poll in the chat. Which trial do you want to watch starting next week? I know we haven't watched Colin Griffith, but I want to at least watch his opening statements tomorrow, and then we can catch up over the weekend. Just to get a little taste. So what do you guys think? That's my question to you guys. What do you guys think? Capri Law, you're invested in this one? We got moving on. Is that moving on to a new case, you guys? Is that what that is? Opening tomorrow. Both. Gene Doherty, I wish we could. After opening tomorrow, we will vote again. How about that? How about that, guys? I think that's a good point. It is almost split. It is, yeah, we got 19 votes and we've got 47 for Colin, 53 for Monica. Taylor, surprise us. All right, here's what we're going to do. I like this idea. I'll give this one to Mandy. Let's watch the opening statements for Colin tomorrow, and then we can decide what we're going to watch over the weekend, because we'll catch up. Whichever one we're going to go with, we'll catch up. We'll catch up over the weekend, and then Monday we'll hit the ground with whoever. Yes, Krista, there's a poll. Which case do you want to watch next week more? Colin Griffith, which you haven't seen yet, but I'm going to try and get in at least the opening statements tomorrow, depending on how long Natalie Cochran goes. I'm hoping Natalie's only like 4 or 5 hours, so maybe by 3 we can do Colin and we can do him for like 3 or 4 hours. We can at least get the morning in for him. So, all right. I think I like that idea. Do you concur?
I really don't care.
Aaron is not jumping into the fray. All right, so tomorrow we will pick up on, we're going to finish with Natalie Cochran. We're going to see that to the end. mercy phase for her. And once she is done on Thursday, we're going to watch Colin Griffith opening statements, at least his opening statements, right? Bap, you've been watching Colin. Either trial is going to be interesting. Yeah, I think so too. See, initially I wanted to do Colin, but then he kind of fell through, so we jumped on Monica, but then he popped up again, so that now we're like, which one do we do? So, all right, Momo Shark, have a great one. Have a good night, and we will see you guys tomorrow. I still can't believe Natalie got first degree. Yeah. Jen's just watching. Both are messy. Listen to Colin on RA channel today. Yeah. Yep. Oh, wait. Hold on a sec. Hola. Question, but when am I going to get any work done? You are not. Queen now of Ruth Ann. I just don't think anyone else is showing this one besides Law and Crime or Court TV. All right. That's fair. And I agree with that. I want to show the ones that people are not showing. So I agree with that. Justice Obsessed. Knowing Cali courts, there will be gaps. Interesting. There was a gap. They started Friday. I thought they started on Monday. They actually started Friday, took off Monday. Tuesday, Miss Silverman was in a car accident, and then they picked up today for day 2. So we're actually caught up with that. We're actually caught up with Monica. Baka, you forgot all about Nat. That was this morning. How could you forget about her? Capri Law. I was hoping you'd cover this one, but everyone knows my trial picker is off. Yep, it's a really good point. It's a really good point. All right. We got to think. We got to. Either way, we're going to be behind because we're doing Natalie and then. I still want to stick my toe into Colin. I just want to stick my toe in just to see what's going on there. I just want to stick my toe in there. Yes, Mandy, we are so busy here. Love it. These are champagne problems, right? We're so busy we don't know what. Because remember those days where we're like, well, we always have. We always can do rewatches. We have tons of ones to rewatch. So let's see. You guys did 43% Colin, but we haven't even seen it yet. And 56 with Monica. All right. All right. Yes, Holly, behind can be good because you can skip the breaks. That is true. And widespread panic, thanks to everyone who makes this channel such a great place to hang out. I agree with that. All right, guys, it is 8:13 on the East Coast. We are going to call it a night. Bap says, I think after the Colin opening, you're going to be intrigued. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. All right, we're going to say goodnight. Thank you to Aaron for setting up all these streams and doing thumbnails as well. Thank you to our mods, OnlyFan and Julie, Therapist You Know and Hellcat, Brat, Widespread Panic, Rachel B, you were in the chat. Yeah, Brat, Colin is the one whose mother fell on the knife several times. All right, we will see you guys tomorrow at 9, actually 8:50, but basically 9 o'clock for Natalie Cochran. We'll see you then. And then we will, we'll see how long that goes, but I'd like to just dip a toe into Colin. Just dip a toe in and see what he's about, and then we can decide after that. All right, guys.